a stream. Well, I watched a few people talking about philosophy and where things, where the new paradigm was given to humanity, and it was at least history points to Sir Francis Bacon. Do you know much or anything about that person
Yeah, a little bit.
and what he did to philosophy, how it all changed from that point, or what he was, at least what history tells us, he was the originator of modern philosophy?
That's the interesting thing with most of the philosophies that are out there. They're actually
Okay,
like, well, actually, you finish your thought. What were you saying?
no, please, I'm trying. I'm so bad at communication. Like, I don't want to turn into a monologue. Please go ahead.
No, it's okay because I feel like I interrupted you, and I don't want to be rude.
Yeah, I don't have good etiquette on the microphone, so I wish people would interrupt me more and maybe sometime ask me questions so I'm not misunderstood, because
Yeah, I understand that. It's everybody wants to be understood, and it's so annoying when things don't go through clearly. I get why. I know what you mean.
yeah. So bottom line is, we or humanity switched from old time philosophy, Aristotle, for example, for a philosophy that was aligned mainly with the law of identity, right? Something what it is. That thing is only that thing. I don't know. I'm a noob in that area, but I understand a few concepts, and things got changed. Modern philosophy was put forward from Sir Francis Bacon, and this is where I was trying to get. People think that uh, technology could only exist because of that shift in philosophy. Science tells us that, philosophy, modern philosophers will tell us that not science, sorry, technology, this technology we have and benefit from, right? Not living like cavemen, was only possible because that switch of mentality in humanity. And I think at least it can be shown, because history is so buried and old tech is hidden from us. If a person could be made to understand that no, we could have achieved this no matter if we stayed on that philosophy, the old ways. And I'm making a mess of things. And I think people are are caught up in that mentality. Either they know it or they don't. They think good things couldn't happen without this new age philosophy, this modern shift where the law of identity is fucked around with. You you can have a straight line bending. That's where it all started.
Yeah.
I've made a bad representation of my thoughts, but
No, you're good.
do you see the use to maybe get a person to first understand the whole context, maybe where their mentality comes from?
You're talking about the whole scientific method thing and how that they basically claim that influenced how modern science is and all that stuff. But you're right, it's actually not true. There was already lines of thinking that were along the same, like, they were very similar. There was already science, there was already invention, people were already creating things. Heck, there was clockwork automatons back in, like, ancient Rome, Greece. I'm not just talking about the Antikythera mechanism.
Well, most of it has been hidden. I think some things are just left there so we can have something. I don't know. I think they left some things intentionally for us to wonder about, and some things, most things they have hidden from us.
Well, that's the thing, is a lot of the people like to think about that nefarious cloak and dagger. Oh, they must be high. Yeah, that's true, maybe. But also, the world has there's like, okay. There's this one story where there was this mathematician who he had some kind of devices or something, and these, I think they were Roman guards. They ended up killing the guy because he was kind of being obstinate. But then their leader, whoever was in charge of them, ended up keeping the guy's, like, notes and, like, little device. He confiscated the machines and things like that. My point is, like, barbaric people just following orders will trudge over and destroy so much technology, not even knowing it is. It's just whatever. This is in the way. Stomp, stomp, stomp. And then things are lost. So maybe not everything was hidden. Some stuff was just kind of destroyed by idiots. I don't know. That's the best way I could put it.
Surely there's I don't know, huge volumes of stuff hidden in their museums.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there is stuff hidden as well. I'm just saying that, imagine all the stuff that's not even hidden. It's just, it got just destroyed because people are kind of, humans get that. They're just weird. Especially in times of war. They don't care.
Some are hidden in plain sight, like some old buildings, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and there's a lot of remnants of the past that's recurring through symbology, like logos and iconography. Vain traditions that are brought back, and then people don't even know why they're doing what they're doing because it's just a symbol that seems cool to them. And in reality, they're talking about the past.
And I opened this whole subject because I see in this arena and in other areas of life, and everybody thinks, like, especially Globers in this arena, this is something everybody can see. Well, when they say, if we would have gone with your flat earth science, we would have nothing nowadays. You are on the internet because we don't think like that. That's why we have the internet. You see people saying a lot of that stuff, maybe.
Yeah, that's true. Or they'll be like, "Well, stop using globe Earth technology." It's like, dude, what? Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And they think, maybe when they say globe technology, maybe they don't know what they are talking about, because the only thing that was created and needed globe science, it's the globe lie itself, nothing else. A microchip could have been right. There's no need to have the globe science in your head.
The only globe science, the only globe technology that actually exists is a literal globe that you would put on a desk. And it's a toy. It's not for educational purposes. That's the one and only object of quote-unquote globe tech that even exists in this flat world. And we don't need their globe tech, so they can keep their little toys. That's fine. Everything else belongs to us in the first place because it was created on a level plane for the purpose of the level plane. It's not a false idol. I'd say these globies need to stop using flat Earth tech.
Well, yeah, people are weird on all sides. People.
Yeah. And I'm just kidding. I'm being silly. But it's just, that was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard before, was somebody saying, like, trying to tell flat earthers not to use globe tech as though there's two different worlds.
And only because I've gotten a better understanding that I had before about the philosophy and the importance of it. It's why I brought this up, because I think it would be a great tool to empower someone with. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to create drama right now and saying or to critique. I'm just thinking if maybe the ways can be improved. If you can put a person, a newcomer, in that context and get him to think and show him with fact. This is when they tell us it all started, and it started because we did away with normal logic and healthy logic, and look around you. Maybe it's the explanation why you have people dressing up like the other sex and
we can't talk about any of this other stuff, man. That has nothing to do with the flat
Sorry. Yeah, but it's encompassing.
It gets into touchy subject matter related to the terms of service stuff.
Sorry.
That we can't talk about. And no, you're good. It's just.
But a lot of those, how do you call them, hiccups in society that we see now stem from doing away with logic and tailoring it into some monster we have today. And the monster is society, I think, maybe. And at the same time, like with the other hiccups, you have straight lines bending, circles being lines, right? This new philosophy allows people to say those things. And if you say, hey, hold on a minute, buddy, they say, well, you don't understand.
Yeah. They'll simultaneously point up to the top of a hierarchy of academia and say that there's somebody smart up there that's smarter than me that knows, and point at you and tell you that you don't know.
Oh, I love you that you said that, because that was a point I forgot to make.
Yeah.
This new philosophy, and this can be shown so easily. That's why I think it's a great tool. This new philosophy says you shouldn't trust your senses. You should trust if something doesn't make sense. You should trust the people in charge, the scientists. And it's a very fucked up and bad mentality. And the reason why a lot of this thing happens, because people just say, yeah, you don't understand. I believe I understand because I have a bias. That scientist claims he understands, so yeah, that's what I'm trying. The new philosophy, when it was proposed, it turned everything, every aspect almost of logical thinking and healthy logic. It turned it upside down. Don't trust your experiences. Don't trust your senses. Trust the new priests, the scientists. Everything is there. It can be, and it can be shown to a person and help him understand maybe, hey, maybe this is why I have this mentality. Maybe the old way of thinking was better and shouldn't have been destroyed. If you want, only if you want. I'm not trying to, but I think I'm not trying now to, what's that word?
I'm not sure. I'm still here. I'm listening. I was just reading something about there's a Francis Bacon thing for idols of the mind.
Maybe if I send you, if I get permission to get a video, well, not from you, also from you, if you're, because the video I'm talking about is a discussion on this subject.
I sent you a request, man. That way you can message me if you need to.
Okay. And again, I'm not critiquing or something, but I see a lot of newbies, not here, in all places. They come in and just people jump at the facts, like, right? Like, well, I don't know. I used to do this in the past, like, I never measured water myself, right? But I jumped to that from start. And it's a good thing. Water is a very good tool, even for someone to imagine it and use their experience and say, yeah, that the water thing is a bit fishy. How could water bend? But not everyone has the tools and the means and time and the know-how how to conduct all these experiments. So people, the new guys, are jumping from their scientists, right? And they are told other things that maybe they cannot verify for themselves. It's a good thing, always a good thing to tell a person the truth. But what I'm saying, is there more you can help that person and give him more that will help him be more open-minded to these ideas and understand why he thinks some things? And I think it's very easy to change a person's mind if he understands and sees how where his mentality comes from, and not only his, and he will be able to recognize maybe a lot of things in the real world and around him and the society when he's shown exactly how, in this case, that Francis Bacon thing that started all of this, how they explicitly wanted to have people that didn't trust their senses and stuff like that, on and on. There's details I forget, but it's very damning to this new age philosophy, this modern philosophy. It's very damning when you see the recorded past. but I'm not a Globie, but I definitely see the use. It helped me connect a few dots, more than a few dots, when I truly got into seeing the shift from old philosophy to new philosophy. And people think because all philosophers, I mean not all, but mainstream philosophers today and scientists will tell people this new age philosophy got us where we are, at least in technology that is beneficial and comfortable. And we couldn't have achieved this without shedding the old ways. And I think that's a lie that can be easily disproven, because there are hints of technological, uh, I don't know, of technology that cannot be explained, that come from a time before this new age philosophy. Yeah, man. I'll try to send you that video, and that will surely make much more sense than whatever I mumbled around here.
You're good. I'm listening, but I'm a bit sleepy too. I just recently woke up not too long ago, a couple hours ago, but I've only had one cup of coffee. So I'm gonna need to go drink another one so that my brain powers can activate and I can think better. I'm joking. But you're good, you're fine. I understand what you're saying. They've got people's logic twisted, and they've created kind of like a really weird narrative version of logic that involves controlling people's thought processes and discouraging critical thinking.
Yeah, and I'm shy trying to bring anything new anywhere, because not only maybe I do a bad representation of what I'm trying to say, but maybe the other side has their mind made up, and they think, well, what the fuck is this guy talking about? He's not making that much sense. Maybe I hear someone, I don't like his voice or his way of talking, and if people could see for themselves, and maybe charismatic people could present it much better than someone like me, right? But maybe they are unaware this tool is out there, and how beneficial it can be.
Yeah. I'll be right back in a few, bro. I'm gonna go get some coffee and wake myself up a little bit more. I don't mean to be rude or anything. I'm honestly gonna go grab something to drink. So, be right back, man. That's actually why I'm getting the coffee, so that I can be more alert and talk to you more effectively.
How you going? I try.
Hello, systems.
What's new?
Like, in what area? Nothing for me, really. Nothing new.
So, your original answer, your original question. I think I was listening, but I'm doing some work. So I think your original question was something like, "How do you approach someone?" Was that your original question? Basically, how do you approach someone on the subject?
Yeah.
There's a couple. One of the tactics you can take is to kind of blow their mind with some interesting facts instead of just going out there and trying to smack them over the head and say the Earth's flat. And one of the more fun subject is the moon. So sometimes if you take that approach, it can be fun because you can show them, all the funny things about the moon that they might not have thought about previously. Like for example, that you only ever see one side of the moon according to the official model. A lot of people don't think about that. But to think that the closest thing in the sky, sorry, not the closest, well, according to the model, yeah, the closest thing in the sky, but the thing in the sky that we can see the most definition of and notice the most characteristics of is you only ever see one side of it. So that the statistical probability of that happening on the globe model, heliocentric model, is just astronomical. It's like, people don't even know that small fact. Once they get into that, then you can also say that it's how coincidental is it that it's exactly the right size at exactly the right distance to cause an eclipse. All these types of things. You can start with that, get their mind flowing as to, wow, I didn't know these things.
I agree, and I recently came to this understanding, like this new age philosophy, trust the scientist. We will tell you about nature, about what you see. Don't trust your eyes. We'll tell you this, and it's not a direct quote, but I've heard it said and argued that it has something to take the oh my god, fucking words. That sense of wonder from people, right? As you said, you show them something that help them think, and this new science has taken the wonder from people's minds and eyes away. Everything can be explained, and it's bland, and it's according to a model. Maybe this sense of wonder I could call what you said like a tactic. Maybe it's not a good word for it, but
No,
maybe people don't have that anymore, and it can be traced to whatever I was saying before.
I mean, that's you could someone's mind starts small with fun acts, and then you can ask. So, for example, they start to understand what you're saying. With the moon's always one because there's so much about it that's so. Uh, if they're receptive to that, then they're showing them images and debunking that, and if they're very receptive, you pretty much just keep going path until you think force hit them with that one, and tactic you can do.
Oh gosh. This Laxard person.
I think people need to be humbled and understand they are given not only concrete information, but they are given even the mind frame on how to process that information. And if it can be shown to them, and I think it can be shown to them, and there are voices out there that make that very easy to understand, to explain, because it's simple, in my opinion. And if they understand and get humbled, wait, these are not my thoughts, this is a product of something, and it can be shown to them exactly where it comes from, and what that new philosophy his goals were, and they can after they get aware to that about that, they'll have a few moments maybe with themselves and see the patterns in the world around them, all around them, and verify it. And you can only show people, like in the Matrix, you can show them the door. But what if you made it so easy to them, so simple, that you gave them the best tools, like a child? What? I don't have kids, but I think the best you can do with a child is give him the info as much as good as you can, and let him decide for himself. But make sure he has all the tools necessary.
Yes and no. In certain say that correct comes to kids. But
Yeah, it's not a perfect analogy. Like, I don't have kids, and maybe going absolute with this rule with a kid, it's not the best thing. But in broad strokes,
yeah, giving them the tools, only the right go about tools to be able to sell. But I think probably that is tool to operate in this realm. And fear, morality, God, I think is more important than the less. Reason I say that, I've got twin boys, and one of them is just an angel, the other guy not so much, and I feel like it's more important to the fear of God in the realize his choices matter more than would be to teach him how to figure out whether or not the earth's more flat at this point. Morality is more and it needs to be yeah, hard. You got it's a balance.
yes, I think being humble, I don't know about fear, maybe it's just a word, doesn't matter. But being humbled to a creator, yeah, that's a good thing.
Humbled is a good way. Yeah, humbled is a good way.
And
I guess.
another, sorry, go ahead.
No, for
And also, a good thing to teach is trust your senses, kid. Don't don't accept given given, I don't know, understandings that will make you distrust your senses, because some people have the answer and you can never maybe achieve it. And to get to anywhere in this life, you need to distrust your senses, I think. Right? It's a good mentality not to set him up like that. Trust your experiences.
guess so, because I want a gut feeling like this trust there. It implies to be as well a little bit. I agree with. Like that's the hard thing, you know. It's size fits all. Um, you know, I used to people always say, "Oh, you know, every man equals," and not the case. Everyone has their pros and cons, their weaknesses, and next. Not ready for the truth. You can plant a seed, and I probably really think they're really ready. Saying cut off with if you, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't know. Gut instincts, and sometimes the instinct is to
Systems, can I cut you off a bit? Can you maybe, I don't know, is your microphone activating when you speak?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but it's cutting you out. Maybe mess with the sensitivity, because it keeps cutting you out. It's like half roboting.
Yeah, maybe it's my connection. Is it better now?
Yeah.
These people in the lobby, I don't understand. Like they know full well that they can get.
Get them to come into the voice chat.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Spake. And I know it was kind of funny when I first did it, but after the 1,000th time of posting it, it's kind of lame. I need to come up with new content and keep it kind of sweet and to the point. Short, sweet, and to the point. He's commenting on that 4-paragraph thing where I tried to I tried to summon their lore, try to summarize their lore for the heliocentric model into 4 paragraphs because they got so much stuff. But even then, it's TLDR. Nobody wants to see that crap. I get it. And I've been consciously trying to limit the etymology stuff too, so that like I'll post a word unless I'm doing something where I'm trying to get to a point and teach something, and I'm like, hey, here's how these are all connected. I try and keep it to like one word at a time. Like, I'd rather just post one image, because I get that too. That you post several images, now everything's gone, and people have to scroll up. It's wiped away everything anybody just said, and we become counterproductive unto one another. In the live stream voice text, that's one of the most hilarious things. Why does he fall faster if he's just in a weightless 0G environment where he should be able to just kind of... Like, also, you should technically be able to just do a handstand and kind of do a push-up with one finger. Push yourself off the floor and then float up till your feet touch the ceiling. Right? You know, we all know, though, that the ISS, the official story is that the ISS is actually at this orbital free fall where they're perpetually falling forever due to the angle of their... Yeah. That doesn't explain this right here. You get a little gravity pocket or something? That's not a little pocket of gravity just happened to...
Or whatever is he building. That's crazy.
If people see this and it happens right in front of them, they believe this crap, as though it's not a show. Like, this is real. And it's quite obvious they're clowning in front of it. Look at me. This looks like a little kid. Like, look what I can do. And then he does a little handstand, but barely does it right and just kind of falls over.
Do you remember that one where there's a bunch of astronauts, I guess, on the ISS? They're all lined up, and one of them, the team leader, I guess, is holding the globe and drops it.
I think I know what you're talking about. There's one that does... There's another one where he drops an invisible object. You know what I'm talking about? Where he goes to catch something, but it's like there's nothing there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that, or instances where they seem to manipulate something and it's not there. Drop it or adjust it or...
Yeah, and then there's the other one where you see him clear, like you have to slow it down a little bit, but he clearly reaches his hand and unclips this little thing, this kind of wire that's connected to the dude next to him. It's quite obviously some improv, CGI, and acting, like drama theatrical techniques. You can see between... Then the other one where the dude's going through the little door and he's transitioning and he kind of like vanishes.
Yeah, it's a clown show. When you look at them, it's like a comedy sketch. But I brought that one when they are doing an interview in a line. They're all lined up, and the guy fucking drops the ball. Whatever, it's a inflated globe, I think. Yeah. And they all do that sad face. One guy even is stuck in his harness. He's trying to bend down and pick it up, and the harness pulls him back.
Yeah.
And what's unique for me with that image is I think it's the only, maybe there are more, but it's the only happening like this, the only instance where I can see them, someone reacting with their voice, vocalizing about it, and doing a very poor job. That guy, when he drops the globe, he knows he messed up. The illusion is in danger, and he says something like a poor attempt at magic, word magic. He says, after he picks the globe up again, he knows he messed up because the globe fell on the floor. He says something like, well, then you forget. Like he's trying to associate immediately, then you forget those words with what everybody saw, right? I'll try to find the video. For me, it's very telling how he attempts to inject that. Then you forget. The timing is very telling.
Yeah.
Because usually you just see them trying to manipulate or glitch out, and I think that instance is unique because he tries clumsily to do some form of damage control. It's like mind control, telling you those words, then you forget. With a stupid smirk.
How they do these live stuff back OB, you can screw it up and then have like, why bother doing anything? You can't hear it. I thought on purpose.
So
Or it happens in there that they have to that it looks killer. Okay.
there you go. That's Cut Off the Knees posted an image that I was going to mention too. The hairspray thing.
Yeah, you're breaking up everything you just said. Systems didn't come true.
I heard part of what he said.
Yeah, a bit of that. Yeah, bits and pieces.
But you're right. He did. Cat on the keyboard.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
I literally do have a cat on the keyboard, but yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, we hear. No, I mean my cat jumped on my keyboard and almost hit send, and it was a bunch of gibberish. I had to sling him off.
But maybe it wasn't gibberish.
I should have sent it. I could have had you translate it, Pete. Wait, here we go. Control Z. There we go. That's what he typed.
Entrails, isn't it? It's like the reading of any of these seemingly random things. There might be some order into it. So yeah, never write out the possibility. Your cat knows best.
I remembered I could click Control Z and undo the delete. So there you go. That's what he typed.
Just on the conversation.
Completely random. Actually, it looks like he made an emoji of a laser gun.
Cats people have made a living out of this. I'm telling you, reading tea leaves in a cup. I'm not saying there's nothing to it, but at the same time, it can easily be taken advantage of.
Welcome back, Pete. Master Dodo.
I was just going to comment on the NASA fakery. I mean, honestly, if you look back at the Skylab sort of stuff, it's still fakery, but it's much more sort of professional, much more convincingly done. Oh, I suppose we have to wonder, and the question has been raised many times: is all of this NASA fakery made obvious for a reason? My own conclusion is it has to be. There's so much at stake that they would go through if there was a deception. As there is a deception, there's so much at stake. They would go through every single frame, multiple eyes before they released anything. You know what I mean?
I would go as far as to say that NASA they're professional deceivers, but they're not actually lying. They're professional deceivers. If you read the fine print on everything they post, they actually admit that it's all CGI and computer graphics and photoshopped. So they're not it's people who believe that it's real. NASA themselves tell you that it's not.
You know something? That's so interesting. I hope that's true as well. They tell us the truth. It's up to us then to believe. I think the ballers do the same thing in a sense. You notice the way they're always defending a model and looking for you to present a model in order for you to defend. So I think in the same way that would be their sort of moral justification for what they say. I was simply defending a model.
Yeah.
I mean, I accepted the model or whatever. You know what I mean? I think it's some sort of out that they can have.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's not my fault that they misunderstood what I was saying and believed you.
Yeah.
I said what I meant, you know?
Yeah. That's so. Yeah, I think it has to be something like that that's going on, and I can even understand it. I can even understand. Yeah, and that's why they're always looking for another model for you to present something, for you to have to defend then against scrutiny because there's nothing else to go on. But yeah, very interesting. It's a karmic sort of get around in a sense.
Yeah, and they'll say certain things. There's kind of euphemism metaphor where, okay, technically, whatever.
Yeah.
What I mean is if you go and you build a set that looks like the moon, and you take a bunch of people to the set that you have named the moon, then yes, you indeed have went to the moon.
In some way, they've been led into, or they know that life is a greater game itself, a greater venture, and it's all sort of part and parcel of the greater circus that we're in the midst of. What good does it serve a man to gain the world and lose his soul? You know, I don't think there's any of these upper echelon players atheistic. I don't think that. So they know it's a different game and playing there's consequences for everything. I'm not sure though if that's a get out ether. I mean, if I'm profiting from something that I'm presenting to you, and I let you know within the intricacies that I'm fooling you, but I'm still profiting, and I'm letting you go on in sort of blind ignorance. I'm not sure that that's a sort of get out clause. You know what I mean? You still know you're being deceptive and. You're perpetrating a lie, I guess, or a misunderstanding, if you want to put it that way. Profiting. Although, that's another thing. When we say profiting, if you have $10, you have minus $10. You know what I mean? Because it's an IOU, a promissory note. Not sure.
Yeah, talking to a bro for attention. Oh, Pete, I wanted you to see this. I saw this morning. Maybe a lot.
Go ahead. Let me just get down to main chat.
Yeah, it's in the live stream.
Okay.
They found Orbeez, moon Orbeez, man, moon Orbeez.
Oh goodness. That's okay. We got to look at all of this stuff as sort of symbolic in a way. But what China discovers is strange glass beads on the moon that may contain billions of tons of water. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Right.
That's so interesting, man. That is so, because in a way, for me, okay, I'm not going to get into speculation, but for me and for most of us, they're skylights. In the sense, if there's a watery backdrop, they're maybe telling us, you know, that the moon is completely composed of water in that differing sense, you know what I mean? Because it's some sort of expression against the watery backdrop. But that's interesting. I think China are delivering the truth at an accelerated rate. You know what I mean? There's something else going on. It's highlighting the farce in a sense, but I guess it all comes down to whoever's the mind of the listener, the hearer, the reader. But for me anyway, yeah, that's a great clue. And actually, I've another glass beads. Why would it say glass? Glass is associated with sand. What's sand about? Something to do with Earth, maybe connecting the sky. So a different series of clues in play, as opposed to just scoffing and laughing at this. You know what I mean? I think there's a deeper story maybe being told. But very good. Very good.
I just looked up that I've signed pool.
Yeah, you're breaking up again, bud.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I just had to look up.
You were breaking up at the start, so I thought it's better to stop you just at the start when you're breaking up. But that's better. That seems better.
No, thank you. I don't know what I'm picking on the wrong thing, but the image that you've posted, Ether, as well, they've got a little arrow pointing at the glass. You see what a little arrow? The picture. Can you see that, Peter?
Yeah, you can see the arrow.
I just don't like who goes to the that is what you're looking at, and why on the right? Like you've got 3 beads. So
Yeah, I didn't even notice that arrow before. I just kind of screenshot.
like it just. I know the whole story's stupid, but with arrow.
Yeah,
Like the zero purpose. Someone's there. It just that's what it's bug. It's
You're still coming in and out, but maybe just disconnect and reconnect, and that will clear up your connection. So I got the bones of what you said.
Thank you.
Where is that image from, Itagress? I mean, is it from a rock, a moon rock collected by the Chinese or something like that, or what? Is that one of the telescopes zooming into the surface of the moon or something?
When I open my phone, it automatically gives like Google headlines, and sometimes I'll scroll through it just because there's weird stuff there.
Okay.
And this was one of them, and it stood out, and I'm like, what? They talk about some damn moon orbies from China or some crap. Like, what are you talking about, guy? But yeah, it's just, to me, it's a silly thing. Critspiracy kind of does something similar, but his format is more horizontal than how I do my pictures. And he does animated pictures with his, which make his posts look really cool. I just snagged this because it's more like a meme to me. Like, what?
Millions of tons of water, for goodness sake, honest to God.
But the arrow you're talking about, it is actually pointing at something, which is kind of about to post it. I'm not saying
eyeball. I see. It's like, yeah. It depends on that's what I'm saying. Wherever the picture is taken from, and maybe it seems to imply that it's from the sun or something. I don't know.
I just know that I was zooming in, and the something, whatever the hell that means. To me, these are just inflammatory, like buzz lines that get people to. They're headlines to get people to click a link so that the ads will load on their page, so that they can generate ad revenue, like you get a couple pennies per click. That's all it is.
I would. Am I coming through clearer now?
You are now, yeah.
That's
okay. I know it's ad revenue, but I think it's more sinister than that. I think it's just it's your loose energy. They're harvesting your wasted time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm of a more optimistic point of view. Honestly, I am. That China, I mean, the West now has become a place of slavery, a place of censorship, a place of degradation in a sense. But I think, that China are exposing the fraud, the fake, and especially with TikTok. There's loads of people on board, Flat Earth and different conspiracies that you're allowed to talk to. And apparently that's a Chinese platform. They're allowed to talk about all that sort of stuff.
Kind of yes-and what you're saying, but sort of, well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of that. Well, several. I can't say a lot. A couple. There's a couple of people who they're from China, and their commentary on how Americans observe the news is they are surprised that most Americans don't realize that it's propaganda. Because to them it's obvious, like over it's just like, whatever, this is normal, we know that it's just propaganda. Then they see over here and they're like, well, you guys don't realize that this is propaganda? What the hell is wrong with you? And this is coming from Chinese people who are straight up saying how it is over there versus over here, and they're trying to call us out on our crap. But don't listen.
You two can have our Western freedoms.
Just simply as a European, that's how I feel like when I watched American media. It's like a little bit too much. It's like very obvious.
Yeah. And I'm not saying the Chinese government, I'm talking about individuals. It was an anecdotal story of individuals who were speaking in that way. I ain't speaking for what no government's doing. I don't get into that crap. That's all politics. Many parasites.
That's part of why they might care about population
Flat Earth, right? Like old dude said, Flat Earth is not a conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theory is actually the globe, and it's more of a hypothesis. And the Globers are the ones who are saying, why would they lie? So they're trying to come up with a conspiracy theory as to why they would lie about Flat Earth. They're the ones asking that question, if you notice.
I know, and I also noticed that with your own channel here, that's a disclaimer from Wikipedia. Is it Flat Earth is an old archaic concept and has been
I got a screenshot of that.
Yeah, everywhere now. That is, as I went into Flat Earth, just in general, and there's another same disclaimer. Everything to do with Flat Earth, you have this disclaimer and a quote from Wikipedia.
Yeah, but they put that on debunking videos as well.
Yep. It's for all. They do it across the board for everybody. If you just mention Flat Earth, the algorithm triggers.
Yeah, anything to do with Flat Earth, which I think is a positive thing because more people are becoming aware of Flat Earth and the possibility. Yeah.
Well, just notice, because everybody, both sides, but it doesn't matter your worldview, even if you're like a concave or a simulation earther, everybody talks crap about Wikipedia. But lo and behold, the freaking notice is a Wikipedia thing. Like, nobody's going to actually take that seriously, regardless of what side you're on, simply because it says Wikipedia. It's just like, it's a bullcrap thing. There's no point in it.
No, there is a point. I talked to a Globerter who actually brought that up. Like, even Wikipedia says this on their web video. So,
their official go-to source.
But see, Flying, doesn't that open you up for the conversation that, like, you could actually set them up by making another argument prior to, and then have them go ahead and say, well, that's just Wikipedia, and then bring this up. And then you'll be, but I thought you said it was just Wikipedia. Get them in that but mode so they sound like a motorboat.
It's funny they use the word archaic as well, because it like no one uses that word, and it.
To me, that's funny.
Is a word to look up Ethergrass? Yeah.
Yes, I'm looking at it now because I love that word actually, but everybody looks at that word like it's an insult. I take it as a freaking compliment. But
yeah, I thought it just means old, doesn't it? Doesn't it mean
means,
old?
It means beginning.
Ether, I think it has to do with what I was speaking about earlier. It's the old way of thinking, archaic, right?
Or generally,
old science, old philosophy.
Rumpus.
In their sense, I'm sure they're using it as outdated point of view.
The more fancy words you use, it makes you sound more right as well. That's part of the spell as well.
Can somebody find? I posted a link of that video with the NASA ISS astronauts, but I cannot find that original video anymore, or a video with audio.
Guys,
it's very weird. Anyone can help me, maybe? Sorry.
Which one?
You're good.
I posted in live chat.
With the one where they drop it?
Yeah, but that exact video, I cannot find it. And there's something in that video with the audio that is unique to other videos. And I haven't seen people pick up on that. Never saw anyone speaking about it.
I've seen this before. I haven't seen it recently. I know what you're talking about. But one thing, guys, off topic, when we're talking, sometimes we'll overlap because there's kind of a latency. There's a lag going on. So if one person's speaking, then another person starts speaking. It might not be that we're interrupting each other. It's just that's when everything started lining up, and now we feel like we are. So we got to be aware of that so that we don't interrupt one another.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's also kind of difficult to interject because people are talking like constantly without interruption. So yeah,
Yeah. But I'm just kind of explaining why that just happened a couple seconds ago while we are because for one, we got excited about talking about archaic and then overlap. So it gets weird.
Makes sense.
Trying to remind all of us to be conscious.
What you said, archaic is begin. That's interesting. The word begin is very interesting in itself. B-in-G. Remember I mentioned about the capital letter G and what it represents, or the significance that it may represent anyway. But yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. All these words are key, aren't they? All the words are code. They're definitely, especially the English language. It's all code to be decoded.
It's also interesting when you learn multiple languages, you see the differences and also similarities in the words. Mm-hmm. There's like hidden meanings scattered through the languages. Like, for example, Russian has some pretty weird words like a human, человек. It's like means a person that lives for 100 years, which is like, why would you make that distinction unless somebody else lives longer? It's kind of weird.
Yeah. What's your own native language, bud?
My native language is Latvian. Probably don't know that. It's like a European country, Latvia.
Very good. But you know the way we talk about English being encoded? So you take a word... Okay, obviously if I was to learn Latvian, I get a basic go-through of communication skills. But is there the same level of encoding within the Latvian language or its root language?
Yes, there is. All these like kind of Latin offspring languages have an overlap, so that's one of them. So there's definitely things that are similar and also kind of hidden meanings there in words. Yeah.
That's brilliant. That just confirms my thoughts that I think that all languages are based around the core truths. So they're all individual, but they're all intersecting as well in the sense that they are encoded a greater truth that applies to everything, I guess. But like, just for an example, for instance, in English, God and dog are reverse. I think there's a reason for that, but that wouldn't work, I'm sure, in Latvian. But you might have similar words which would have similar significances when rearranged.
This word archi. So, and I don't mind using Wikipedia. It's more like notes for a lead, so that you can research from, because they do cite sources that you can go and read. Like the page itself obviously can be tampered with. People can take weirdo screenshots, but they also archive it and recover it to go back if people troll and try and change. So they try and keep it they have a standard. They try to keep it through. I wonder if the same dude's been doing it. There's one guy who did most of the Wikipedia articles in existence, like single-handedly. It's kind of cool. But this right here, it actually also says, beyond just beginning, it says origin, source of action, first principle, or element.
Elementary, I like it.
Yeah, and then when you get into elementary, so archaic is elementary, which let me show the meaning of the word elementary. Elementary, my dear Watson.
Foundational, basic, foundational, yeah. Principle.
So based, it's foundational.
Fantastic. Just thought of archaeological.
Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Elementary. I like that one. It's composed of the 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water, principle, and rudiment.
Every word beginning with L also has something pertaining to God, usually.
Yes. That's one of the key parts too, is that L connection. Like people think of the term elites, right? But ITE, like ites, that means a tribe. Like historically speaking, throughout all of history in ancient time, that the ites are a tribe, and you'd have the Canaanites or the Israelites or whatever. They're ites.
Oh, interesting.
The Hittites and the Shittites and all these other, they're ites. They're tribes. So when you have the Lites, what's that?
Yeah, makes sense. That's a cool connection.
Yeah, man. Pete, you got a lot of buzz, some static coming in the background. I don't know if Anne...
That might be me now.
Or something.
Might be me.
Yeah. It's not that bad, but it's because of how my mind works. Really annoying to me. It's like turning on a TV, like back in the day, the tube TVs on the channel 3, like static, and then it's like somebody clicking a TV on and off, static.
Nah, it's pretty bad.
It's pretty. You should tell me. That's probably me. Is it okay now?
Yeah, you're good now.
I'll tell you what that problem is. I have an Asus laptop, and just the screen flashes. Okay, you just got to do where the power cable fits in with the folding screen. Oh yeah, the minute you hear that, just let me know, and I just have to literally just adjust the screen. How about that?
It's
so
element when you're talking.
Would be like of God and meant mind, right? Mind of God. So it's simple, right? It's simple, mind of God.
Straight to the point. And that word has 2 roots. As compound. Most of our words are actually combined to make a new word. And even the little one you wouldn't think would. Those are also combination.
We were just mentioning L.
I'm sorry, I thought I was muted. My bad, guys.
No, you're good. You're good. And people cough. But I was just thinking of L and just the letter, or capital letter L itself, and the word lie. L. So I read the same. So I break up the letters L, I, E. So I representing me. So in that sense, I am L-E. That's the way I read it. So I also apply all the letters to the central letter, which is the H. If we go downwards, if we lower ourselves, so we have 3 divisions. We have the upper, immaterial center, lower, the heart, the center, and then the lower, material center. So the L is taking the H, bringing the 2 uprights together, and lowering the crossbar. So it's based down in this lower region, and that's what L is, or the well as well. You know what I mean? So I do break up the words like that, and even the simplest of words, I-S, that's telling me I am S. I am S. To be or not to be is. I am, he is, she is, you are. You know what I mean? So
that's actually
that's kind of I tried to do it.
Well, that's kind of one of the reasons why I think it's a bit fun to talk to you about words like this, is because I refuse to let my brain do that. I can do that too, the scrambling the words and come up with different, I think, because Elon is Leon, and and then there's other like L and on. There's a bunch of, like, I can do that too, but due to my etymological studies, I refuse to. Whereas due to the freedom of how your worldview is, you choose to. Like, it's very much what you do. So I just find our conversations to be interesting because of it.
Excellent, Brad. Excellent. And I don't have the same interest and skills that you do, and it's absolutely fine. We can't do everything, and I don't care to as well, actually, because I find out there's so much lies in play. That referring back to history, I appreciate all the what do you call it, the posts you post, but at the same time, then I don't trust history at all. So to trust that these are the core representations of the words, I think there might be a little bit more to it. But it's excellent. It's all of us coming together with different ideas, which will lead.
You're buzzing out a little bit,
places,
or maybe I am.
Sorry, man. Hang on, let me just reconnect quickly.
No, I just noticed my voice. My connection had went down to red when I looked down, so it might have just been me lagging, and it sounded like you were lagging.
Hopefully that's okay. As I said, just let me know immediately, and I'll sort it out. It's only a minor thing.
I gotta remind myself to check my end first before mentioning it.
Did you sleep today, Easter Grass? When's the last time?
Yeah, actually. No, I slept a full night last night, actually, and then I woke up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock. So I don't know. It's a bit early, but I actually slept right.
I say it feels great when you get a proper night's sleep in proper order, does it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe not so much.
If I do it right, I can keep my sleep schedule in order starting today.
What was Hamlet said? I could consider myself king of infinite space were it not for the bad dream. I could be bounded in a nutshell and consider myself king of infinite space were it not for the bad dreams. But just as we're talking about that, Shakespeare, very, 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 very interesting in connection with the globe Earth. His whole series of works encompasses this spinning ball Earth integrator model, integrator universal setting. The Bible is never mentioned once there, and also you had the globe theatre. It's all very encoded, and in a sense, I think we are in the midst of the globe theatre in a real way. Actually, in a real way, if we think about how a movie theatre works with the projector at the top shining through onto a flat screen. If in fact it's not a flat screen that we're looking and there is a projection, a centre source, maybe it's saying something different. So very interesting topics, and very connected to flat versus globe Earth. When did the propaganda get going first? By Shakespeare, who never existed, right? Or who wasn't, who he said he was, obviously. But that's a different matter. And another, talking about the English language, I think he brought something like 1,500 words into the English language out of just created them whole cloth and adapted many others. So very pertinent on all fronts. So, what do you call it? An image, infrared, and it was just a little capture or something on the YouTube channel earlier on, which said we're using infrared lens or something or filter 255 miles. I wonder, was that at sort of ground level? If it was at ground level, because I don't recall seeing so many captures from ground level at the beachfront or something with an infrared, and I suggested it before. I think Travis, the Plain Truth, said he had an infrared filter, but I hadn't seen any images from him. But I wonder what's the furthest capture with an infrared. If you can see black swan-like levels from a foot, I'm sure their conditions will allow to see from 6 feet with an infrared lens, maybe 100 miles, maybe. That kills the ball straight away then, doesn't it? I mean, honestly, the ball is so dead. But I don't. Does anyone know if there is any collection of pictures taken at ground level using this infrared, infrared filter? Because I think it would show up a whole hell of a lot. I know Jay Tolan has infrared from heights of, I don't know, about 30,000 feet, and you're seeing hundreds of miles. Some of that's in dispute, but you're seeing many hundreds of miles. I don't think is in doubt to flat earthers. But I just wonder, has the same technology been used at ground level? Or on a drone or something? That'd be brilliant. On a drone. Where's Ranty's drone? I wonder. Now when we need it, fit a little infrared lens and just go up. What you do, I think, with infrared, you do away with all of the mirroring, you do away with all of the sort of atmosphere and all of the different clogs and blockages, and you get to see through to a target, known target. But I don't recall that being done anywhere, anyway, too regularly. Hey, nice one. Blue jumper. PJ is awesome. PJ is a dodo. Just we dodo. If anyone could change my cheers, but if anyone could change my, or just you don't have to change it. PJ is fine. But just sweet dodo in brackets, because that's my Discord name. It's not to hide or conceal anything. It's for very specific reasons. But I don't think I can change that myself here. For just in brackets, it's just sweet dodo after that, because lots of people know me from just sweet dodo. I guess maybe they don't make the connection to PJ if they don't hear me anyway. But please continue. I didn't mean to overtake the conversation. It's just all very interesting and all very interconnected as well. I think that the further we move along, the more commonality we'll see between the different, seemingly disparate aspects of our consideration. Definitely. Definitely, maybe.
Just kind of thinking about infrared and ultraviolet.
Yeah, you're sort of breaking up. AG. You're trying to get in. I heard a few words of it. Infrared and ultraviolet. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Alright, I should be able to talk now.
Yeah, I see the capture.
And I was just thinking that I'm kind of thinking of lasers, like the red lasers distance is a lot shorter, and the blue lasers can try. I used to have an ultraviolet laser too. That those are interesting because you can hypercharge glow-in-the-dark materials and make them glow really bright for a short period of time.
What did you use it for? Those toy laser things, laser pens or something like that?
It was an expensive toy for me. There's just a purple laser that I could use.
That you could just get the cat to get the cat to chase around after.
Kinda, that. But you can use it for glow-in-the-dark materials and cause it to glow really bright from a great distance.
Okay, nice one. I mean, what did you try it out on? Just to give us an instance?
Just random things. I don't know. Some of the kids' toys had glow-in-the-dark stuff on it, and other materials. I should get another one though. I have a flashlight that can do that too. It's just an LED flashlight. But the point of it is, I was just thinking of the visible spectrum of light and image.
Whatever light is.
You were talking about. Oh, yes. Well, we were talking about that picture. I gotta scroll up.
Yeah.
You were talking about infrared, and this one picture is taken in infrared, but I'm thinking ultraviolet. It's right there next to blue light, which can travel much further than a red laser. Right? Like, you see where I'm going with the line of thought here? Because this is.
Well, just go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, you'd have to make the point more clear, I guess. Only because when I was talking away about,
and so that's what that shows.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, that's the picture I was commenting on. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So my thought is perhaps there's a way that we can take pictures even further. I don't know.
Ah, okay.
I haven't even got to hypothesis part, just theory.
No, absolutely. I didn't know that was actually Mount Canigou. Is it Canigou? It is Canigou. Is it?
Yeah,
it is, yeah.
So,
that is it. Okay, sorry. That is, okay. Now I'm with you. Now I have a greater... Oh, that's excellent. That's excellent.
So then you compare that to this
255 miles. That's a
image.
massive distance, isn't it? Yeah. That's a
Somebody in the lobby
Old
said
dude's been
that Super
sharing
Mirage.
these are his two.
Okay. Someone in the lobby said something? Yeah, thank you for changing my name there back. That's perfect. Excellent.
Oh yeah, I said somebody in the lobby said that this image is like basically a Super Mirage or something.
That's a bowler anyway. A bowler earther is going to say that. Ruhit, that's his speciality is Mount Canigou. But he won't take me on when it comes to an explanation for what's going on because I know what's going on. But that's his go-to anyway. About invoking mirages and refraction, infinite refraction.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. Like the meteorologist.
Isn't that convenient?
Oh gosh. The one thing that catches these people more, and they're very capable, AG, but the one thing that catches them more than anything else I've found over the years is that they're the men of science. Give us something yourself to test your own held position on. Do you know what I mean? And they'll never do that. They're always and ever just involved in the protection, not the protection, defense. The defense of the given model, which of course is totally anti-scientific. That's the biggest giveaway for me.
So on the globe theory, in the globe theory, you can't see very far unless you can see too far, and if you can see too far, it's because you can't see too far.
It's comical. That's all it is at this stage. And if you're not laughing sometime and somewhere about some if not all of the aspects, well, then you're taking it way too seriously. It's okay to take it seriously, but yeah, there's a lot of comedy in all of this as well. There is really.
Yeah.
Their knickers are always and ever in a twist. And everything that they stand over and defend cannot be demonstrated. Every single aspect of the spinning ball Earth, heliocentric, big, etc., everything is purely theoretical. None of it, from the littlest to the largest, can be demonstrated. None of the principles. So it's hilarious. It's hilarious. I've been challenging spinning ball Earthers for years. They can't come up with anything, Earthbound, for instance, if that was a bit muddled, Earthbound example of pressure without a container, can't do it. Earthbound example of orbital mechanics in play, can't do it. Or it's just every single thing is undemonstrable. That's another, I think, massive clue for us as well, to tell us that we're dealing with something other than just a big blind hoax on humanity here. You know what I mean?
Well, they really enjoy their unfalsifiable claims. It's like billions and billions of years ago, bang, and everything is.
That's why I like bringing them back to, and I'll tell you, anyone who hasn't spent time in Gem Pandas or in the heart of the dens of iniquity, you want to do yourself a favour, go and challenge yourself, and you come out stronger for it. But I've challenged all these guys over the years. That's why I like bringing them back to the foundations of this. So we've got to what you're selling us now. Can we go back to the foundations, which go back to who decided to have the Earth a ball, or how was it decided, and which came first, the decision to have the Earth in motion or the Earth rotund, and then you get into difficulties. Everything is ultimately brought back to Pythagoras in the Hellenistic Greek philosophy sense, and the initial suggestion, with ideal considerations, sacred geometry's considerations, that the Earth was a sphere. But they don't like to do it because then the source of their cosmology now goes back to philosophy and it goes back to something mystical, and they don't like to do that as well. So it's it is a stickler for them. They don't like me in a sense in that way.
They don't mind if it's mystical as long as you use the word quantum or something scientific that the scientific communicators use. Like antimatter and dark matter, black holes, quantum. Like as long as you use those words, it's fine to be mystical, but you can't use it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Translation. It's sort of a bridge between the two. When it's actually ultimately the same, isn't it?
Spooky activity at a distance? What the hell is even that?
Somebody in the lab code has to say it first for it to be acceptable to say. So once they say quantum, then you can say it too. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. If the scientists from NASA, like, we found a sample of God and we have it in a, all of a sudden everybody be like, "Yep, NASA found God."
Oh, they're looking for the Higgs boson. They're looking for the God particle, and
that's what I would.
NASA did find God in the sense of God's eye. Okay, look up God's eye.
Yeah, and they try and make they're making all these mystical claims with their religion. Exactly. Behold, look at all of our wisdom and all these mystical things that you can see if you just follow us on Twitter and, YouTube and whatever. Digital religions. Join our church and follow us on Twitter. Like, what? Technocracy is going to get really weird, guys.
I did have Jehovah's Witnesses come into my door recently, and they did direct me to their website, so I guess that's the new age.
Yeah. Oh, can you just think about it? When it gets to everybody having the VR goggle, some kind of thing that they can spawn a hologram in the middle of the room. These folks are going to be going to their mystical churches with enchantments that are being portrayed right there, manifested in front of them.
Isn't that VR chat thing kind of like that a little bit?
Yeah, and they're already doing concerts and stuff, so it's only a matter of time before churches say, well, you can join our church and you don't even have to actually come here and attend. You can just put on your VR goggles and be a part of the service. Digital churches for digital worship.
If I don't have so much of a problem with religious people anymore, I think in general the way I look at it is...
my point wasn't about
religion, God anyway, and I think, No, I was talking more about the Jehovah.
Go ahead.
Which is usually a sort of a chore, isn't it?
Yeah. Because, I have no problem with people having Bible... Sorry, Flying. Go ahead.
I mean, when the Jehovah's Witnesses come to me, I actually appreciate them. I enjoy them. I talk to them for half an hour. I just they have good ideas, and they're actually preaching good things. So they're good people. So of course, I'm not disparaging them from actually trying to access people with their website.
As long as they got civilized discussion, then okay, But I wasn't even real. I was just touching the religion thing to get onto more of the. If you see how people tune into this NASA stuff, they're going to be glorifying it so much more. Their science communicators will be able to do all kinds of wizardry right before their very eyes.
More than ever, they've divided people here in Ireland. Mother Ted, I'm not sure, you probably heard of it, but it was basically an exposure of the Catholic Church and the hierarchies of power structure in Ireland, and I was in the midst of it. So it was all these different leadings to that, and science then was becoming more to the forefront. It was encouraged in school, universities, all great endeavours associated with science, all the terrible then monstrosities of religion, including the nationwide sexual abuse scandals covered up. You know what I mean? It was so easy to go away from religion or from God and just put your faith in science, and that's what I think they've tried to do. He's very clever, but there's a point to all of it. But that's what I think they've tried to do, especially with the younger people. You only live once. Everyone now is inundated with modern technologies, amazing abilities to communicate and garner information. So they're sort of taken away, in a general sense, from the greater, higher power and putting faith more in man. But I have great faith that, we're all breaking out of the spell, slowly but surely. But it's easy to see if that was their ploy, why they would do that, and how it seems like they have done that as well. Yeah. It's a mindset, isn't it? But there's no flat earth. That's what I was saying, just as a general point. I don't mind if anyone I'm talking to believes in a higher power and they live their life according to the basic rules. Then they can't be a bad person. You know what I mean? I think it's the upper echelons of these institutions that are the problem. You know, the Catholic Church, the Mormon control systems, the Jewish, the upper echelons that are the problem. That they're actually doing the ultimate ruling in terms of the true story not being generally told and taken advantage of as well.
It's my point that I was really getting to, and I agree with what you're saying, that there's stuff going on with, but the religion thing was just kind of because the way I use the etymology of those words, they're binding, right? Religion's a binding thing. Yeah. People worship because it's worthy to them. They believe in what makes them happy and glad, and they're going to enjoy their cult of technocracy as they worship the wizards who use their technomancy to perform enchantments and illusions for them. And it's fun. It's cool. It does look fascinating. It's incredible, even.
Yeah. It's immersive, absorbing. That's what it is. And again, with the mindset, especially of the younger person, say the 18 to 22-year-old, they've been brought up and molded, sculpted around this central idea that science, science rules. Yes, absorbing.
It's not just absorbing; it's all consuming.
Consuming. That's it. Very good.
It's absorbing into the point of all consuming, because it will indeed. Look at this dude bashing his head in the freaking wall. We can't even fathom what the heck we're stepping into, man.
I think we have to be born again. I think the children are being, at an accelerated rate, being forced to grow up. But I'm not adverse to that, to be honest. I'm not adverse to that. If I think about my own life, I'm 51 now, but I would have rather found out a lot of things. I would have rather a lot of more information available, a lot more openness in conversation and relationships. But I think it's at an accelerated rate. But I think we all have to be born again. So in other words, we all have to go through a life process, come to awareness, and then rebound for the same places ultimately, potentially.
I love this image. I need to make more of them, but this one right here, it kind of covers my point so much. The science worship, not the one that I just posted. I'm about to send another one. Science worship, though, where the dude's got his hands raised and there's this floating globe and this audience of people who are looking up, as the worship leaders, leading them in worship of the ball. This to me, a picture's worth 1,000 words. This is what I see them doing every time, all the time. All day, every day, they're worshiping the ball.
Some database of go-to references. They're fantastic. Memes are then worth 1,000 pictures in a sense.
Yeah.
It says so much in one encapsulation with the proper context, and that's the power of the meme, isn't it? think, wasn't it Richard Dawkins? Richard Dawkins with his God delusion. Okay, wasn't it he who invented the mean, or is credited, not invented it, or credited with as being the originator? And funnily enough, he's an atheist, but apparently he's a Mason as well. And you can't be a Mason, a Freemason, and an atheist at the same time. You have to hold, I believe, genuinely as well, because they know there's higher powers in play. That there is a higher power in play. So another sort of contradiction, overt contradiction. Once we come to different levels of thinking about these characters and the whole setting.
This one thing, which it's not just the Bible thing. Look at every religion; they have all bent the knee to scientism. All of them. All of them have ancient roots in a flat and stationary plane of some kind, or a geocentric form of existence, and yet all of them have bent the knee to scientism. Every single one.
Yeah, and that's telling. Yeah, that's telling.
Indeed, that's telling.
Just like the Queen bends her knee. The Queen of England bends her knee to the Pope AG. So there's a higher authority, a higher power behind all of these disparate.
Is that not the thing, man? And the Pope is bending the knee to scientism and globe and other things related to their whole heliocentric sun worship, which you would expect, say.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, is that another thing is I find that to be a sensitive subject as well, is there's a lot of people who love the Pope. So because they do, and they regard him as being the father of the church and kind of he's basically a physical stand-in for Christ in their
the rock, religion. Right? He's the Stein.
In their belief. Yeah. So, and that whole ceremony, that whole process is very important to them. When they blow the smoke out the smoke hole in their secret room.
Yeah.
And white smoke. Because they do a parchment with a voting thing. Yeah, there's a special procedure to how they do that ceremony. Yeah. And so when they see the smoke, that ends up instilling this kind of excitement, and it makes their belief trigger, and to the point where they're really happy and giddy and glad. So they really enjoy these things, to participate in them and observe them. It's very ritualistic, but it's important to a lot of people. So that conversation becomes really sensitive and harsh in some aspects, like even unto the point of offensiveness.
Sure, and it's easy to understand why as well.
Well, and from their perspective,
coming to reality, we don't know what's really happening now. As I said before, there's no flat Earth atheist. So what powers are really in play in this great deception we call life? We're told it's the devil's realm. We don't know. Yeah, we don't know the extent of what's actually going on. It can get into quite horrific terms, of course, and I guess this is what's becoming more and more available on different platforms, is all of this satanic, seemingly satanic
My point
worship.
Was, from each and every one of these religions bent the knee to scientism, we are all heretics and blasphemers.
Yeah.
Every one of us.
Yeah. This is why I think this is the devil's realm, and this is a bowing down to materialism, isn't it? Isn't this what it's ultimately about? So yeah, everything is inverted in this world, and necessarily, but we've been told that as well. So God has given us the Creator has given us the ability to see through it. Otherwise, because He loves us. Well, otherwise, why would you put us in this situation? Why would you throw an innocent into the devil's realm without the ability to come through?
They want you to bend the knee to the statue, to the idol, or they'll cast you into a furnace and try and burn you up. Or they want you to completely stop thinking, completely stop praying. Well, that's the interesting thing about the word prayer. It has to do with preemptively thinking about stuff, contemplating things before you actually do them or before something happens at all times. But pray without ceasing. So it's at all times thinking, constantly paying attention to what's going on. It's interesting. The interesting word about prayer is it's actually root word connections to prayer and pretend. But pretend is not the same thing as make-believe, because if you tend to something, what are you doing? You're caring for it. So if you preemptively tend to something, what are you doing? So pretend and make believe are not the same thing. Make believe, you're making somebody believe something, or you're making yourself believe something because it makes you happy or glad. You're forcing happiness and gladness. But pretending, you're preemptively tending to the future. Never stop pretending.
Very good. Excellent. Excellent. They tried to take away our imagination, so that's intricate with pretending. But
Indeed.
What do you make of, so pray, what do you make of P-R-E-Y, P-R-A-Y? I mean, you know.
I prefer the archaic spelling of pray, but yeah.
It has to be a connection, and I find it hard to pray. Do you find it hard to pray?
No. Used to.
I don't know what to pray for, you see.
Well, sometimes. What makes it hard, but it has to do with concentration and thought processes to me. Like, things can get in the way. The mind can be clouded. And then that can make things difficult because, especially, or situations in life, there's too much going on. You kind of have to be still. You go find a quiet place and contemplate.
I think it's not that I'm aware of it, but I in my mind anyway, I can entertain that there is a ever-present God all around. You know what I mean? So all of my thoughts, all of my words, my deliverances, it's sort of always there, open. It's almost like a continuous prayer, a continuous sort of interaction anyway.
Yeah.
When it comes to something specific, I don't know what to. Generally, I don't. I do say the occasional prayers, and I don't mean to be sort of selfish, but you know what I mean. I do say the occasional prayers and just ask the Creator to make this so, or to help someone out in this way, or whatever. You know what I mean? Or maybe help myself out in some way, or give me some strength to cope with
thinking
this.
about it.
Yeah. It's difficult then, you know what I mean? Because then I think about, okay, it's not what I want for someone else. Because I could have the best intentions, and maybe if my prayers were delivered, that leads to a whole other can of worms for the person I'm thinking of, or the situation I'm thinking of, you know, which might necessarily be for the betterment of, well, the person in play, or whoever. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Prayers to a minimum, I suppose. Then I guess that's the thing, and just I don't know. I don't even know what to say.
Well, the way I see it is, a prayer is kind of like plant a seed. If the seed grows, then your prayer was answered. If it doesn't grow, your prayer was answered.
Yeah.
Yes is an answer, and no is an answer, man. Like, I'm just saying, either way you get an answer. It's about trying and then preemptively understanding that what you're doing is attempting to tend to something, whether it be physical or spiritual.
Look, if I'm saying if I'm praying to the Creator for world peace, for instance, I don't need to do that. I want that. The Creator can see into my heart, and that's something that I would want for all of humankind, or all of life as well. You know what I mean? A peaceful setting. But that's not, you know. It's a vague, well, it's true, but it's still vague, and I surely understand that the Creator has a greater grasp on the situation. So it would just be enough to hold the thought in my heart, rather than pray openly out, because that's what can be read into. You know what I mean? So, but it is interesting. P-R-A-Y versus P-R-E-Y. It is interesting, and all of these. What are they called as synonyms? Is that? The same, it's different spelling, different meaning, but the same sound.
Homonyms.
Homonyms, okay, thank you. Did you say homonyms? Do, 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 do. Homonyms, do, 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 do. Homonyms, do,
yeah,
do, 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 do.
There's a lot of words that do sound similar. Well, there's that's one thing that has to be taken into consideration too, because not all sound effects mean the same sound effect as somebody else who's making that sound effect. Just like there's a word that sounds very much like the N-word in Asian culture, where I can't remember exactly which one it was, and there was a meme thing where people were joking, but the point is, these words exist where something will sound like something else. In English, there's you, and then there's you, and then there's you, but you don't know if I'm talking about you, or talking about a tree called a yew, or if I'm talking about a sheep, like a female, which would be a ewe. It's like homonyms are weird.
I don't know about other languages, but to me it seems pray to pray, and I consider most words coming from Latin is something that was introduced in English for convenience, I think, but it's not the original meaning of what the root word for pray is, because it's to pray in English is to pray to a deity, so it's very specific, right? When the root word was to ask for something, to make a request, to beg for the implementation of a good law or whatever.
Yeah, like in Shakespeare's time, you ask a question or you make an appeal, I pray thee, I prithee. Very good. I think more interesting just for the English. So we look at the two words P-R-A-Y and P-R-E-Y. So pray in the other sense, but I try is a victim. So you prey on someone, or the prey of the lion is the gazelle or something like that. You know what I mean? So I think then, as we're looking at the words, and if there is some encoding, we're forced to reckon the difference between the capital letter E and the capital letter A, which I have some sort of grasp on it. If we think about prayer, it comes from the center, the thought process, right, which is above. It's all about us. You have the heart at the center, is the bridge, the broken or divided bridge. Everything has been sort of messed up, but you have what do you call it? You have the immaterial above, you have the material center above and below, and E represents the potential, you see? So the E is what we're born into, and we have the central spine, and then we have the divisions of the heart, the brain, and the gut, growing left and right, where the A then becomes something specific, becomes something focused up in the immaterial center, the imaginative, the pretending center. So therefore it becomes a prayer center. Something that emanates from our brain into the higher, haughtier realms, whereas the E then is more rooted in the basic, truths of life, harsh truths of life, which is, dog eat dog. So that's what I would say that the bigger focus might be on for any individual. It's the same thing with a word like soul. It sounds the same thing, but you can write it down in four different ways, and it'll have different meanings. And then, because you understand, I have a picture painted associated with the individual word. Now you can look at the structure of the word within the proper context of how each letter applies to our own system itself, and just that consideration. Okay, that's just generally the way I try to look at it anyway. I think it is helpful. I think it actually is very helpful. Because it's coming from us, right? Everything is coming from you right now. Just you yourself, your brain, your being, your understanding, your positioning here, talking to all of us, and just considering all of these things. You know what I mean? Everything is happening within you and maybe without you. Within and without you. Sorry about that.
I'd say partially, like half and half, kind of. Like, not all our thoughts are our own. Some things are things we picked up on, and some of our behaviors are reactionary as opposed to being actions of choice. But yeah, it's like you're going to react with or without your own conscious decision to react. So you're right on that. With or without you, you're still going to interact with this reality.
That's why I think coming to Flat Earth is so vital here. And it comes back to then my own origins. And of course, in a general sense, well, actually, let me put it this way. In the previously accepted sense, Big Bang, the Big Banger, there was nothing before and after. I had 70 short years, and there was nothing after. A little bit of consolation that my energy would never die. Great, but you'll know nothing about it. Oh, well, not so good. Or maybe it's good. Anyway, that's the one option. Then, generally, you come to Flat Earth, and the Bible literalists are waiting at the door. But the point is here, well, you know you're created at birth. Nothing beforehand, but you have this eternal promise of paradise, eternal paradise, or eternal damnation. Okay, that's another option. Now the third option is, well, Back to the Future. Did we exist? Do we exist in a prior form? Have we entered some sort of fallen, forgotten state, only to remember? So in other words, the script is already pre-written, and we're just getting back to slowly but surely back to where we came from. And they're the three options I think you have to choose between in your own reckoning. A few more as well, but generally.
I would say that we kind of, well, it's hard for me to explain how I perceive that.
What other option do you,
here's what I mean. Here's what I mean, though. Because I do believe in scripture, so I'll say this. There's a verse that says, before you were in your mother's womb, I knew you. That doesn't mean we existed. It means that he knew we would. It means that he had already thought about us. It means that he had already prepared. So in his mind, that thought, at least there's, kind of like how your brain will have the little spark of a thought. That's where you existed before you existed. Okay. In no other form did you exist until you existed. But he already knew you would exist, and that's where you were prepared to exist way back before you existed.
I like that.
That's my perspective.
Oh, I like that.
So he's, how we're told to pray without ceasing, obviously. That would have occurred before we existed then.
That's another interesting word itself. All these basic words exist, and we have to break down each word as well, into its different, and follow the order. The whole thing about God and dog tells us that, well, order counts. And as we read the word, as we place significance, especially the most significance of words, a simple word like God, G-O-D, because it's so significant, then its structure and its order, we have to read it in its proper determination.
I'll look up the etymology for the word exists. That sounds like an interesting
There's
word.
the G again.
Set up.
Yeah.
Set up, cause to stand.
Go, interesting one. Stop, go, all the basic the words that children learn, you learn as a child from the outset. These are all the greatest. Remember Michael Jackson singing "It's as easy as ABC, 1, 2, 3." I think it might be that. Honestly, it would make a great sense if that's, full circle. Being born again, back to being a child again, or re-examining everything that was given to us in such a basic, fundamental level, early doors. That's brilliant, actually, because look at the opposing aspect. You're getting into the intricate language used in science or religion or medicine, or you know what I mean? You get lost in
You got a buzzing noise, man. You're making a...
Okay, sorry, bud. Okay, sorry.
No, I don't know. I think that might have been what you were talking about before, your fan on your thing.
Oh, that should be better.
Because it was like a high-pitched... Oh, weird.
I'll just have to have this thing in.
It's a... Oh, I don't know. It sounded like a bee playing a kazoo. Easy as 1, 2, 3.
Sorry about that.
Etagress, or how do I say your name, or a short version?
You can call me AG if you want to.
AG sounds perfect. Where do you get those etymology links? What site do you use for those?
I just go to Google because it's easiest that way for other people to go to Google if they want to try and confirm what it's. Google's one of those things where you can't trust it to find information that's being sent, but the mainstream narrative information is readily available. So that's what you're trying to point out, that, hey, this is what the official narrative is saying.
Oh, no.
There's no problem with using it. But if you're trying to find something that's being kind of, shadow banned or covered up, then Google changed the way that they even did it. They don't even show it used to. You could click, go all the way through the pages, and now it just says show more, show more, show more, and you have to keep scrolling instead of actually skipping forward to the back pages of it.
Thing is, I look at maybe you're on phone, and that's why it's showing like that. But I look to a few when I have word inquiries, I look to a few sites, and I never seen that format, and I don't know where that's from. That's why I was asking.
No, I've seen that. That's Google, definitely.
So you just type in Google and you get this tree of the word.
You write word and then you write meaning, or something like that. Yeah, etymology.
That's the bigger picture of what I'm actually doing to make those pictures.
Oh, that was my question. Thank you.
Yeah. And then usually I'll kind of, with the empty space in there, put some kind of image to make it a bit more interesting and stuff. And I put it in dark mode so it matches Discord's dark mode, because usually most people here use that. Otherwise it'll be bright white and then blind people if they look at it in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I prefer to input meaning because it gives like more context with synonyms and everything. You get a bunch of words and then also etymology at the bottom.
Yeah, I do look at the meanings, which sometimes I'll post those. That usually I'll post.
But as you agree, AG, you're not putting all your eggs in these baskets. I mean, as the further we look back, the less we can have. Speaking specific, I can have faith. Or one can have faith, I should think, in the historical tale given. All of these things are open for consideration. But within, I should think, then there's new context, which is a flat Earth and beyond context.
Here's something I also do, man. So I'll go to places like this, and it shows much more information. Let me zoom out. Oh gosh, that sounds really buzzy.
I'll have to talk to you someday about the IHS. Very good. I'll have to talk to you about that someday. Words don't come easy to me.
So then I'll read stuff like this, and I'll just go through and see what all of it says. And there's other pages too that I use, but this one's a good one.
Do you guys have any wisdom on zodiacs? That made me think when I saw Libra, because I've been thinking about how does zodiac have anything to do with like how we behave? Because I think there's probably something to it, right?
I have thoughts on that, but maybe I won't get into it now. Definitely definitive thoughts on that, and it's got to do with ether and the position. Because when you're at conception,
don't bring me into this.
when you're in your sorry about that, you just have to you have to be involved at all times, but I will say that when at conception we arrive in the vehicle, then depending on the position of the sun or the greater seasonal pattern, the more or less you're going to be exposed to the prevailing energies which are all around us. So having a more elongated venture into more, as opposed, as imagine you were conceived around Christmas time or something like that, then you're coming into this greater energy increase, depending northern aspect, I guess, but a greater energy increase that you'll be encompassed within throughout your gestation period. You'll be born in September sometime, which is actually what they say the real, don't just say in conspiracy circles, that's the real date of birth of Jesus, September 11th. But then you'll have a certain character because of that level of exposure to this greater prevailing energy as it comes and goes and lessens and increases in intensity. I would make that association with the signs of the zodiac and all of the different star patterns in association with the yearly transit. Yeah, very good.
I've heard that one before, and it does kind of line up with the because there's people who've run the math and the calculations based off of when John was born, and then it tells you exactly how many months after John was born that Jesus was born. So that's where these people are getting their math from.
Yeah. Oh, there's such a greater involved story here, and I have no problem in beholding and believing and also expressing to you that the same story. It's your story. It's all.
It sounds like there's a bumblebee inside of your mic and your mic, man.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, man. It's acting.
No worries. It's just.
I'm going to go off shortly anyway, but it's acting up particularly bad today. I hope that's better. Is that better?
Yeah, you're good now. It just kind of randomly interrupted you.
No, sorry about that. I thought my laptop was on the blink again. But all I was saying is, yeah, okay, yeah. I think you might have got the gist of the point anyway. That all of these stories now they apply to you. It's your story that's happening right now. You don't need to revert to any of it in that essence, in that sense, because it's your greater story as man that's happening now. Okay.
This right here is interesting because I actually have never looked this word up. So when you mentioned it, I did. And it says sculptured animal figure, which that sounds like an idol to me.
Yeah, it does.
Zodiac.
But anyway.
Okay.
Zodiac. Like Zodiac.
Oops.
Also, Zo or Oz, Wizard of Oz, Australia, all very significant. And if you turn the Z 90 degrees, you get capital letter N. Remember, I was saying all letters are basically designed on capital letter H, capital letter O, and just different attributes of the letters combined. I think this is very, very good. Remember, Aleister Crowley told all his students, you intrinsic in your education is understanding reading letters backwards, inside, upside down, and distorting things. I think it's a clue for us. You know what I mean? That we just don't look at it in one way and make the declaration. And it's like we can go to reference languages that read from bottom to top, from right to left as well. So we can see that there might be some greater sense if we're dealing with some sort of greater code. And it has to be obvious more than ever that we're dealing with a code. And just you post the last word, AG, there we have Eve at the center, L, Eve, L. L, Eve, L, Eve, I, L. I wonder what that means. But okay.
Oh yeah, that's a cool thing. So both sides are the same, and then the middle is the V, right? The weight.
Right, and if you rotate the V, you get the A. So we have Adam, A for Adam, and V for Eve. Now, if you think about what Adam is said to have done, he named all the animals. Well, where would you name the animals from? From your brain, from your imaginative center. Then what are we venturing into here? Well, Mother Earth, the bowels of Mother Earth, if you want. That's what the Eve represents. Then the lower venture. If you just do it yourself, point your fingers down to get a V, you're pointing down to your genitalia, your gut.
No.
You know what I mean? The E, so just think of it in terms of your spine, your left hemisphere, your left heart, your left testicle, if you want, and just a line coming out from either of those. So you have the E on both sides. That's the potential. And then with the V in the center, then you take the capital letter H, and then you bring the lower aspects of the uprights together to get the V. The other way around, it's a capital letter A. It's just sort of taking up bias, understanding our own division and where the emphasis lies within the word and the letter then. Yeah. So the capital letter T is so predominant, the top.
Look.
Yeah.
They'll look at that and they'll tell you that that's scaled and balanced and level. They'll swear to you that a ball is level. You see that? Because it says scales and balance. They could be like, well, technically it's scaled and balanced because gravity. Mass attracts mass, you know. And that's how everything balances out into a ball.
Makes sense if you're crazy.
the mental gymnastics. But in the proper term of level.
Praising, right? Praising the god.
But in the proper term of level, it actually involves kind of the Libra reference, which involves scales, which involves a flat surface that is level so that you can scale things equally and balanced. So it involves a flat surface. And yet they want to tell you that ball is level.
If Libra, just in terms of the zodiac, then, so what's the span for Librians? I guess they're of a sort of a balanced character, a balanced nature, and they reflect some sort of greater intermediary between opposing possibilities, potentials. I'm thinking, remember I said it, okay. So if you think of the high and the low, the low is at the very mid-winter. That's the lowest influence of the ether or the sun. This the greater energy associated.
We're going to completely direct. Hey Pete, we're going to completely different. I got some more on Libra equivalent to.
Go ahead, bud.
But then it's going to full circle back to what you were saying anyway, I guess. You know.
Well, okay, no, but I might leave it there and pick it up at some other time as well, because it's sort of like a bit involved, but it definitely could go on for a long time. But go ahead, AG. Go ahead with Libra.
Well, it was just this that I found to be interesting, because you had mentioned the zodiac thing before, and
oh, okay. So, Libra, a unit of weight equivalent to 12 ounces.
Now, there's a reason why.
The forerunner of the pound. Very interesting. Go ahead, so, the 12 signs. Okay, very good. Very good with the zodiac. Very good. Aries been first. Very good. A great Starkism is Aries Starkus. Aries Starkus. Very good. And of course, they've put by having to celebrate Sirius, the fall of Sirius in the new year. They've changed the beginning. Actually, can I just say this before I go? Because it's very interesting.
Yeah.
The whole of the beginning of the new year is tomorrow, Fool's Day, April's Day, which I call Dodo's Day. The Dodo being the fool. But they've switched the beginnings. Where there should be to the height of winter, which is also associated with the birth of Jesus or the sun itself. So all very interesting.
Yeah. So there was no such thing as a separation from state back in the day, like in Rome. It just didn't exist. And the Temple of Saturn was basically their internal revenue. Let's see, I think I can take a screenshot of. They had scale. Yeah, here we go. Wave. Official scale. Right here. This is the interesting part. See, their lore is history, but it's like metaphors for real history that they're talking about, for one. And two, there was no separation of church and state. So they religiously interacted with their money. Their currency had to do with certain traditions that were occult. Obviously, because you had temple priests that would operate these things. This is the actual. Here, I'll just link the. I'll link to Wikipedia for normie information. Like, this is like the most normie level of stuff. But it is what it is. So the zodiac actually is important, but not for what people think it is. It's not going to control your future and make you like have some good luck tomorrow or whatever. It's more about history and how historical figures interacted with it. Doesn't matter what anybody else believes about it. What matters is how these people who clearly were real historical figures, I can't prove they actually, but they're in the lore. That's how they interact with it. And because they believe in it, then it is important because their lives actually did become influenced by these things. Their choices, their behaviors, like what happened to them. And that has nothing to do with stars, or it has to do with their belief that it would. And whether or not it did, that's irrelevant. But their minds were focused on certain things which did guide them to make certain decisions based off of their beliefs.
Well, I think it's probably pretty important whether their beliefs actually had something to them, as far as just maybe there is some influence there. So,
yeah, and I don't believe in separation of church and state. How can you hire somebody to go work a job where they can divide their mind in a way where they can separate every aspect of their belief system from their decisions? Their entire mind is like wrapped around every belief that they have to begin with. So you want somebody who's completely out of their mind to make decisions for you? Is that what we're doing here?
maybe it's like not out of their mind, but it becomes the mind of the one who controls them. In a sense.
I think that there's a kind of a charade where they're pretending that there's not. They're pretending that there's a separation of church and state when there isn't, because people's beliefs are carried in through those doors, no matter what room they're entering in to debate and discuss politics. They don't leave them at the door.
People like to pretend like that's not the case. It's always the case.
Yeah. Not much has changed. Hey, Water Aqua, how's it going, man?
My God, I just rejoined the server because I was like deafened. So, in the server, it's like, okay.
We could have fixed that.
Yeah, let me go to.
I mean, you didn't have to do all that.
Let me go to Discord. Just like this fixes passive noise. So that's right. So.
You kind of got a bit of background noise coming in now. Or that might have been somebody else.
Now it's better. Okay, now it's better, so.
So we're talking about kind of ancient history and how we got to where we are. Why? How the past influences the future.
Get over there and slay you there. That's all.
You see the live stream chat, man?
Oh,
posted a couple. Yeah, they're So this is what we were talking about just now. It's the Temple of Saturn in Rome was kind of like the Internal Revenue Service, Federal Reserve of the Empire. And that applies to every other aspect of their government. This is just one of the... Peace out, Dodo. Stay blessed. But this is just one of the aspects of ancient Rome's system. But then there's, obviously other gods, deities that they'd venerate. And those would also be the temples that would run certain facets of the government.
Yeah, like Zeus and the Temple of Athena and the Temple of Romulus. Sorry, I'm trying to remember them all.
Man,
Sorry.
it's Temple Saturn. It's really interesting. Like, but wait a minute.
Did you hear that we were listening
Sorry,
of?
there was so. I forgot what I said. Oh, sorry, we're the off topic here. You know, no, I'm just stay on topic in here. So just stay on topic. So yeah, the temple is certain. So yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the Apollyon, the Destroyer Temple Mount type thing that CERN's nearby or whatever. I heard about that one too.
No. I was like thinking like I think like it's kind of like a new topic. It's like all these calls you use orthods, but like it's in the flat Earth server, not the chill zone server. So yeah, shit my mouth a little bit. So yeah. Yeah, let's do let's be on top of here. So
the point, like, that's interesting. I need to.
yeah, Temple is.
Oh, I'm just.
Yeah, the Temple is. Oh yeah. When you like graduate, you know, it's a box. So of Saturn cube.
Oh, I was just noticing something interesting.
It's a Saturn cube. That's so. Yeah. Oh, John. Yeah, the Saturn's cube, the Temple is Saturn equals to the devil, so I don't need. I can't leave.
I disconnected for a second. I don't know. It just kind of looks like a heart to me. Which kind of makes sense, because would that not be the heart of the Empire?
So what's this with the heart?
It's just Rome. I don't know. For some reason, this picture kind of reminded me of a human heart. And then I was thinking the heart of the Empire. Morning, Wave Mixer. Hope
Good
all's well.
morning.
Well, if nobody wants to chat, I think that maybe we should play something. I don't know.
This word level, I wanna say, it's so weird. A lot of countries use another word for it, but it means the same. The word is Nivel, nivel, and you get a feeling when you look deep into this word, because some languages say, even though it means the same thing and it's spelled the same, they say it comes from some French word. Others from other country, it says, even though it's the same word with the same meaning, it comes from another word. And I found there's a language that it's said that it comes from Latin nebula, which means fog, cloud. So it's like a word shrouded in mystery.
That's interesting.
Yep.
But what is it known as right now? Like, what's it used for?
It's a level, but in other languages.
Oh, okay.
I found a language. I don't know what this language is. Romansk. It's not Romanian. And this says it comes from Latin nebula, fog, cloud. But Austrian, Cornish, Finnish, Galician, Romanian, and Spanish say it's from the old French something, or proto, let me get, Proto-Finnic. I don't know what language is that. Proto-Finnic. Maybe.
French seems like another language that's really important as far as just like a lot of things boil down to French as well. Go back to French. For example, also passport in my country, even though we're like a kind of European nation, but the passport not only has the national language, also has French, right? So there's something to French that they like. They like English and French. And French has a lot of those meanings there.
Yeah, I think the French language, especially when it comes to this word level or nivel, it has to do something like when they came out with their metric system. So they morphed some words around. Okay, Proto-Finnic is the common ancestor of Finnish and Estonian. But I found it interesting that in that language that I never heard of, it's claimed it comes from cloud, from Latin.
I'm still here. I'm just looking at a playlist and saving it. Sorry about that. Drive.
Or the same language, Romansh. It says, yeah, I didn't read all of it. It's either nebula or the Latin nubilus to compare.
Is that a ancient language, or is that a language that exists right now?
Which language? Romansh?
Yeah, that one.
I'm just googling now because I never heard of this.
I'm tired of this wasting time on this server for some reason.
There we go. You say nebula before? And welcome back, Water Aqua.
Like, I've been to Flat Earth for a long time. I just, it feels old.
Well, it's pretty ancient.
What do you mean? What feels old? Exactly.
I don't know. I've been to server a very long time. I'm just oh, Flat Earth server, but we're saying the same old thing over and over again. It's like repetition. It's like repetition. Over and over and over again. Same topic.
Oh.
Black Swan. It's like that, man. I'm like,
well, there's allegedly 8 billion people to talk to about it, man.
I know. It's I know Glow versus Flat Earth. Divide and Conquer.
So this Romansh language, it seems to be like a branch from, somehow it's related to Romanian, but a form of it is the officially recognized language of Switzerland since 1938.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, that's interesting.
Yep, the givers of scales and time itself.
Especially since they're so
Oh, yeah, I guess Switzerland has a lot of languages, so I guess that's one of them.
Yes, but that dialect claims somehow the word level or nivel is derived from Latin, and it's the only language that claims a Latin root for that word. And in Latin, it either means cloud or to compare.
Greek is actively used in Greece. Greek's not a dead language. And
I would understand why it would mean to compare, but why cloud? I don't quite get that.
Cloud is a really weird one. But Latin itself, to me, I don't consider that a dead language because it's, at this point, a scientific language. It's what's actively used for naming scientific things. So, in no way is it dead. It's very much alive, but only mostly in the scientific community and in fraternities and sororities on university and college campuses.
Well, to compare, I think it makes a bit of sense because a level can be compared to another level, like by height. I think you can make a connection there.
Yeah, that makes sense. Just the cloud stuff doesn't make much sense to me.
Well, I think the cloud part
is weird.
It's just a funny coincidence, or maybe it's even more because this word is level is a bit mysterious.
I'm just saying, like that conversation about the word sky and cloud.
Okay, so clouds could also mean Earth. What the hell?
No, well, I did point out, like the last time.
Words feel like they've been conflated quite a bit.
I did point out last time that I thought about this because, like, I was talking. Air comes from plants. Plants come from Earth. Clouds come from plants. It's a very simple childlike way of looking at it, but I thought it was funny. But it also, and people are like, oh, well, the sky's blue. Okay, but sky comes from the Old Norse word sky, which means cloud. So are clouds blue?
But they're not on the same height.
It's just weird. And then
I guess it could be like just a word that has multiple meanings, like fall.
Yeah.
Falling, or just fall the season.
Yeah.
I guess.
But it reminds me also because
I don't know, but
cloud,
like it's kind of difficult to understand the connection there, but maybe within the context of like the old time there, it would make more sense.
Probably related to clot, but it does say clot, like clod or clod, like a massive. And then I'm in the South, so that reminds me of like a dirt clod, which would be like a chunk of dirt that you could like toss and it would just break apart into a bunch of dirt. But it kind of looks like a rock, but it's not. Just a lump of mass. It's just weird. But then, a cloud floating.
But fall is a bad example because fall during the fall, leaves fall, so that's why it's fall. So
that's more of a and also that's so weird because the rest of the world tends to call it autumn, and then America's just like fall because leaves fall down. And that's always tripped me out. It's very, very trippy to me that because it's an American thing that we do as Americans. And we call it that, but then elsewhere, in fact, I want to look up the word autumn. Autumn.
I wish I knew Greek.
Autumnus. Just look it up, and
they do teach it in some schools still.
Yeah,
and I don't know why, but yeah, they do. I guess for translation purposes, but it's quite a popular thing in some countries, like in Croatia. Oh. I know for a fact, they teach it in if you go to a religious school or something, they will teach you.
Yeah. Well, I was just looking because the Old French has the word auto in it. And then autumnus for Latin. Here, I'll screenshot it so you can see what I'm talking about. Looking at the names of the seasons is interesting. To me, I think that's a pretty funny joke because it's like a self-deprecating American humor. Like everybody else calls it autumn, and for some reason we call it fall. And it's been said before. Because leaves fall down. It's the most American way of naming a season. Ooh.
I don't think I've heard the F word here I've been here for an hour at this point or something.
It might have been.
I guess some people have a thing for saying the word, yeah.
Well, it may have been Jenna, probably. Most of the ladies here don't use many curse words, but she's a fireball and get pissed off at some of the globies sometimes when they start clowning the hell out of her. And that might have been what happened. He said it was yesterday.
Okay, the French connection in Latin there. Although I don't really know what those two words mean. Auto, and It's even difficult to say.
Yeah, but then auto is an interesting word in itself, but not that one. I'm not going to do both of the ones.
That's a great way to go about it. Just don't force it. Make them come to you.
I tried to type in the word auto to do it, but then it tried to give me like an abbreviation for automobile, which is more of a. Let's leave the channel. Yeah, and that's a good idea. But but everybody in
it's
here
a bit different to my approach at times. Sometimes I like to force it on people that I know in real life. I just kind of make some little bit of a jab, a joke, and try to see if they'll bite, if they'll talk about it. Try to challenge them on their beliefs.
Playing a podcast or music is kind of like a soft forcing it, but it's not really. It's just, I mean, you can't really escape the speed of sound. So it is what it is. But it's also not so much in somebody's face about it either. So it's
okay. Peaceful. So yeah, auto acting of itself. But I don't know why you would distinguish autumn as that. As if the other seasons don't also autonomously do their thing.
That's not what I was talking about.
I don't really
understand
that as far as
you're not listening
the
to what
season.
I'm saying. Okay, I'll delete that.
Why that would be the connection there?
Let me show you. That's not the connection I was making. Here's what happened. When I go here to try, and this is what I said before, when I go here to try and get that word, just the auto part of it, not the automaton part. But when I go here to Google, it gives me this. And I don't want that. This is the new, has to do with the 19th century version of it where they're abbreviating automobile. And that's not at all what I'm trying to find. I just want the part where it just says auto. But it's not going back to the Latin.
That can be only 19th
You get what
century.
I'm saying? Yeah, that's not. That's
earlier.
Yeah, that's just a modern thing. So my point with that is that's why I typed in automaton, because I figured it would show me the actual. And so I was really trying to show the from autos part, like not the acting on itself, which I'll just copy that part since it won't give me what I want. So autos means self. And then I'm looking at I'm going to go look at the actual Latin part though. Because there's more to it than this. It's just interesting that the French one said auto, is all. It was more about the self-reference rather than the automatic type thing. I wasn't trying to imply that. Because you're right, all the seasons do happen
automatically.
Yeah, they do already have all of them happen automatically. But that's not.
Gotta think about that.
Wasn't them. Yeah, I was just thinking auto. Auto is the key part here because that's what is used here in the old French is auto or auto. Like pneumonia, auto self-air. Self-breath. Oh no, unsure. I wonder if this has anything to do with it. There is crossover between Greek and Latin due to the empires, the transition. But that's interesting. At least to me, anyway.
So, from self, automatically blowing.
Well, not the automatic part.
Because the wind blows in autumn.
Yeah,
a lot of
it's more like autumn, like self-blown, self-breath, or the breath of God. Like I don't know what it's trying to say, but it's interesting there. And I'm going to look at this other one of the.
It is certainly the most windy season over here, at least. I don't know about other parts, but I guess we're like the season names would be probably centered around just the conventional seasons and how they are parted in 4 parts, right?
Yeah. And then, there's another one. Proto-Indo-European. Has to do with cold, to cool off. There's so many variants of it. Like, this is why the etymology gets really weird when you start getting into the branches of everything. Because here's autumn. Oh, wow, it's going to give that. I thought it was going to do something more. Here, I'll take a screenshot. So there's like so much information to dig through for every single word. So when I just show that one picture, I'm really trying to summarize a whole bunch of other stuff.
Cool off and dry. That makes sense.
And then there's all these variations.
Definitely cooling off is going into winter as the, I guess, the transitionary period.
Yeah. And then there would be like I said, tons of variants and the usages of it. So it's much more than just one simple picture when I'm just kind of like autumn. If I post that picture, it makes it seem so simple that I'm just like, yeah, here's the etymology for autumn. That's not really, it's far deeper than that.
Also, I've noticed in the kind of older poetic expression, the word autumn is used to describe somebody's passing over to old age very, very often.
And here's something interesting. I'm going to go ahead and go through all the seasons since we've already covered autumn. I'll do a simplistic version of the rest. Summer's interesting. Year. Should put them in order. Spring, summer. I'll rearrange them in a minute. That's interesting. And that has 3 meanings, so it's going to take me a second.
I feel like it's very easy to overthink this and add meanings that aren't true.
Yeah, that's why I'd like to focus directly on what it actually is.
Because you kind of have to also overthink to see the connections as well.
Yeah, well, I've seen plenty of people do that, and I don't have to overthink to do what I'm doing. It's linear. The world operates off of a system that utilizes witchcraft in order to mind control people, and they do know the etymology of every single one of these words, and they do mean what they're saying, and not what people think they're meaning. Not that this is what it means to me. They're the weavers of narratives, so they know full well what they're doing. The overthinking it part would be like trying to use the geometria calculators and trying to decipher a whole bunch of different weird things based off of and you get out into the weird clouds. They're looking at the actual roots of what things mean to them because they're of the hierarchy of academia. So that's why it's important to them. Because it's funny, because it's true, and other people don't know what words mean.
So if it's also cooling off, then you can think it in terms of the sun, right? How it transitions through the tropics.
Words,
So the places that are left in autumn will be cooling off.
Well, part of it has to also, my point is also this, because there's crossover between the official narratives and headlines and buzzwords that they use, and the poetry used in the music that people hear. And most people sing lyrics and sing songs. They don't even know the true meaning of what the musician was putting into there. They don't know what words mean, so it's just, this is a catchy tune. I'll say this thing that sounds funny and fun to say. Or it may resonate with them a little bit, but the fathomable truth of being meant by what's said.
Originate is very well connected, yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
So that's
as
fine.
Things are born,
I get what you're saying.
Blossom.
You're right.
In the spring.
The people will, but back to what you're saying before, that you're right. People will take it out of context and try and derive meanings from things, and it'll end up
the well
confusion.
Spring, the well. I guess I could also go back to what I was talking about as far as God, where ideas spring from. New ideas are born from the well.
Here's something interesting. Winter's always meant winter. Apparently. Winter is just winter. It is what it is. I don't know. But it hasn't changed its meaning. It's just winter. I'm going to look further, though, because that's just what the Google thing said. Huh. It's connected to the word water.
In some languages, winter, its claim at least, comes from Latin hiberna, which makes a bit of sense, because in winter, nature goes to sleep.
Yeah. So hibernate.
What was the word? Hibernation?
Hiberna. Yeah, which makes a bit more sense than English, where it's claimed it comes from nowhere.
Yeah. Well, this right here is the word winter, though. I guess I'll take a picture of it. Because it's implying that it's just wet and cold. White, wet, and cold. There is one thing that says 1 year old, like an old English, but that's a different word. Here, this.
Yeah, some languages and cultures had notions for these obvious seasons. So
Yeah, there's a lot of things with
What is ter? Maybe there's a split up of the two words there, win and ter.
hold on one second. Yeah,
Probably
like I
not
said,
though.
the wed
I don't know.
the
Maybe.
wed part has to do with water. I guess the white water. It kind of seems what it seems to be saying is winter means white water. And sad with years. That's something else. That's a combination of the word winter with something else. A lot of the words that we have now that we recognize as being a singular word were originally two different words combined together and then kind of compressed. And now you have the modern version of it. And it just means whatever it means to people.
Maybe there was a at the end of the word, and it has something to do with. I'm just shooting in the dark. Winter ra. Maybe something with that word ra.
There might be a reach, probably.
Yeah, I try not to add to or take away from what I can see.
Well, for some languages it's there, and in other languages it's not.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. There are certain variations where things will be added to or taken away already. So once we find that, then it's like, yeah, okay, we have evidence that this has happened.
Yeah, I have to humble myself every time I look into words and just not make up stuff for myself.
Trust me, I am just as tempted as everybody else to go reach into things and say, this sounds like this, and I can make this word out of this, and these numbers line up with these letters. Like, I know how all that stuff works. It's actually very fun to do. And so I have to completely set that aside out of my mind and just strictly focus on what I can objectively see. Like, what is evident? What's provable? What can I test? Kind of thing. I do like to speculate too, though. I understand where you're coming from. Because sounds came from somewhere and things mean something. And it's been passed down.
Yeah, and that knowledge is somewhere. We know the Catholic Church studied cultures a lot, but I don't see a lot of knowledge about that from them. Like, when they would encounter another culture, they would make dictionaries, right? Try to understand them, but it's getting hard to find that information.
Yeah.
Certainly.
A lot of libraries, as history tells us, got burned out. A lot of knowledge lost.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure that's true. Like the burning of the Alexandria, it's called the Library of the. What's it called? Alexandria, right?
Oh. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but that's just one example. God knows how many things like that happened.
To me, I believe that something happened, but we don't know what because a lot of it's very political.
But I don't know even if that happened. Like, maybe like some of these things might be also very new.
Yeah.
They're just kind of maybe inventing things as they go along as well. Just new things, adding new things, and then they're wondering about it like baselessly, without reason.
Yeah. Well,
trying to find something where there's nothing to be found because it's just kind of new.
My etymological studies go, yeah, and you're right. That's kind of like what's that thing? Pareidolia or whatever, where people think they see a face in something when it's just something that looks similar to a face. They'll be kind of recognizing patterns that aren't there. It just looks like a pattern.
AG, remember what the initial discussion when I came into the channel? Like the context. If you try to put it in the context,
so,
it's fascinating because like a few 100 years before that guy proposed this new philosophy, there is something that's remembered in history as a small ice age. Then it was the Black Plague, and then it was a big reset. Something like.
Well, here's something that I was about to share. I'll kind of get into next. I feel like it's important because it's not taken into consideration enough. I'm gonna wait till Wade Mixer posts his first. Very good. Etymology goes far deeper than just etymology, because then you have to break down the etymology even further to the pictographs.
And I think a lot of
pictographology.
It's sorry. I'm a bit sad how Greek language is, because it's so foreign for most of other people, like the letters and the pronunciations. And I think there could be a lot of truth found in that language, but it's gatekept by our ignorance, I guess.
Yeah, people have a much easier time with learning languages with Latin letters, and the other kind of hieroglyphic new type of letters are tougher to learn and acclimate yourself to. I do wonder, like, all these languages with very specific kind of hieroglyphs, those could have meanings in the form of visual aspect, right, as well. A lot of that in Chinese and Japanese and all that.
Yep. Here's something that I find to be really interesting. Hold on one second.
I feel like the Western world overall has a connection that's severed from that part of the world and their culture and their understanding of things and how language operates in their world. Even though we're in the same world, but like just kind of feels distant in that sense.
Yeah.
You can see like cultures that are now extinct, either by Romans or whatever history tells us, and it's claimed that that culture had no written language, but then you see some artifacts like pottery and jewelry and armor and stuff like that, and you have to wonder, how can you claim a civilization that can produce something like that, so beautiful, so precise, and claim they had no written language? It's a lie.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I went down a bit in this rabbit hole of the letters being similar in different languages, even in kind of hieroglyphic-looking stuff. But I never see the Asian languages brought up in that. The Asian ones kind of always are elusive.
Oh, dude, yes.
From these comparisons.
Chinese is fascinating.
AG, what's that top symbol?
The top one? It's an Aleph.
The one with the arrow underneath. What is that symbol?
Proto-Sinatic or something like that?
That's the age in which these symbols were used.
It's the
it's
A,
pretty much the same.
letter A,
That's
but like Proto-Sinatic.
It's an Aleph.
Sinatic. It's in the first image he posted where it says how it chains together from the other languages.
Yeah. Now our A is basically faced up instead of it, and I flipped it to show you it's the same symbol. It hasn't changed at all in how it's used either. Just A, but it does mean something.
That language looks way too primitive for, I don't know, just my taste of thinking about how I think about the past. As far as 1700s, I don't feel they were that primitive because those look like some caveman drawings. For real.
That's the thing. All of our letters are caveman drawings. That's the point. Every single one of our glyphs is a caveman drawing. They're all pictures and they came from somewhere. That's the cool part.
Like there's literally a stick figure where the letter E is. A stick figure guy.
They twisted the forms and changed it, and it evolved into things. And some of them are separated, so they'll break off pieces. It'll be one.
Like it almost looks like a joke. Like we're being trolled.
Kind of, but it's more like language. Oh wait, let's see. Let me go to E. Yeah, the person.
The analogy I like.
E, sorry. E next to L.
Go ahead.
No, the analogy I like is because this is closer in history to us, like how the Indians from America, they traded away their items, they lost their culture, and they got in exchange shiny marbles, booze, and stuff like that. So in a way, I think we are like that. We are left with some symbols, but no way to decode them, or no easy way.
Well, I actually know what each one of these symbols means, but I'm just talking about two right now that look interesting.
I don't know. In the first place, I have kind of a tough time believing that whole story with the native Indians. Seems quite implausible that this land was like discovered just like quite recently, relatively. And then things like progress so quickly in that area.
Oh yeah, but the result I used in the analogy still stands. Like they lost everything and traded them for booze, weapons, shiny balls of marble, and yeah, I'm not standing behind the given history. But something happened to them.
I know things are changed too, and there's hidden. I know I'm not, but also there's a lot of interesting stuff to be.
It's so funny. I don't know about this stick figure.
Huh. To me, that makes a lot more sense than how we even do letters now. Like the way that Asian letter, like their glyphs function, makes more sense to me than how we utilize English. Which English is kind of, you know what it's for. Neo-Babylonian.
That's the symbol for L.
I just found that to be interesting because he had pointed out the E, so I was like, well, let's put E next to L.
I mean, it would make sense if it's man, right? Man, God.
That's the shepherd.
Would make sense, I guess, but it just looks goofy, so maybe I'm dismissing it on the account of that.
Well, it's also, these were drawn by an artist who they were drawing a glyph. Like, we looked at the actual ancient glyphs. There are going to be slight differences. This is just somebody's artist rendition of what these glyphs look like.
I'm just shooting in the dark here, but if I would put myself in the mindset of a, I don't know, caveman, L, God, I would represent it maybe something coming from above.
Are you?
You know?
Well, are we thinking
Yes.
evolutionary
But
caveman, or are we thinking
if it's a bit later in time,
I mean, as a symbol, a starting symbol, the first representation, L or God, would be something I would draw it like something descending or from above, or I don't know.
The globe religion.
How would you capture that in like a simple symbol?
I'd look at the sky, I'd draw a circle, and then maybe a line that goes down from the circle, right? That would be the understanding maybe of a primitive man, God, sun, and a line that has a connection with the realm I live on. I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. That could be one interpretation of some person who would make that. But I think we think way too sparsely and differently, and we would probably come to different interpretations of the same thing very often, just off the cuff. But I guess you would have to have a collection of people who agree to certain symbols as well.
Well, sure, if the culture I'm in, our God is not in the sky, but maybe he's in the ground or maybe all around us, I would represent that simplistically another way. But I think most cultures place God, I don't know, geometrically up in the sky. All gods live in the sky usually, so.
I mean, you could also, if you're thinking about it deeper, you could just also understand the connection between God and man, and also look within that you are with God. So, in that sense, you could put the man there.
Yeah, but I was thinking with the eyes of a primitive man that doesn't have or has asked himself all these deep questions, God within, and right. He sees the sun is good, it lights it.
The evolution of the ages, that's an interesting topic also, because I've read a lot of letters from 1800s from poets to other poets, and just their discourse between each other, and how they talk, how they communicate is so beyond how we do it right now. Their understanding of just not even what I just said, I used the word they communicate so concisely and so precisely with their words. They choose them in such an eloquent manner. So it really shows a big drop off in terms of how we are able to do these things right now, our intelligence, the potential that we have that we're not tapping into as far as the general public, how they communicate with all the dumbed down stuff.
religion's an interesting thing because people assume that it's some kind of weird, like, Hollywood type portrayal whenever they're visualizing their head from not watching movies and that. And they don't see that
It's actually like quite mind-blowing to read all the letters between people.
Oh yeah, correspondences
Really
from back in the day.
Because you realize we're not getting smarter, really.
No,
at
we're
all.
not. They were so eloquent back in the day, like long ago. People actually took seriously.
And it's by design.
Right? Yeah. We've lost contact with it. We've lost connection. They've severed the roots.
Because who wants slaves that can think and communicate properly, understand their inner workings, the world that surrounds them? Who wants that as servants?
Check this one out.
Nobody really. Who wants to stay in power, at least. They certainly wouldn't want that.
Hey, fine. Check out the live stream. I just posted another one. Robot. I recently looked up where this came from, and that one was interesting because there's actually a play that was written in 1920.
A robot for slaver.
Released the diagram for the flattened station.
Oh, this reminds me of Russian. A Russian word for work
1920 as well
is rabota. Rabota. Also, that word separates into another word in that language, which means slave. Rab means slave in Russian, so rabota is like slaving, essentially. So, in day-to-day life, they're basically saying to each other, "Oh, I'm gonna go to work. I'm gonna go slaving," like literally word for word, and they don't even realize it. They're saying it.
We call, I mean, not we, but I don't know who here does that. This maybe they do, but they call people NPCs, right?
Yeah,
it's like that. The NPC is like a robot without autonomy. He just does. He's a slave. That's what we think of an NPC, a slave to the system.
It's a kind of a video game term, the non-playing character.
Oh yeah. I know where the word comes, but it morphed from robot to NPC. I think it's the same sense in a way. Something that does forced labor.
That was like pre-programmed to do a job. Yeah.
That play's kind of weird.
Even the words
commonly. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, you go.
I'm just saying these words that we commonly use, they have such interesting origins.
I don't know who it was because it wasn't me. Everybody else seems to be muted, so I don't know what that even was.
What? Oh, I think that was me. I was trying to, because I was interrupting this up to. No, AI is not good. It's fun, but it's not good.
Is this person in the call? I don't think they are. So I'm not gonna.
No, J Star asked a question in the live stream. The live stream voice text, people are talking in there, and also sometimes we'll reply to things that are going on in the YouTube chat. And I keep track of that as well.
The live stream voice text.
Yeah.
voice text.
Here we go. I'll tag you so that way you'll.
What with the fun? What about that?
I said it was fun. I said that the AI is fun. I was responding to J Star though. He said, "Is AI a good thing and to be our slaves instead of people?" I said it's fun, but it's not good. I was just tagging you so I could show you where we were talking, man. Like, we post images and stuff in here.
Where does God come from in English, if you can post that?
What's that?
God, the etymology. What do you come up with when you search it? If you can post.
This one's strange because it doesn't actually give a direct definition, but it does tell you that it originally it's related to Dutch and German. It's of Germanic origin, like God and Gott, like Gott. I'll take a screenshot of that though.
So when you're having fun, you're fooling around. Tomfoolery is another word, right? You're messing around, having fun. But it's kind of weird that they would equate so much with cheat and fool and all that.
Yeah. But then people would say things like, "Don't make fun of me." And then if you actually think about what it's saying, it's, "Don't make a fool of me." Or somebody's being really, they're kind of trying to excuse themselves, right? They're being really negative, but they're picking. It's on somebody, they're having fun. Like, "Oh, we're just having a little bit of fun," but in reality, they're trying to cheat or hoax somebody. Like, that's why they're having fun. Different types of fun.
Maybe this will not appreciate it, but I'll say to J Star, since we are into words and trying to use them as well as we can, I think the Earth is not flat because there are geometrical geography, right? So it's not flat. It simply is not flat. That's the most basic thing. Everybody can see that. They don't even need to measure anything. They just look outside.
I don't think J Star is in the call.
I think they are listening on YouTube, but anyway.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's in the maybe he's in the PC though. Yeah, he probably is listening.
But yeah, flat is just measurement of horizontal description of the level plane. So most of the stuff on Earth is water, right? So you can measure that from water that is level at rest. And most of the Earth is made up of water. So how much flat water does it take to have a flat Earth?
Well, that's another thing is the features of Earth. Like, I get what he was saying too, because there's a lot of aspects that aren't quite flat, like mountains and valleys. But there are places that are like plains and salt flats.
Dwelling on one story.
Salar de Uyuni is 4,000 square miles of just straight flat, mirror flatness. Considered the world's largest mirror.
We can't shut up about it. We really do like to dwell on this.
Hey, that one's one of my favorite places because I want to go there.
Can't argue with that.
I want to go to Salar de Uyuni and see it at night because it looks awesome.
But it is not a story, at least. So
Well, it's the story
It's,
of a place that
not
I believe
entirely
is
accurate.
real. I can't.
Not,
I guess I can't say I know
not an
that it's
account
real.
of some fictional fairy tale, but rather reality as it is observed.
Well, I was just pointing out that I've never been there, and along the same lines of logic that we've used before, I saw a picture of it and it looked cool, and I believe in it because it made me happy. The picture I saw, but damn, come to think of it, I've never been there, so I have no proof that it even exists. Shit. I guess I need to get myself a plane ticket, take a picture of my own, and then be like, hey, now you can prove that it exists too by going here and taking a picture of your own. It's silly, but I understand that we combat sophists who play games. They play those like dark side Jedi mind trick thing, like Sith, trying to play around. But flat, that's interesting because the term means level in one plane. Yep, flat Earth. I can't say it's not flat. Because if I'm using the archaic definitions and the roots of things, then technically it is indeed level and in one plane.
Yeah, and this concept of flat Earth has been loaded with all sorts of pizza models, snowflake, snowballs, and the Globers. When they hear it, the Globers, the anti-flat earthers in this arena, they instantly put that on you, that you believe in a pizza or whatever stupid shit.
Hey, I love you.
What?
No, he was joking about how the entire Earth, J-Star, he was joking about how the entire Earth is not completely flat and how there were features in it, but because of his English isn't his first language, so certain things may sound a little bit funny. But he was
Pizza Earth is working as intended. That's really the goal of the propaganda, to have that as the basis of everybody's understanding of flat Earth. Everybody has that in their mind, and they don't even look at it because, like, that's ridiculous. It's stupid. Why would you look at it? I wouldn't. I mean, when I thought that, I was thinking, like, this is the stupidest thing. Like, this is made up just so they discredit all the real things that are deceptions in the world. They want us to seem crazy, so they say we live on this pizza in space. That we believe that. They say we believe that. Then the rest of what we believe is like is stupid as well. So
the word doesn't really matter, but flat is a problem because obviously when these arguments between a globe model proponent and the other side start, they obviously will reach a point where they talk geometry. And the way, since we use English, the way the word flat is translated in English, you cannot use that in to describe the surface of the earth because it gets to exact things. You have to be very specific.
No, sure you can. You can use it. You can use it if you're measuring planes that are even, right? So over the sea, you can measure something that's level. So you don't need topographical locations that have rises in elevation, mountains. You're not measuring over a mountain or a hill or small dents in the floor, right? So the sea is usually level. So you try to measure against that, and that's when it plays a part.
Yeah, it's what Blood said. Flat is not an orientation. and this is what people are trying to describe when they say flat Earth, something that is orientated on the horizontal. But flat, you can have a wall that is flat, and that wall is perpendicular, right? But it's flat. So flat is not an orientation.
Yeah, of course. That's kind of silly to say that it's an orientation.
It's the smoothness of a surface.
Yeah. But of course, I mean, in the big scale of things, we understand that there's mountains and hills and valleys and all that. It's ridiculous to assume that the people wouldn't take that into consideration when they say flat, that we wouldn't think of that. As if nobody believes in mountains and valleys. That's ludicrous. It's kind of a stickler thing to hone in on sometimes. Like, that's Glober's favorite thing, just to nitpick at things that are stupid like that.
And flat will come up in a discussion about geometry, and in geometry, flat has nothing to do with how people are trying to describe how the Earth is.
Well, you have
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, I'll just shut up. My English is.
It's what to say? How to say it? My English is also my third language, actually. So when you're describing it as in relation to a curve, right? So a curve obviously is something that's not at all a line. So when you compare it to a line, which is what we have on the horizon, and across the sea, that's where level comes in. That's where horizontal comes in. That's where flat comes in. But like I do prefer to use level and horizontal instead, but flat kind of also covers that synonym. So it's all in the comparison as well. So if you just draw a straight line on paper, you would say that it is a flat surface, right? Same as a table is a flat surface.
A line is not a surface, though. Because if you're getting into geometry, you have to be very specific and careful.
It's not a surface, but like you understand the similarity there, right?
Oh yeah. For me, I see flat Earth as a colloquial used word in a expression, I guess, that is aimed at trying to disprove the globe model. In two simple words, flat Earth.
Of course, like when taking part in a discussion, the most important thing is that both sides agree on a singular definition of a word. So that's all that's really in question usually, that people do not dispute what they agree on. So they actually find some common ground, some base things to agree on and which to measure by. So I guess that's where flat comes in as well.
These anti-flat earthers give all the NPCs or the normies in the world who still believe in the globe model, they give them a bad name, these anti-flat earthers in this arena. It's not us against them. It's just them against the truth. A few people against the truth, but most of the people.
It's not even.
The more you think around,
against the
see the repetitive nature of just that mindset of just spewing that indoctrinated drivel.
Yeah.
It's
Could you imagine?
it becomes quite evident how rehearsed it is in people's minds, and they don't even realize it.
You imagine fighting a scarecrow. You just build a straw man like a scarecrow and just start fighting it, and in your mind you think you're actually fighting like a person, and then you go and brag to that person, see, I beat you up. Whatever, man, whatever you think. Guess in your mind you did. That's all they're doing, though. It's all straw man arguments. They're not actually facing the truth, and actually that's all like off in the clouds bullshit. They won't discuss the topic at hand.
Plus the system in real life, in larger society, the system is so unfair set up against these arguments.
Well, it's
the best comparison I've seen to that recently is like the Mr. Smith effect. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
From The Matrix. I don't know who posted this in the other Discord server that I was on recently, but I love that. It's like as soon as you mention something pertaining to flat earth or something in a coffee shop, all of a sudden Mr. Smith shows up and defends it, like he's defending the Matrix from the truth being encroached upon.
Oh my god, I never heard about the Smith effect, but I totally get it, and it's totally true. Yeah, people just start to go in another mindset and look at you funny when they hear you. Yeah,
and they turn into the defense mechanism for the Matrix. They start to defend it.
Yeah,
and these weirdos in this arena, if you somehow give up your information and full identity, they will go after you. They will call you at your work, call your boss, tell him you're crazy and stuff like that. So those are upgraded Smiths, the anti-flat earthers.
It's not only like flat earth, it's like all the subjects really that are kind of controversial, like abortion, all this stuff. It's like
Let's
as
not
soon as you
touch any
mention
of
it, you
those.
got Mr. Smith defending it.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
I'm not trying to summon a Mr. Smith in here. Let's not even talk about it. It's kind of like Beetlejuice. If you say it 3 times. I really just want to protect y'all's accounts. Discord just shutting people down, saying it, take it out of context, shut everyone. All because somebody's feels. Best to stay away from it.
I don't know if I asked this question here. How does Discord moderate inappropriate content? Does somebody have to report me, or do they have an AI that is listening and automatically doing it?
Oh, these days, you never know.
I have no idea. But the day that the terms of service dropped, the other flat earth server got nuked like right away in that day. So there must be some automated process, I think. I'm thinking that. Or somebody in advance reported stuff, but I have a tough time believing that. I think it might be both. It might be a conjunction of those two.
And does anybody know for a fact if these rules are only for public channels or for any channel, every channel?
Which?
What do you mean? Like, isn't every channel a public channel?
Sorry, I meant server. Do these rules only apply when you are not supposed to talk about certain subjects? Do these rules only apply on public channels or
Everywhere?
Dear God.
Like in DM, you probably can say anything. I don't think you're gonna get like personally banned if you like DM somebody some medical misinformation. Wink, wink.
Unless they report you.
This is insanity.
It is quite crazy, and it's getting crazier too. Like they're getting better at it. The AI is getting more aggressive, and like they're using us like to also alpha test all the AI, the Chat GPT stuff. Like that's we're just alpha testing that. We're helping them perfect the lying machine, which is going to be used against it.
I think they've tested that stuff without people even knowing in games or other communities, stuff like that. I think I see the media saying, "Oh my God, AI is evolving around us, and we are witnessing it evolve in real time." When I think the technology in those people who created it, it's so advanced, but they're just telling us this is evolving in real time, and you are seeing it evolve in real time. When actually we are getting version A, and they are working with version whatever Z.
I think you're right. I think it's probably that. Yeah. Although there maybe like is an element within the like sect of people that really don't know that much, you know, the compartmentalized people. So those people might just still update some things because they do like to compartmentalize these things. Because the less people know, the better.
Well, I'd say that you're kind of onto something with they've already trained type stuff. But right now,
so also like this CAPTCHA, right? You know, the security measure where you have to like find 3 red lights or find 3 tractors or whatever, a bus.
That's been going on forever.
A road, just a mountain.
Oh,
and match
you're saying
them
they're
up
teaching us this
as a security measure against bots. Like, I don't know, that might be also like a training thing, like used perhaps in automated vehicles or something, like to make them help recognize traffic.
And they could use it to train in AI. Yeah, you're right.
Because it is like from real locations, right? It's like real Google Earth stuff where you have to put together. This is a boat. This is a boat from here and here and here. This is a bridge here.
What cutoff Denise just shared is interesting. In the year 1666. 666. The apple of enlightenment. Fell off of the tree of knowledge of good and evil and bonked this clown right on the head. Then all of a sudden everybody stopped flying around in the clouds and their feet got stuck to the ground because
you see a lot of that. Invented. Definitely do. Everywhere. Although I think some of it is coincidence because when you divide by 3, right, or you have 2/3 of something, it's going to be 66%. And often in mathematics, you have 0.666. Like that is a usual thing that occurs, but
yeah, the infinite 6 after the comma, the decimals, that's very common.
Well, I've been talking this the entire time, and then I realized I'm mute. Oh, my headset's muted.
No, I could hear you talk, and I thought I have lag, and you and Flying were over talking each other, but you seem to be understanding each other. It's weird.
We liked a little bit, and then I was like catching on to what he was saying, and then I was agreeing with.
Wait, is somebody else tried to? I'm not sure because maybe I have like low volume for them.
It's mine, I guess. I don't know. Whatever. I was kind of yes-anding what you're saying. Like I was adding on to what you were saying, agreeing with you. Because with that recognition stuff, it's actually low-resolution images, which means that it would be able to recognize stuff regardless of if it's seeing it close up in high res or if it happens to be off in the distance and it's a little bit blurry, it'd still be able to pick it out. So if somebody were to train an AI with all the stuff that, you know...
I do think it's also the formulas that we are being given in school.
Yeah. Well, and what I was trying to add to...
Those lend themselves to having results that are often maybe in the realm of 666 as well.
Yeah.
Although
The
a lot of
algorithms,
them
right?
are just good old-fashioned math that lets you figure out things that you can actually verify to be real. So that's fine. Please tell us what eclipse happened in 1666.
You
I
wanna
don't want
talk
to
about
guess,
it, cut
dude.
off
Just
the
tell
knees?
me. Don't be mean.
No, he's
Don't make me
sharing
guess.
the info. That's why I was asking if you wanted to talk about it. I was just reading what cut off the knees.
I love that phrase, by the way.
Yeah. Hide the pain, Harold.
What's that guy's name? Whatever, Harold? Always in
Yeah.
pain, Harold, or something? Well, something like that.
Hide the pain, Harold. If only the apple would fall. I guess then you'd have a whole story about him bobbing for apples and discover buoyancy. I don't know.
So yeah, I would hope that there would be more Globers that come in the chat, in the voice chat. I feel like maybe the moderation needs to just ease up a little bit on the who we let in. You know, perhaps just
Well,
to have
here's
some
the thing,
fun.
man.
I don't know. Maybe I'm advocating for too much chaos, but you know,
Some of the
just,
you might open
just to
Pandora's
have some
box.
discourse, I guess, even if it's insane, because
Hey,
I think it
Flying.
does help us strengthen our position. Just to reiterate some things and put them in the proper. What's up?
I was wondering if my mic sounded low to you.
Does your mic sound low? I can't even hear you at all. Are you talking?
Flying,
Yeah.
Flying. I think you have some. Sorry, Flying. I think you have some setting that when you talk, the volume of others gets swamped. There's some setting there. I don't know, because I've seen people do that without even knowing. They can't hear others trying to talk.
Well, I can't hear him at all, like ever. I haven't heard him since for like 30 minutes or so. I thought he was just like.
My God, he was even having a discussion with you.
Oh
Yeah, I was trying to talk to you, and then you just didn't respond at all, and I'm just like, oh.
He joined the call. Maybe they'll fix it. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, well, I know he can't hear me at all.
But actually, that kind of maybe says that you're a bit egotistical, that you haven't noticed that I haven't been paying attention to you. Just kidding. I'll be back.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. How can you? Because I heard you reacting to what he was saying, but you were talking at the same time.
To what he was writing he was writing stuff in the chat, right? I was reacting to all that instead of what he was saying. So can you say something, Ether?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, I thought
that's so weird.
I have no idea, man. I actually thought that you were just ignoring me and talking over to try and finish your point, because I know how sometimes it gets.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that, man.
And
oh my God.
So it's funny that you joked that about the egotistical thing. It's like, well, I was kind of thinking that might be what's going. Whatever.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I understand. But see, I didn't want to think that about you either. So it's like, Oh,
30 minutes, AG.
I know. And see, I've been talking to iTry, so he's been saying things and you've been replying to his stuff, so it's kind of bridging the conversation, but not quite. And then,
Yeah,
like
I
you
was
said,
like
you've been
reading things you were posting, and I
what
was
I've been posting
yeah.
too.
Maybe that's why you thought I was talking to you, like real
Yeah.
time as well.
No worries, is whatever that was. No, there's something does happen with the audio because every time Brandon here, it's at. Hold on a second, sweet. Hold on a second, guys. Every time Brandon comes in here, it's at 200%. One time I made the mistake of turning him up because he was really, really quiet and he was like whispering. And then now, every time he comes in, 200% volume. I have to turn it down every single time.
I was fiddling with like volume for other people, but never you. And I also like checked your volume; it was fine. Like it was the same as it should, like default.
Yeah, weird. I don't know. Maybe Discord's just acting up or something.
Yeah, maybe they just don't want us talking about it.
Fair enough.
I feel like I missed out on things. Like that feels awful.
Yeah. It's alright. No worries. It's probably on the live stream, though.
Actually, I'm gonna go back to listen to that later. It's gonna be fun.
You go. You're probably gonna catch certain parts where I'm just kind of like, okay.
Yeah, AG. You shouldn't be that polite. Like half an hour of politeness. You should tell. Make sure everyone is on the same page. Communication is important.
I
should
know.
have seemed
I
like
just,
such a thing. Oh my god.
I just have a huge amount of patience, and it's to my detriment at some points.
Well, at least it's funny to think about that happened.
Oh man. No worries.
But you know, a lot of like, group chats, that has never happened before, so it's really weird. Now I'm gonna be like paranoid every time you don't say something. I'm gonna be like, is it happening again?
It's okay, man. Let me go silent for a minute because I'm trying to eat some food.
Alright. I'm pretty sure like at some point I said like is he like not here or something? I even said like there's only two people talking, like didn't I say that? I'm pretty sure I said that as well.
I myself thought I was lagging because I was hearing you guys over talking each other, and I thought, okay, if AG doesn't say anything, I guess I'm lagging, and maybe in reality they're having a good conversation. But just check the live stream. It was a few moments when you were talking, he was talking.
Yeah.
Quite
Because
silly.
I was trying to like agree with him, and then I realized that he couldn't hear. Like, he either was talking over me or couldn't. I don't know. Like, I knew something was weird. Something was off. That's why. Okay.
That's why conversation is so important, and whenever something is off point, you try to bring it.
Yeah, definitely. What you were posting in the chat, that definitely like made me think we were actually communicating in the chat. So that's, I guess, what created the whole confusion.
Yeah, that's weird. I've never had that happen before.
But it was on my end because as soon as I restarted it was fine. So something just glitched out on my end, I guess.
Discord's like, you're not allowed to hear this Aethergus guy.
He
has
he's
too many
saying
words.
too much about words. Yeah.
But yeah, I think the AI is like, they already kind of trained it, like I said before, on the video games, but then now they're getting us to refine it, and they've given it to us in the form of apps and toys, where we're going to play with it until we've gotten it how they actually need it to be.
Yeah.
There was a
Yeah,
not so popular leader around the World War II that I think he said you never put out a weapon system on the battlefield that you already don't have the countermeasures for it. So I was using that logic when I said that about the AI.
yeah. Oh, this is fresh in the news, by the way. Elon just said something about.
What did Elon say this time? On this episode of What Elon Said. Da-na-na-na.
Just happened to look up AI training, and it says Elon Musk and several other technologists call for a pause on training of AI systems. They 6-month pause. They want to stop it all. Halt training models more powerful than ChatGPT-4.
Yeah, he's a person put there to so people can relate whatever how they feel about the AI in a negative way. Elon gives them a version of what to say and forget about the other bad stuff because nothing will happen whatever Elon says, right? It's not like AI experts are reading his tweets and saying, "Oh, hold on, guys, Elon Musk said this. We must put the brakes on this."
Look, I just check this out. All right, I'll make a screenshot of this one because there's no way he's just saying it so he can be like, "I told you so," but it's not going to stop anything. People are going to still, the money is going to keep flowing.
Yeah, he's just framing the opposition to AI
before it does what it's about to do. And then people are like, "Oh, he was right." Check this out.
And he was right about that. He must be right about his Mars bullshit.
Yeah.
So there's all these companies securing millions of dollars already to invest in artificial intelligence training on a large scale. This one's just 6 million. That one has 350 million. You can see why he's saying stuff like that to put a halt on it. He's just framing the narrative to be the "I told you so" guy as all these companies carry on because they're not going to listen to him. Money talks, bullshit walks. He's not about to send them money to make them not do it.
He's playing his part.
Yep. I expect the legislation type stuff to happen soon. Like they're this in Congress. Kind of like when they had Zuckerberg up in there on his little charging pad. Remember, he was on like some kind of booster seat or whatever.
Yeah. I remember we used to just surf the internet without any pop-ups of like, "Do you agree? Accept cookies?" Like this never happened before. Like every website you click on right now, you have to like accept some crap, like do this, do that. And I myself, I'm very pedantic about just not consenting to anything ever. Jason, what curve?
So legally speaking, in order to consent to something, you have to actually be sober. Anybody who's ever consented to anything digitally, but in their sober mind, technically those contracts are not legally binding. That's just how law works, like business law functions that way.
Yeah, it's just for me, since I'm aware of what I'm doing, like my soul refuses to consent. I have inner rebellion within myself.
Another one is the if a child is underage and they've made an account somewhere, any agreements or any apps that can't be legally bound to them either because they cannot consent. There's no such thing as legal consent due to their age. So again, business law, they simply cannot. No consent can be given. So that's nullified too. So if somebody's not completely like sober and sound mind, or they're underage, that consent does not count. It's not legally binding. On the other hand, these contracts that are digital should be actually considered with high regard as being real and important, because in the same way, in accordance with business law, if you were to sign an agreement, a contract on a napkin, it's legally binding. So, yeah. For like you said, those of sober and sound mind who have agreed to this, they've consented to it. And then, but yeah, in your soul, you cannot consent to it. Like, I've refused to submit to the authority of this thing. But then they still have the authority to, kick and ban us and whatever under their structure of their government.
I feel like our phones are becoming the napkin, right? We're going to have digital signatures and all that, so fingerprints. So the phone is going to be the napkin where we sign away.
The napkin where you sign away everything. It's like sleazy barroom deal. As they get everybody enchanted and on all the eye candy of their digital world. It really does too, especially when new games come out, right? People get hyper and it's like they're on a drug because that dopamine starts going off in their head and they're almost high off of it because it's something brand new that they've been waiting for. That giddy childlike state,
I don't know how it is in the US. Do you guys still have passports? Or what do you guys have as far as identification?
Yeah.
So over here, they're implementing this year, we have cards, which is like a piece of plastic as well. And it has your digital signature and all that.
Yeah, they've been working on that for a while. They eventually want to get it to the point where you actually have to use your digital ID to get online. At least it's not just talk of it. There's been actual documentation on this. Where they're playing it's like there's multiple factions interacting with one another on this world stage too. So you've got the whole New World Order thing. It's not a bunch of cloak and dagger people obeying the exact same thing. It's a bunch of people from all around the world who are world leaders at a round table having round table discussion for, okay, what are we going to all do next? And some of them have differing opinions on what should be done next. It's multiple factions. A lot of assumptions are made by this whole Illuminati thing, and it's not like they're all in one accord. Some of them are at each other's throats trying to get to that throne above them so that they can sit there.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I think there's also a layer above those people. that kind of give them the tools to run amok.
They're It's kind of weird that there's like this Masonic Yoda.
I mean, if you say it like Yoda, it's gonna sound like Yoda. Just don't say it like that.
No, I mean like there's. It's like a entity, I guess. Don't know. Supposedly it looks like Yoda and talks like Yoda. I don't know. Those who know what I'm talking about, and I don't really feel like getting into that. That's some weirdness.
Well,
how about the flatness?
I look forward to getting to hear about this.
There's this guy who keeps coming back to the debate text, and he's just this really strange character. All he's got is an angry face as his name. And
is he there right now?
I would rather pick a book about how to make $10 than $100,000 any day. I have a serve gambling addiction. He's supposed to say severe gambling addiction. Oh gosh. No, this dude's been repeating the same type of arguments over and over and over again, doing his like sophist surfing. Right here, I'll take a screenshot. This is his number one argument that he likes to post. He's only been here a couple of days, like a day or two. It's just funny. Here we go. Post that in the voice text.
That's all it says?
It's the most basic. Well, not all, but that's just kind of one of the primary things that this kid's saying. There's no argument or debate, just earth round.
Is that his first account?
It's up in the debate text. Not sure. It's a new account here, though. It's only been here like maybe a day or two.
Maybe he means when he looks all around him in a 360 circle, the limit of his eyes, right? The images will be formed in a round shape. Who knows?
Some globies
round is not a sphere, anyway.
Some globies are so convinced in their lie that like they don't even consider it as something to debate, so they just make a joke of it. They just post some little things and just move on. It's like not even worth to argue.
This is one of the funny parts, though. I'm going to show you Wolfgang's response. It's so casual. And then he did like "you tried" emoji. Here we go. And they use that word "round."
Well, I would think that the Earth might be round, yeah. Round could still work in that way. Yeah.
It's funny. They come in here acting like they're making some kind of argument. Yeah.
But it's also like part of the programming is like telling half-truths. Just saying round, even though just pretending it means something else, but really knowing that it means this type of round instead.
What is above the floor of the universe? Neil Kirkman asks from the lobby.
At least he's not talking about pizza, so that's progress. They always want to know like some mystical thing, like what else is there? Can you guys explain? Because my religion explains me what else is there, so you guys have to explain me too. Tell me what else is out there. Because if you can't tell me what else is out there, if you can't make up some other thing, that means my religion is right. Because they can make up so many things. We have black holes.
Oh, you're reading it, aren't you?
Yeah, I am reading it.
What's even higher than the sun and moon?
That's what I was talking about.
God. That sounds like something a god would know, like the last gods. I mean, God might be in here. I can't say that God's not in here on Discord because there's like 30,000 people in here, but I'm pretty sure that God doesn't need a Discord account to be here. So.
But yeah, they always like default to these like questions that can't be verified, and if you can't answer them, then you're wrong.
Yeah. Tell me everything about everything right now, or you're wrong.
Because my model tells me everything about everything. They tell me stuff.
Well, that's the worst part, dude. They don't even know their own model, and if you start telling them their own lore, they'll get pissed and act like you're lying. Like, dude, I can give you the exact speed that these people are claiming that everybody's moving on all levels, from Earth's spin and rotation, going around the sun and all that crap, to flying through the universe in the cosmic void, in a local bubble somewhere on the outer branch of a freaking spiraling.
Why is he talking about three things at once?
Of black holes. Well, oh, he invoked gravity, of course.
And then he starts talking about temperature and the vacuum. Like, what the hell?
He's acting like temperature differences cannot exist without magical gravity. Oh, God. I hate when they try and create a space frisbee and like with their cosmology. They're trying to shove a flat Earth into their space cosmology is what they're doing to kind of rebrand their belief system. It's not going to work.
Yeah, well, I guess I was there too at one point. I was trying to do that too, so it's understandable, at least.
I'm glad you came in here with, hey, cool, it's actually not at 200% for some reason. What's up, Brandon?
Was that just Switchboard? How is it now?
No, you're good. I'm actually glad you came in here whispering to make sure that you didn't bust in the door at 200 volume in my ears. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he has somebody who I had to turn down, so maybe that's what messed up stuff.
No, Brandon knows that he's, for some reason, my Discord acts weird, and so every time he was joining in, it would always have him at 200%, and I'd have to turn it down every time because he just come busting in, and it would just, and I have noise canceling earphones, like, yeah.
And this mic is like a streaming mic, so it's like super precise. It's awesome.
So I appreciate it.
Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You didn't interrupt anything. We're just kind of looking at the lobby and the other channels around the server, reading some things.
Alright, cool.
I'm staying out of the way because I noticed that certain members are active in their discussions, and I don't want to, if I post anything at all, take away from what they're trying to say. So I'm not trying to post in any of those. But the lobby's kind of like a free-for-all, a bunch of clowns running in through the front door, so... Usually.
Yeah.
I could say this, so I agree that, everybody's as far as questions stuff, but some of the questions that are offered here, at no point was I ever silly enough to clown around and ask such things. At no point.
True.
Like,
I don't remember.
Stupid. I'll admit, I asked some stupid questions, but not silly clowning ones like that.
And I don't remember having this kind of like hubris about it.
The wither is real. You have to use soul sands. Soul sands only found on Mars, so it's too bad. Hi.
Oh, cool. We've got one of those.
What's up?
Yeah, but no, so yeah, you can only find soul sand in Willer Skeleton.
Well,
that was something.
Yeah, it was certainly something.
Yep.
And he clearly knows nothing about how mine works, because you don't go up to find soul sand, you have to go down into the nether, noob. Soul sand's on Mars. Act like he's never even seen the game before. Clown. No. Anyway, back onto real Earth. Real Earth. You live on globe Earth or real Earth? They start calling it flat, just call it real Earth. I'm really up with them. Like, no, I don't believe in globe Earth, I believe in real Earth. I'm perfectly fine with calling it flat Earth, because I like the archaic meaning of the word flat. That's cool. It's a level plane. Yup, flat Earth. But also real Earth works. And you can call globe Earthers bent Earthers when they're spiraling. Like, the ones that they're really angry because you're just questioning stuff. Well, it's about it's a joke on the word curve. Let's see, I'll find it. It's a joke on the word curve. Let me see. Put it somewhere. I have 2 folders of etymology, and then my desktop. I have to check all 3. Well, if I clearly saved it somewhere else. It's quiet in the chat, and there's dead air everywhere. This is what I meant. Yeah, triggered earthers. Well, curved means bent, or to bend. So, They believe in curvature. So they'd be curved earthers or bent earthers. To me, it's not offensive to say that. I'm just kind of playing with words. Bendy, yeah, that would be a bent earther. There's a lot of cool, chill people. When Brandon left, he just kind of popped in. I don't know if I offended him with what I said, but I wasn't trying to. But he's a globe earther. He's actually pretty chill, though. He's not the type that's to try and cause trauma. He's more of the can't we all just get along type. So he doesn't come here to argue or anything.
That's cool.
Yeah. He's pretty chill. What I was referring to, though, was not people like him. I was talking about the onslaught of clowns that constantly come in, and the anti-flat earthers, especially the anti-flat. Like, they've definitely gotten bent out of shape over this entire situation. So that, yeah, they're bent earthers. If it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. If the earth isn't flat, then it's not flat. Why are you arguing about that?
It is preposterous, but we all know why they're arguing about it, because within them they feel that there's something to it.
Yep. Because if they didn't think that there was anything possible related to it that could be of any value, they wouldn't even be arguing the matter. They wouldn't dignify it with a response. Their beliefs are threatened, and they're offended by things that are said that contradict and conflict with what's inside their head.
What is he saying, dude?
I just jumped back into the lobby, so.
Sources say.
Hey, I've got a quick question. Every time I ask, test the that I can set up a camera at night and watch. Is that not a red herring? Lights eye doesn't. I'm getting it every.
I didn't quite hear what you're saying, RTM. Like, it kept going in and out. So from my perspective, it broke out halfway.
I heard him like very low volume. I thought somebody had something playing in the background instead.
It sounded like you're saying something about the stars, or you like viewing what's up there, checking out what's up.
So comparing this server to the other one that I was on, the Under the Dome, this server is like, Jesus, you guys go ham on these globies. It's relentless.
Well, same direction, different methods. Under the Dome was more of a chill place.
I think it's just because there's more people here, so
yeah,
it just seems like more of an onslaught.
It just seemed there's more of like a chill spot area that dealt with NPC type minds or NPC minded people, whereas this place is more like we're here to debate and discuss and tear apart arguments and find out exactly what's real and what isn't through evidence and proof, not speculation and like going off in the clouds with weird whatever, the kind of like their theoretical physicist crap where they're kind of farting off in the wind and they don't actually know anything about what they're talking. They'll see a speck, like, oh, I got a little pixel. It's 1 pixel. Let me imagine an entire solar system around this thing.
What is this guy saying? Okay, this guy at least is a little bit unique. I don't know. Like, he's saying such ludicrous things. He's just like making stuff up on the spot.
I like the Neil Corkman things. Wolfgang Hope said, "What's the end game for flat earthers?" And Neil Corkman said they want to make sure everyone gets food instead of having people research space. Like,
yeah, that's
all right. Say this accusation is true, right? Say that everything you said right there is absolutely 100% accurate. What's wrong with making sure people have food?
Yeah, that would be the correct thing.
You said it like it's a bad thing. Like, what are you talking about, dude? It's a straw man, but still, like, it's a very, very weird straw man to be trying to build.
He's just like making stuff up. Like, it's so.
Is he making up compliments for flat earther? Like, what are you doing, dude?
You're just like making up motives, just pretending he knows.
I love what Curve Function Collapse said. What a bunch of bastards! In response to make sure everyone gets food. How dare they want people to have food? So evil. Only a wicked-minded person would want somebody to eat food. It's a silly argument.
Do I sound better?
Yeah, we can definitely hear you now.
My question was pertaining to the supposed motion of the Earth. Every time I ask a Glober how I can prove that the Earth is moving for myself, oftentimes I'm told I can set up a camera at night and watch the stars move. Is that not a red herring fallacy? Because looking at lights in the sky doesn't indicate the ground below me is moving. That's like saying you're in motion because you're watching a river.
Yeah, you're right. That is a red herring.
Isn't it kind of begging the question too? Like they're already putting it in there. Like, yeah, this is because this.
Yeah, it's both.
All you can say is a fallacy. You can't explain yourself. That's exactly. I am explaining myself. That's what explaining yourself is.
It's like you have a baby crib, right? And the baby crib has the rotating stuff around it, like the horses and whatever, and the stars above the baby crib. Does that mean the crib is moving?
Exactly.
That's one of the number one arguments that a lot of these people make, though, isn't it? Point up and say, see? The dirt's just like the sky. And there's ground up there. I see the sun moving, but it's obviously standing still.
No, it's standing still, but at the same time moving through the universe. Double sync.
Yeah.
Double sync.
thousands and thousands of miles per hour. That's the thing is, a lot of times we'll make reference to the 1,000-mile-an-hour rotation spin when we're just talking about just Earth. Then when you get into the full doctrine of their lore, you get to moving at incredible speeds.
Yeah, they don't like that. They only like the axial rotation. And when you bring up other stuff, they like to get away from that.
Yeah, you start getting into the thousands and thousands of miles an hour onward toward millions. Yeah, things get weird.
Oh my god, he thinks there's private stuff like SpaceX is private, even though obviously it's not.
Oh, jeez. Nothing's you still have to... In order to launch a rocket, you have to get permission from the government to even do things. Or if they want to, they can retaliate in certain ways, which they may choose not to do, but they can if they want to, because they have the authority to.
What is he talking about? Even if the Earth flooded, even then the Earth would be more useful for living. Just this place is pretty good to live on compared to Mars, that is devoid of any atmosphere, and living conditions are impossible. So why would you want to go there instead of trying to repair Earth, which is much better than devoid of atmosphere and having these weather conditions and all this awful stuff that happens on Mars. Supposedly. Of course, I don't really think on Mars you have no atmosphere and all that, because it's not a ball of dirt.
I told him I'd rather live in Waterworld than in a dusty, rusty fantasy.
That's a meme as well, derp.
If the governments and corporations destroy the Earth, it's fine, because we'll just go to the orange light in the sky.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, obviously. You definitely have enough money to buy a ticket for one of those, one of the transports to take you to the light in the sky, huh? Certainly be one of the first in line, the most important people on Earth who would be lined up to get on one of those ethereal ships. people putting all their eggs in one basket, and the basket's just being held up by balloons. And they're like a puppy in a basket, just kind of floating up, hoping that it doesn't.
Oh, this is sad. If this guy shows up to the karate school of Globe Earth, he wouldn't even get a white belt, I think.
He would need suspenders first. Wait, this guy just said you're either going to be on heaven or Mars.
That means he thinks we're gonna die here. Because global warming is just so scary. And the uninhabitable Mars is like just so much better.
He's probably imagining a fantasy version of heaven that has like a old dude tallying deeds on a scroll while sitting on a throne. And they're just kind of being really pissed at everybody down here.
What did you do?
Yeah, you know, like the Family Guy God. Like they probably got Family Guy God in their head.
Or South Park God, which is funnier. It's just some animal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what this guy though, he said you're either going to be on heaven or Mars. Said, I see red light Mars, but where's your heaven? And then put heaven in quotes.
Man, this guy believes in heaven as well. How is that possible? I didn't expect that. I mean, that's cool though, but like, okay, how do you reconcile?
Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not denying the existence of the Shamayim and anything like that, but everybody has their own ideals and their personal religion of what they visualize that things are. So I'm asking him what his heaven looks like.
Yeah, I mean, just like what he just said. I'm surprised in the first place that he even believes that at all.
Yeah. You got to keep in mind, though, most of the people who believe in any form of religion have been taught that their religion is compatible with the heliocentric model. So from their perspective, no matter what religion you're of, we are all the ones who are heretics and blasphemers against their gods. All their gods are in one accord that the earth is a sphere, according to their modern teachers or scholars and whatever. The scribes and Pharisees of modern times. I see no problem with it being perfectly compatible. You'll have This is something beyond worldview and religion. That's the point. Is you'll have people of all religions in one accord agreeing on at least one thing. They all say Earth round. And they're thinking ball in space. Because we, entire human race, we all landed on the moon. That's how it was served to them. Like, we landed on the moon. One step for man. One giant leap for mankind. Yeah, leap of faith.
So I recently found out that you can make honey from rice, which is making me have perspective on how versatile rice is as a product. And it's really delicious.
That in terms of Christianity, flat earthers switch up real quick when they're in other servers.
So this guy has experience with flat earthers and he still has these silly arguments? How is that even possible? I don't believe it.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dodger.
What's going on?
What is I guess? This guy is very uncertain of his beliefs. He keeps saying, I guess.
Good morning, good morning.
Who is uncertain?
I'm just
a guy in the lobby.
Being all, man.
Oh, is he afraid to come in?
Well,
There's a little meme movie cut off the knees that has like an Illuminati meeting, everybody's sitting down, and the world is in the center, and then they have the pyramid, and then there's the alien there on the left in the chair.
Yeah, somebody just posted that like 20 minutes ago.
I wish we can get that to be a flat Earth in the middle. Is there a way we can do that? Change it out?
If somebody is artistically inclined enough, I guess they could.
It's perfect except for the spinning ball, you know? Of course, that just could be the model.
This guy just likes to make stuff up.
Bring him in.
Mm-hmm.
Bring him into the voice.
I doubt he would join, but we should ask him.
I'd like to ask him who started the joke and when. If Flat Earth originally started as a joke, then who started the joke and when? How old of a joke is this? He's the one alleging that it was a joke when it first began, so when was the joke first told historically?
Can people who aren't VC verified join this call?
Yeah, anybody who's voice verified can join in here. Sorry, I was distracted for a moment. Somebody tagged me in something else. Well, tagged one of my roles in something else. I had to scroll down. I'll message him and ask him if he wants to get VC verified. Let's see. Oh, jeez.
Man, those Spanish people are sure cool. Next time I meet a Spanish person, I'm gonna thank them personally for inheriting the knowledge of spherical Earth. These guys have the most flimsy, just backings behind their beliefs. Three ships. He sailed over the curve. Oh my god. Is this guy really trolling? I don't think so. I think he's just genuinely that ignorant.
I think it's kind of funny that I summarized all of Columbus's adventures in one sentence. That's pretty much all he did. Everything else is just lore and bullcrap that people derived from him doing that. He was not a good dude. He was a jackass. He encouraged slavery and abused people. Columbus is not a good guy at all. Happy Leif Erikson Day.
Oh no, the band.
Hmm. I don't understand why this Percy Mac character doesn't just join the VC. You can speak much faster than you can type. I could show you the math if you want.
Well, there's taking the shape of the earth. Well, that's true. The first true thing he's said so far.
By the way, I was commenting to somebody who's in the YouTube. Hold on a second. And there's somebody kind of clowning it up over in the YouTube chat, so figured I would invite him to come into the VC. There's no reason why he can't enter the live stream and explain to us his worldviews. I'm always interested in hearing other people's. I'll be back in a moment. I have to take care of a very important. All right, I have returned. Every once in a while, I have to take care of a very important business meeting involving either hamsters, guinea pigs, or other creatures that resemble that, like prairie dogs.
That's a responsibility not to be taken lightly.
It's of the utmost importance. Imperative, even. Usually those meetings are fairly quick, though, so...
Where can I find the link to the YouTube FE, the stream?
I'll post it in the... Yeah, give me 1 second.
Because looking stuff up on YouTube relating to flat Earth really isn't giving me the desired results.
Well, it's YouTube.
Yeah.
There you go, man. Everything's still there on YouTube. Well, a lot of things, not everything. A lot of things that get taken down. But there's a lot of things that are still there. They're just pushed way back. It's kind of like a shadow ban type thing. They didn't delete it, but it's shoved so far back in the search that you have to kind of dig in order to find it. Or type the exact like headline title for the thing. Or it won't show up. It'll show you anything else.
We need more space, definitely.
Dude, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a lot of these people really are bots.
Yeah, could very well be, for sure.
Oh, I love how that time, because I got the first half of what he said with the band, and then Old Hoss did the other part, but neither of us planned that. It just happened to line up perfectly. That's great. Alright, I guess we're going to go chat with this guy in Cogdis. Oh, he thinks he won. Yeah.
I guess they always get like a sense of gratification when they get banned. It's like, I'm right, they can't handle me.
Yeah.
Oh my god. What the hell?
What?
It's the same thing.
Oh, is it another one that joined in?
This Bob Winchester guy is like just saying the same stuff. It's so tired.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, see, this is what I'm thinking is it would be really cool to make a bot, so when they do come in with these stereotypical bot-like questions, it automatically responds with the kind of standard, obvious, provable answer, either something evident or provable. No speculate, just evident or provable responses. That would piss off some of these people so bad if they want to come in here and troll and talk shit. The bot would just be answering them. Let them hang out in the lobby and talk shit to the bot. Then the ones who are done talking to the bot, okay, we'll get you VC verified. You can come talk to us.
I guess that would make them realize just how predictable they're being.
Yeah. If we can make something that automatically responds to every single one of their stupid questions that everybody's been answering over the course of the past decade, then they would realize that they're indeed making bot-like responses. And if they want to be seen as a human, they need to humanize themselves, join the VC, and come chat. Otherwise, you're a bot. And even the ones who join the VC, some of them are kind of bot-like too. Talking to somebody who thinks like a drone is really weird, like that robotic mentality where it's very reactionary and automaton. Like input, output, that's it. And they don't actually give you any real responses that they've come up with. It's just reactions. Shape or sound, external stimuli, me react. That's it. People don't understand we're trying to level up their thinking here. What was that, man?
He watched the lunar eclipse. That's a lot of proof there.
Cool. I saw a circle move in front of another circle. Awesome. Me see circle move in front of circle, therefore Earth round.
Basically, that's what it is. I could have sworn I saw somebody with the name Winchester on the other server, but probably a coincidence. Could somebody just bring up Selenium Eclipse already for him so he just shuts up about this stuff?
My question sounds like a smart-ass question, but it's an honest question.
Hello. What does that mean, Earth or eclipse?
Hold on a second. No one knows what it means, but it's provocative.
It's so funny.
I guess from their perspective, it would be a full Earth or eclipse, since they believe in a ball.
Why does it have to be Earth's error? Why the error?
I don't know, but just because Earther. Because I said flat Earther, so it's just Earther. I didn't coin the word Earther. That's just something people be saying.
Damn, he's scared.
This guy, his name's Bob Winchester. I kind of want to combine him with, like, get a SpongeBob image and combine it with, like, Supernatural.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a Supernatural reference.
I was just saying, like, Winchester, you know.
Yeah, I get it.
It combines SpongeBob with either Sam or Dean, and you have Patrick with the other one, and then send him again. I get inspired to do the dumbest crap ever based off of people's screen names here, man. Patrick and Bob Winchester.
Lol.
Instead of grab the Colt, he's like, grab the conch. And he has the magic conch shell.
He's going to call the moon.
That reference to that episode, they keep on having, they have this pull string toy conch shell, and they keep asking, it's kind of like one of those 8 magic 8 balls, and they're divinating what kind of, like how their next move should be based off of this conch shell. It's supposed to tell. That's really what a lot of these people actually do out there with their weird beliefs. They're just kind of trying to divine answers from nothingness.
I do vaguely remember that episode.
Yeah.
But yes, that is what they do. Totally.
A lot of the times they'll see a pattern and then try and attribute to, like, kind of the correlation doesn't equal causation thing. But they'll do the opposite of that and be like, oh, correlation. So causation, obviously. And then that's it. You can't even argue with them.
Yeah. This Discord, though, seems like quite good at flipping people's opinions for some reason. I don't know. It just kind of seems effective. You guys are effective. As opposed to the other server. It didn't seem to work that well there.
The way I see it, I think that there's a kind of balance between respecting people's beliefs and grilling them a little bit to make sure that they actually have the courage of their convictions to, you know, come up with real information related to what they're claiming to believe, or if they're just LARPing and pretending and trying to troll, because then they might be misrepresenting a real belief, which is offensive, and to permit them to be, you know, talking crap like that, especially now after some Discord terms of service, that could be risky. For one, it's intellectually dishonest, so that's offensive to us. But then also anything else that they might say that could misrepresent a real belief is, yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the people, they'll stand to the fire and they'll get grilled about it, but they hold their own with their reasoning for why they believe what they believe. And then the clowns, they get their masks ripped off and exposed for what they are. And they get butthurt and they act like everybody's mean. You're not being nice. Well, nice is it? You're not being... That's the funny part, the nice and kind thing. We're supposed to be kind. That's a good thing. Being nice is kind of stupid. It dumbs down things and smooths it over in order to make it more palatable to people who can't handle the truth. But love isn't like that. Love will actually tell you what's really going on, even if it hurts a little bit.
Yeah. Although I can understand just like feeling like you're being ridiculed by multiple people, because that can be off-putting.
Yeah, especially from the perspective of somebody coming in here. Sometimes it can be overwhelming when there's a lot of people who want to get a word in. And so then they feel like they're being attacked by, it's like 10 versus 1 instead of just a kind of 1v1 or 2v1 conversation that should be going on.
But that's kind of the part of what I feel like might be changing people's minds quite a bit, just because they feel like they're in the minority here. There's so many people that think opposite of it, so it might have an influence, just as it does in the real world.
Well, but the Globers are actually in the majority here.
It doesn't seem like it, just from how it is in
maybe
discussion.
not in power and like the authority over this kind of location, this area, this platform, but their numbers outweigh the actual flat earthers here. Probably like over 10 to 1.
I guess we're just more passionate about defending our position, so it just seems like there's more of us. It's like Spartans against the Persians, right?
Well, a lot of them would rather talk in other servers where they feel like they can freely say whatever they want to without having to worry about the consequences of saying it, whereas people are held accountable to their words here. So they'll have a tendency to rather talk elsewhere and just watch in over here or check in on the live stream. There's a lot of cross-cultural stuff, like cross-server trauma and information that happens, like communication.
Interesting.
And like you'll hear references for like the Tartaria server or Gem Panda server or some of these other ones that, yeah. I ain't about to list all of the ones that I can think of because that'd be too long of a list. Most people have a tendency to speak where they feel like they can freely say whatever they want to. Like a lot of these people who don't know what words mean, that's what it means to me type thing, that they want to just use their mental gymnastics to pretend to be smart. And they have a level of wit to them to be able to even try. But all they're doing is dividing. They're causing division in order to make it seem like they're smarter than they actually are.
So this Bob Winchester guy seems like he's not that foolish if it is to be believed what he's saying, if you can actually take his word for what he's saying. I like to give people a chance, just like at first, like I'm just gonna assume that you mean well until you show me otherwise. I prefer the positive approach to people.
Yeah. Yeah. I try and remain neutral until somebody shows me a reason why I should believe their actions. Like, kind of like when I see their fruit of their behavior, then they'll start to kind of become categorized a certain way. But you're right, this guy, he seems to be legit, like he's sincerely just trying to figure certain things out. I don't mind the weird questions like that are just, they're obviously a bit silly, but if somebody doesn't know anything else about this, then they would ask that. But they should clear that up pretty quickly and kind of get on to the real questions fairly fast, unless they're trolling, and then they're going to kind of keep doing that same circle of recycled thinking. Yeah, exactly, Toby Dog. And that's all it's really about, is getting people to think for themselves, not just blindly believing crap just because somebody told you.
I really do wonder. Some people seem just more receptive to that kind of thought process. It's just like it feels like more naturally available to them, while others are like very closed off, like at all costs. And that has always kind of baffled me, and
yeah,
I don't know what to make of it. Like, is it a matter of upbringing? Is it a matter of something else? When somebody is open-minded and just able to consider options, it could be, obviously, it is upbringing, but there seems to be an element of something else at play as well. Some intuitive element of just like getting it. Because even when I used to believe in the globe, like just, I didn't think about it much, but I kind of would always like look up at the sky and just wonder, and I would like feel something is off, and I would feel, hey, are we really moving? Like that sort of stuff. I would think twice about it, because it just, to me, it seems so evident that we're not moving, that it's something that's always present and kind of has to come into question at some point.
Yeah. I think I have to step inside for a minute.
All right.
I'll be AFK for a little bit, but I'll be right back.
Yes, breaking spells, Toby, exactly. But there does seem to be like a kind of ability in some people, at least, to just kind of see the spells more easily. So I don't know quite how that works, but is the sixth sense, the third eye, or like just something there? Just kind of, some people are really good at seeing through bullshit. You don't even have to really like even tell them stuff. They can figure it out on their own.
Well, I'd say, yeah, I haven't left yet. And I'd say that language is not just words that are spoken and read and written. There's tons of different kinds of language and multiple categories within just body language alone, including the vocalization of words, or something as simple as just how somebody's eyes are making a certain shape, like a certain type of squint. Like every aspect of it is language. And if people are only thinking in terms of language spoken, written, read, then they're not seeing that math is also a language, and that how people walk or how they carry their composure, whether they're sitting up straight or they're slouched down and all kind of depressed and feeling defeated, like all these things show certain things, and every aspect of it's important. Unto the point where those who know the meaning of a lot of this, it'll seem like they're reading somebody's mind or heart or something, but they're not. All they're doing is just making an observation based off of how things truly are.
Totally.
A lot of those who are in denial, though. Sorry, go ahead, man.
I don't know how many times in my life people like told me, "Are you a psychologist or something? How do you like understand me so well?" or something. Like, I just kind of have an understanding of how people behave, even intrinsically. Kind of, you don't even have to read much into it, like without being aware of it. Even it's kind of like second nature. like you were saying, you read body language, but it's even beyond that. Like, you don't even realize you're reading the body language. It just kind of happens naturally, like subconsciously, and you're reading into the person, what they're like and all that.
And a lot, like, it kind of starts off as simple as, oh, this person's smiling at me, so they're probably happy. Or, oh, this person's making a sad face, so they're probably not feeling very happy right now. Or, oh, they're making an angry look, so they're probably mad at me, or I did something. And then it evolves as more meaning is added to all these other features of other emotion. You know, I'm just talking about like how children observe things from the perspective of being a newborn, and then learn how to interact with other people.
Yeah, that's why also the age of technology is kind of robbing kids a little bit of that interaction of face-to-face reading.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You gotta be able to see one another's faces in order to emulate what they're doing, even into the point of being able to vocalize certain words. You have to be able to, like, certain children need to see the lips moving in order to emulate what the lips are doing. But if people aren't looking at each other and just staring at a screen,
I'm really glad I didn't grow up in these times. Like, I had a proper childhood, actually, like going outside every day, communicating, playing.
To preface, I want to make a comment about something, but I don't want to touch anything related to anything else outside of what I'm going to say, and I'm going to jump right back into childhood development stuff. This is something across the board, and it has nothing to do with any of that stuff, so please don't go anywhere else with it. But over the course of the past years, because I believe that parents had a little bit more time, some in that window, had more time with their babies, you see all these kids that are like really young, but they're highly intelligent. And so then that gets back to what I'm saying, like having that interaction, that FaceTime, like having the time to actually be home and be with your children, instead of having everything all separated in weird ways where the family unit's been broken apart and disassembled. I think that it certainly helps with the intellectual development of a child.
Totally.
Like, there's just I can't even say the word that they use because it involves like using another word with it, but you know, it's basically them babies are a little bit different. They're built different. But they put the one word in front of it, so yeah, I can't even say that.
I don't even know what you're getting at. I'm trying to understand.
Walking on eggshells. Well, to me, I understand why. If parents had more time with the children. And that's the whole point of all of it. It's obvious. That would help. It won't solve every problem, but it would help.
Definitely.
That's all they want. I've been trying to do my best to more and more time with them when I can get them away from what they're doing. And so when they come in here to talk to me, you know, like of their own accord, and I don't have to make them, then I'm like, I have an important business meeting. I'll be right back. And I go and mute my mic. I also don't believe that on the one hand, it's my job as their parent to lead them and guide them and teach them. But on the other hand, I can't just, I'm not supposed to put a leash on them and then make them go this exact way like they're an animal. Like, they are supposed to learn, a human being as well. I'm there to just help catch them before they fall or help pick them up if they already have. And tell them what makes you fall down and how you can stand strong.
Yes, you give the guidance and let them be on their way.
Yeah, I'm not about helicopter parenting type thing, just hovering over at all times. Like, it's more about teaching them to be able to exist in a dangerous world and handle being around dangerous things, but carefully. Because that is what it is. Otherwise, you're going to end up hurting yourself. It's the number one reason why people hurt themselves is ignorance of dangerous things.
For sure. Although that's a school as well, hurting yourself, but you would rather that your children do not hurt themselves in that way and learn from mistakes of others?
Kind of. Well, I want them to learn from their own mistakes too, if it's meant to be. Why would I get in the way of that if there's a lesson that must be learned?
guess, but like just some mistakes are really hurtful. So I would like rather not.
That's true.
That's
what I'm saying. That's where the parent comes in, having to, protecting from those really hurtful ones. Like it can swoop in and be like, yeah, no, I see where this is going, and we're not going to let that happen.
Yeah.
But the general, like, it's okay if they stub a toe here and there, fall down and get a boo-boo, because they have to learn that, life's kind of rough, and you got to figure out how to not do that. It's just the same with you need resistance in order to gain muscle. Like, how do you get stronger if you have no conflict? Like, there's no character development.
Yeah.
I have a certain level of sheltering that I do with their minds to help protect them from certain things, but when it comes to the harshness of how reality simply is, no, I don't shelter them too much from that, because it is what it is, and how can I stop things from happening? Instead, it's more about, handling things right when they happen, like one thing at a time. Like, yeah, you can prevent stuff, but you also can't. Like the plans of mice and men. You can't really prevent everything either.
Gotta let them live their life. Yeah. And their own life that they choose for themselves too. You don't really want another copy of yourself, especially like you want something unique too, so you can be proud of them, for their own merits.
Yeah.
Man, these cats are adorable.
A lot of people, parents, they're afraid of, they don't want their children to make the same mistakes they did. So they might end up being like overprotective and fearful. Or on the other end of the spectrum, they don't want to see them stuck and live life with regrets of not having done something.
It's understandable, because they're looking from their own point of view and having already lived that life and seen things and how it goes. So, yeah, you do want to guard them from that, but they kind of you're gonna have their own trials and tribulations.
Yeah, that's like I can see where both sides are coming from, because it has to do with trying to avoid regrets. You only have this like one life, this one time span, and once it's gone, it's gone. It starts moving faster and faster the older you get too.
For me, like, it feels time is going so much faster than it used to.
Yeah. You start off when you're a kid and things are boring and time takes forever. And then you get older and you take a nap and it's next week.
You're enjoying your time too much. You're like, why is the day so short?
Yeah. The only time time travels fast when you're a kid is when it's the weekend and now you got to go back to school. That's about it. You time travel the weekend, and then it drags out you the whole week, and then it's like, oh, cool, the weekend. Hey, where'd the weekend go? Dang it!
Exactly.
I was gonna do something, I think. Time flies when you're having fun. Wait a minute. Oh, I get it. So that's why. So if you've got a bunch of people, they have kind of innate fear of death, right? So if time flies when you're having fun, then they don't want to have fun at all because they know that at the end of that time period they have to face, the thing everybody's got to face is somebody's going to come a knocking, and they want to slow time down. So they just drag it out and make sure that they don't enjoy anything and nothing is fun, so that they can just kind of extend that time out as long as possible. And that's why they're so grumpy and bent.
And bent. Came for
bent earthers. And then with all the money makes the world go round, so they like start focusing so much on money that their world turned into a ball. Got those fish eyeball lenses in their faces.
Привет, братан.
What was that?
Работает.
What's up, dude?
What's up, bro? How are you guys doing today?
How's it going, man?
I posted a picture of my work when I was there earlier.
Oh, I don't know where there is. So there's a lot of channels here, man.
Live stream.
Just look for your name.
Let me tell you about it. It's fucking flat.
Yeah, I saw that before. I thought you had posted more. Yeah, I already reacted to it. It is. It's quite flat and level.
Yeah. How's your day, dude?
Doing okay. Can't complain.
I start work at 6 in the morning.
Yeah. To me, I like waking up when the sun rises. Sometimes I'll stay up all night and then watch the sunrise. But I like waking up and watching everything illuminate and brighten up. The birds start getting more active and singing. It's cool.
And the rooster.
Yeah. Well, they'll start screaming at like 3 o'clock in the morning, though.
That's true.
So I realized that one of the roosters is a lot smarter than all the other chickens. Like, we have this little bridge that goes across the ditch, and it's only about a foot wide. So all the chickens are walking, and one of the larger rooster is just kind of strutting forward and walks across the bridge. And then meanwhile, the whole flock of the rest of them just kind of walk into the mud and then try and flap their wings to flutter over the water and get like wet and splash in it because they're trying to just cross the ditch without crossing the bridge. And I'm like, why is there only one intelligent chicken out of all of them?
Like, follow the leader.
They didn't follow the leader. That's the point.
Yeah. I don't know why
that was the flat earth rooster.
That was the flat earth rooster. He's walking to the beat of his own drum, and the rest of them like, we're just going to go splash around in the mud and muck it up. Waffle over here in the ditch. And again, the one that I'm talking about, he goes a lot further out than the rest of them. Like, he's constantly
Canada.
around the other ones stay close together and remain ignorant of stuff. Whereas he's like a lone rooster sometimes. He'll go on his own and go on adventures.
Yeah. He's the nice one.
Oh, is that the one that the kids pick up?
Well, Sailor picks up all of them. But the two roosters, they don't get along that much.
Well,
the one's nice. The other one likes to start shit.
So it's stuff.
Stuff, yeah. You're a mess.
Unless he's pooping on stuff, and I guess he is starting. No.
And it's the little one. It's if you look at them, one's bigger than the other, and the little one is the one that starts stuff.
I liked the goats because they were really cute and funny, but I'm glad that we don't. I'm really glad that we don't have goats anymore.
I miss the goats because now I really like goat's milk.
No.
Yes.
I love them. They were cute and awesome and funny, but they're also really weird and do really disgusting stuff. And and they eat all of my plants. Like, no.
Oh yeah, we'd never be able to have a garden this year.
We're not going to be able to have a garden this year unless we plant more things.
That's true.
It's already the spring.
We need to go out.
If you go by the old calendar, then tomorrow would be New Year's, April Fools.
No,
still celebrating New Year's. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the other thing. That's where the origin of the April Fools thing comes from. It was a shifting of one calendar to another, and people are still on the old calendar. So anybody who was celebrating the New Year that time, they kind of like other general population regarded them as being foolish.
Yeah.
And then way down the road, now you're here, and you've an April Fool's type pranking day that's celebrating that for some reason.
Stupid crap. Well, you got to look into the pagan origins. It's wild. Pretty wild. But I ain't gonna go there. That ain't bad idea. And it makes sense because it's so close to Passover, because Passover's on the 3rd. 14 days after the first day of the new year.
I think that I want to make a bunch of flat earth stickers and just put them places, or little booklets or something. It'd be kind of like a track. It just has like a bit of information there. Just leave them all over the place. It's not littering if I give them to people. Here, take this tiny book. Get flat smacked by a tiny little book.
Dude, you need to make more things so we can stick them everywhere again, remember?
Oh yeah, those papers.
That was
ready. Nah, I'm gonna come up with something else. That is cool though.
Because we did that one time. We went shopping and we found this huge booklet of like a bunch of truther stuff and flat earth stuff.
Oh,
like
I remember that.
It was crazy. And then, like, a couple weeks ago, I went to Piggly Wiggly, and then I found another one. And this one was even bigger.
What is Piggly Wiggly?
There's a store called Piggly Wiggly.
I don't know.
What do they sell there?
It's like
they don't sell Wigglies.
What's a Wiggly?
I don't know, but they do sell Pigglies.
Yeah, they do. It's so gross.
They have pork there. I don't know what a Wiggly is, but they do sell pork there.
Yeah, they sell all different kind of.
Yeah, it's just a supermarket, man. I'm getting that image
like
of it.
Food Lion, like a Harris Teeter, like one of those grocery stores. But it's a local, a local store. But it was just. It was just wild because, like, we found this. I still got it.
Ashley,
somewhere.
you exposed how south we are. Like that's how much south we are. Yeah, Piggly Wiggly. That's how southern we are.
Oh, shoot, that's funny. How many Piggly Wigglies are there? Are there?
I don't know, but the more information you talk about, the closer you are to doxing our location.
I don't care.
I know you don't.
They can come. We have a gun cabinet. I don't care.
What? No, don't talk about anything like that. And stop talking like that. No.
I'm again. But no, for real though, I want to see this. How many Piggly Wigglies there?
Wait. All right, you do that.
Is it
but
really?
I want to show something funny. No, stop talking. I don't know what you're about to say.
No, I'm just seeing how southern Piggly Wiggly is. I didn't know if it was like a northern thing.
Very southern. Hey, Ashley, tell them about the.
Tell about what?
This.
What you laughing for?
If it'll load the picture.
Yeah, it's like still low.
It didn't send it.
Piggly Wiggly. That's creepy.
There it goes. The mascot.
Oh my god, Piggly Wiggly's. What? No way.
I'm just Googling pictures of Piggly. So these are on the internet. So I'm not doing anything. But yeah. Dude, you remember this? At that festival thing with the parade and whatever, and they had this dude was walking down the road.
Yeah.
Something you'll always see in the South.
What's funny is like when you take the kids to the parade and they're like, because that happened last year. We took them and then he came up.
Don't just stop. Let's stop talking about different things.
No.
I won't say the actual name of stuff. No, you're a goober.
No.
I know how.
Shut up. I was saying that we were at the parade and then the kids he came up to the kids to try to give them like a hug. They're like, no. They were like,
dude's
nope.
It does look creepy though. His eyes look soulless. He's got these lifeless pie cut eyes, and he's just staring at you from his soulless pig head body. I feel like Nope too. But anyway. So if you go up in the mountains, you can see that there's no drop over distance, aside from just a little bit of incline that's just from the mountain itself, but the earth itself does not actually drop. And then as you go down the coastal plain, it's level. Everything just levels out. And then you go through every river, every street, all of it just finds its level. And the oceans, the seas are level. That's why it's called sea level. It's funny to me when people bring up the argument that they'll try and act like you must have never been anywhere to see how the world is, and it's like the geography of my location is actually very interesting. They make this art, they'll try and point a finger and act like, oh, you must just live in a flat place.
We all do.
Yeah, but they'll think that you just live in like a really, really flat place and you've never seen a mountain before. Crap, it's, you know, the straw man garbage they do. And it's like, that's, yeah, that doesn't work over here though. Or they'll use the same logic if somebody lives on an island. Oh, you just think things flat because you see flat water. And then, yeah, it doesn't account for there's no drop over distance and there's no curvature of the Earth itself. Non-existent.
That's crazy.
What? What you doing?
If Piggly Wiggly is a southern thing, why in the world is the headquarters in New Hampshire? When there's not even one Piggly Wiggly in New Hampshire. Like, what? What the? That's crazy. That's weird. Like, what?
Probably has something to do with taxes type stuff.
That's wild.
Companies will have their actual headquarters in one location and their facilities in another in order to get the taxes how they want them to be.
Yeah, see, it was founded in Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee. And then just for some reason, the headquarters is in New Hampshire.
We're going to go through the whole history of Piggly Wiggly's.
No, it's just fun. It's weird.
That is weird, though. Because usually you'd think that there would be at least a couple of the, locations nearby the headquarters.
Yeah.
Yep, level.
Dude, that's crazy. I don't even have this candle lit and it smelling up the whole room. Oh my god. It smells just like a creamsicle.
Hey, Ashley, I have an idea. You could sell candles to Globies, and we just go through all of NASA stuff of what they say different planets smell like, and you make your candles smell like that, and we just make it the color of this like NASA's planet thing, and then you sell them the planet candle. Like if you could find a mold that makes it like a sphere, like a ball, and then they could have their little globy planet candles that are shaped like their planets, and it smells like the planet when they light it.
Who's gonna buy a fart-smelling Uranus candle?
Oh my gosh.
I'm just saying.
Real farts.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that some NASA fanboys would love something.
No, I should just make flat earth candles. Screw that.
Yeah, that would just smell awesome.
I wonder if that's even a thing. Like,
I don't know. How do you make something smell like everything that ever was and ever will be?
no, I mean like literally like flat earth. Like, I can make a mold because there's a way I can make, and I can make a mold.
Oh, we could make an actual mold. Were you like talking about making kind of a?
The problem is demonstrating flat Earth on a candle.
Yeah, I mean, would you have like the wicks go in two ways so that the gel stuff that makes it clear, so you could do like a dome, have two wicks, and they burn down and be the sun and the moon?
That would be tripping.
I'm thinking you'd have to have a process of using two different things to do it, and to get kind of the.
Of course, they would all
project or the Gliese one. One of those
they would
round
only
projections.
Freaking globe model. I was like flat Earth candle molds, and there is zero, none, zero, zilch. So I could.
Be? You haven't made one yet.
Well, I was just saying, there's got to be a flat earther out there that's like, hey. Well, I guess not.
She's gonna make it in the future.
Right now that I'm. Hell no, I'm gonna make it myself. I'm gonna get some molds. I can make my own molds. Even make it with like the ice wall. Need to order that molds. So.
Here you go. You could use the same scent for Venus and Mars as Uranus and Mercury.
What? How would you even get those kind of scents? Like, that's crazy. I have a bunch of. I have like a bunch of woody smell. Ew. Blech. Eggy hydrogen sulfide. I would have to wear a mask if I were to make something
Obviously,
like that.
This is how NASA knows what they smell like, though.
Ew. Like Satan. Smells like Satan.
Nasal scopes.
It's about what the little scouts he has smell like. If you ever smell something like that, there might be a scout near you. Okay.
Eggy hydrogen sulfide. Just the sound of that, just ugh.
It's alright though, you can put a hole in them too though.
But if I were to do flat earth smell, what would be a good smell?
Make it smell like ozone.
What?
Like, you know when it rains and it has that kind of I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you got to think. I only use beeswax because that's like the purest candle wax. I won't everything else is toxic. So but beeswax already has a distinctive smell already. That's why you have to add a flavor. Because if you don't, it's just going to smell like
flavor, so you can eat them.
Well, actually, you can't. You can't eat beeswax, and my fragrances that I have are so technically you could.
You have edible candles for the kids that eat crayons,
right? Dude, I can make crayons with beeswax.
You probably could. No, like that's. You could put that on there though for the you get the Glover thing. You got all these planets, and then you can have a little logo of a crayon and be like, "These are non-toxic and food safe." Like, here you go. It's safe. Of course, most of them would smell like farts, but still.
Just don't eat the wick. I mean, the wicks are cotton, but I don't think you want to eat cotton. That's kind of weird.
If you were to, you couldn't really use the gel stuff because that would be against what you do and be kind of contradictory to your purpose of using the beeswax anyway. So to think about the FE version of what you're talking about, it would be a little bit different.
I mean, I can add color because I can make my own food coloring. And paint it. Some people paint it, but I'm not. I don't. I'd use my own food coloring to paint it. It's the only way you would get it like white or something.
Yeah.
Use coconuts.
That would be so.
Huh?
No, nothing. It says Jupiter. The smell would depend on where you are. So I was thinking you could like have a bunch of different weird scents throughout that. If you were to make one of those, that would be a giant one. And make them to scale, and then they'd have like a little puny earth one that's not even. It's like a tea candle. That'd require way too much wax. Wade Mixer's talking about the flat earth molds. Like, he may have some links for it.
I couldn't find any. I mean, everything I'm seeing is... There's one. I found one flat earth round mold, but it's not... It looks like a little tiny cylinder, but it's... I don't know. There's got to be one with like a dome or something.
I can make some.
Yeah, that's the one I saw. Yeah. Well, yeah. See that one? It's.
Actually,
yeah, the one.
I just thought about.
That's the one I. Huh?
That's cool.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that if I were to get the height maps, like the elevation thing from NASA, and then I use the polar coordinates to spin it to a circle, then it would get the FE map and matches up with like the UN's logo and a bunch of other things. And then you could put that in the I don't know, I'd have to figure it out. But
you know what?
3D printer. They 3D print it, and then you can use that to make the candles, or use that to make a silicone mold that you can make the candles with.
Yes, because I like to do one with a dome, but there's none that are like
separate thing though.
Yeah.
Ooh, don't even do that though. Just get like a little glass dome that has a hole in the top and put it in there. So you light it, or you don't even need a hole in the top. Just put it in there. Yeah. You put it over. If you put it over it, it would put the candle out.
No, what I could do is I can make my own mold, and I can get get a round something round like a dome, and then put it over top of it, and then take it off and let it dry like that, and then boom, there's a mold.
You have to invest. That'd be too fragile. It becomes really complicated. But that would be cool.
If you light a dome candle, yeah, that's true.
No, I was just thinking about the fact that the way that gases level out inside of it, like if you were to put it out with that, then you would end up seeing kind of this cloud-looking thing floating over, but it would just look cool.
Yeah.
See the smoke making the form of an image.
Hmm.
That's the only way I could see you being able to do this, is just make your own. Because I don't think that there would be many of.
Yeah. Because, I mean, I like this one, the little 2D flat earth round one, but it's. I don't know.
They got it wrong. Picture kind of looks a bit weird. Like it's off.
Yeah. But then again, that's like the only way. I mean, I don't know.
What? No.
Huh?
Hold on one second. Like, see how it's zoomed in? Like, it's close, but then it's like if the edge of the water was out a little bit further on the other side, and it was more centered. But this is something that I think people would use to see. It's like, yeah, this isn't really for candles. It's a soap mold too. It gives that kind of soap shape.
That makes sense. You know, doing a because it's a bath bomb. I mean, could do something like I don't know. I found something else. This is, but it's so tiny. Like, it's so tiny. This is about like. This is so tiny.
Okay.
You see that? But it's like so tiny.
Can you post?
Flat Earth. Gotta be somebody that's.
Okay, well, I don't know. I think that you just have to make your own. Huh.
Huh?
Wait a minute.
Where did it go?
Okay, so the BBC Science Focus magazine says Saturn and Neptune probably don't have much smell because they're composed chiefly of the odorless gases hydrogen and helium. But why don't they look mostly the same? Like, why do they look very different in all of these cartoon pictures that NASA gives of them? Wouldn't they smell different? Like, why would they smell the same? And if they're made of mostly the same things, then why don't they look similar?
Yeah.
So, AG, the lighter the composition of the atmosphere, the heavier the body has to be, the planet has to be, in order to keep the atmosphere to the surface itself. Seems to be sort of a general trend with their.
Check this out.
They're reckoning.
Just reading that. Yeah. So that's what I'm talking about, though, is going to say this, but then.
Old smells to me. It stinks to high heaven.
I know what it smells like to me. Yeah. get a NASA scented candle, but it just smells like ass.
That's isn't Saturn the biggest? No, Jupiter is the biggest planet, but Saturn I think is next biggest, and Neptune is thereabouts as well. But they're a massive size, and I guess that's why they have to be a massive size in order for the gravitational pull to be strong enough to keep the atmosphere stuck to the surface, as opposed to blasting off into space, as you'd expect. Maybe helium and hydrogen sink in these planets as they represent them. They'd almost have to, wouldn't they? Obviously, in our experience, hydrogen and helium rise, but that's on the basis of our own. Well, our own story. Let's put it like that. I think there's method in all of their madness. I really do. And can I just say about the circular flat Earth? I think we have to incorporate elliptical nature to things because they definitely deem it necessary. I asked a guy called Rocket Scientist about why do you introduce oblateness into the sphere? He's going according to the dimensions. I said, well, if you reduce it down, the sphere to a snooker ball, a billiard ball, the smoothness level is much more pronounced on the sphere itself. You get down to these levels, he wouldn't buy that. For some reason, but it's very clear if you have according to his model, if you have 25,000 miles in one direction, north to south, and you have 25,020 the other direction, well then the deviation becomes 20 over 25,000, which is a tiny, tiny fraction over the greater expanse. And it's for all the world perfectly spherical, but it can't be then because, elliptical, ellipsopy. I was going to think epilepsy, but elliptical natures have to be taken into things because it accords with reality. What I think.
Check this out.
Saturn. Let me read that. Okay, let me read that. Neptune has at least 5 main rings and 4 prominent ring arcs that we know of so far. Starting near the planet and moving outwards, the main rings are named Gal, Leverrier, Lassale, Arago, and Adams. The rings are thought to be relatively young and short-lived. Fucking hell, it's all a children's story, isn't it? It's the great reversal, the great switcheroo. Now, these are all the children's stories that adults believe, but the children's stories we were told to begin with are loaded with greater clues, all the nursery rhymes, etc. It's hilarious. Saturn, my ring.
Mommy, they're turning humans to batteries.
Huh?
What?
On the TV.
What?
On the TV, people are turning humans into batteries. It's not funny.
I gotta see this. Oh Lord, what are they watching on TV?
No.
I want to know if it's the news or is it the Matrix. Would not be surprised either way. In a world where they're turning humans into batteries.
Let me post you a video. Someone posted me recently about the moon. Where the crater is gone. Let me post it. It's in the sky, yeah. I think they're all reflections of solidity, so there is some solidity in play, but yeah, we're not dealing with actual solidity as the beholder says. So once again, it's there for sort of inverting and re-examining. Posted the video anyway. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there's a reason why I was setting up for that, why I posted all that. Check this out.
Head bud.
So this is the images that they give you of Uranus and Neptune. Where's the ring at?
The rings went walkabout.
I guess, look, oh, I get it. Okay. So, alright, it makes sense. It's because Neptune has its ring on when it's hanging out with Saturn, but then takes that ring off when it goes to hang out with Uranus.
The shady character, that Neptune. It's always underhand. Neptune being associated with the depths of the ocean.
Dude, what the fuck? Dude. Oh my gosh. She was right.
What happened?
It was on Fox News and they were talking. The dude messed up, right? He said talking about artificial intelligence taking over the human world, and God, what did he say? Shit, I should have recorded it, but he messed up.
Rewind it, record it. Post it in here.
Hold that thought. Let me go back.
Before it's deleted. Whatever you're talking about, I don't think there's any mess ups. But if you have the ears to hear and you catch it, then yeah, good for you. They'll delete it soon afterwards. Then, so at least you have, is made reference to, and it might make an imprint in your mind.
But Dodo, are you saying that you have to have the ears of a child to be able to hear?
Hey, Earth is ear of TH, right? Hey, yes. Let those with ears hear, H-E-R. Let me post a likeness. Let me just post this for you, right? I got many more, so I'm not gonna dwell. But what do you think yourself? This is just presented in the video, but we have the moon adjacent to one of, I think it's Saturn. Is it Saturn's moons, Iowa, or is it Neptune's? Europa, whatever it is. When you squint your eyes, do you see any sort of association there? I do, definitely. Anyway, but that's just a by the way. But it's so interesting. All of these things that we've taken literally now, you have the choice. You can throw them out and say, "Load of bollocks." I go back now with childlike eyes to re-examine and rediscover everything. Or once again, you can sort of take what they've written, understand the different context, and then decode it. Because that's what I think it is. It's all an encoded script. Referential. The moon tricks, yeah. The matrix. Ma is mother. Moon is feminine.
I like that. It took my entire life to learn to draw like a child. Because you're trying to overthink and analyze, think like I need to know exactly how that, and you think you're not even having fun anymore. Fun's gone. Are you really drawing? Or are you just drawing it out? Long drawn out.
Hey, I'm posting it on the chat.
What? Where? No, just
that video.
Message.
That clip off of Fox News.
No, send. If you send it to me, I can edit it and crop it and get it like cool. Yeah.
I already sent it. There's nothing to crop. I just took a video of the TV.
Never mind.
Did he slip up?
I wonder if we can.
How did what slip up? Did he talk us
record
through
it.
That's great. I can't believe
post
he
online.
slipped up. Huh?
I was
course
just
it's taking
thinking maybe it's
forever to
live
load.
now,
That's
and
crazy.
I could record it digitally, so it's not like a recording of a recording. But I don't think they are.
I mean, it's about to
Probably
come
just a
on. It's
local
still on the
news type
commercials. But yeah, it was on the Fox News. But what's crazy is he messed up. He slipped up and said something he wasn't supposed to, and that's what got me. I was like, "What? No, he didn't." He said more. He said, turning humans into batteries for machine purposes. But then he was like, "Oh." Like he knew he messed up and he wasn't supposed to say that.
Okay. Oops.
I was like, what the heck?
Are you sending it in the live stream?
Yeah, I wonder if you can hear it.
Where'd you send it at?
Hold on. It won't.
You could just play the audio through your mic. Yeah, you don't actually have to send the video.
It's taking forever. It said it was 100%, and then it's starting over.
Oh, they're already on the case.
Right, just listen.
Must be dynamite.
Hey, wait. It's
Can you
on
hear
your phone. Bring your phone. Just bring your phone to me, Ashley.
Sure.
If you play it through the speaker, that big speaker that we have, you sync that to there, it'll pick up on my microphone really clearly. You just bring your phone here, and then you can play it through that. Gotta find that speaker, though.
Is she talking about Elon Musk and slipping up, or someone else?
No, I think she was talking about like a news anchor who was talking about like AI type stuff, which is probably connected to the Elon Musk conversation and all that.
Okay.
And he might not have slipped up. He might have been trying to slip a joke in there and then pretend that he was oops, my bad. But it's definitely like a Matrix style joke. You know, like he was trying to be a smart ass.
Yeah. Deliberate slip up, I should think. Elephant from Elephant on Musk.
It's like trying to take the edge off of a very nerve-wracking conversation that involves creating artificial intelligence gods.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
HAL
why not
9000.
drop a joke in there and get people to laugh?
Yeah. Or more so aimed at the conspiracy
reason why they're
theorists,
slowing
right?
down the progress. Yeah, well, we'd have to. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to hear the audio. Kind of do stuff with the screen.
It's just I was trying not to laugh and say like.
And I got this.
I was like, here it is.
Hey, come here.
There it is.
I got the speaker.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that works.
It already posted.
Well, look who dropped by.
That's crazy.
What up, Zanuck?
Batteries, and they slipped up and told us we're really batteries in this greater matrix. Oh no.
Zanuck, are you there? Hold on, Pete.
Go ahead.
Zanuck, are you there? Mic check on Zanuck.
Hey.
You got
it. All right.
Evolution of art taking over humans, turning them into batteries for a machine world, or creating a surveillance.
I screwed that up. Oops.
List.
That's a really good soundbite, though. I want to get that in higher quality. turning them into batteries? Wait, what did you just say? All right, Ashley, let's mute our mics so that
for a machine world.
The thing is, we're already batteries, though. This is the thing. It's like the new world order. It's already in play.
Zanuck, what are the ballers coming up these days with their best evidence for the Earth being a globe? Same old, same old.
Oh my God, they've gone so far beyond the shape of the Earth. They're getting into quantum dynamics.
I've heard.
Control, expansion of the universe. Dark matter, dark energy, 0-point energy, Casimir effect. I mean, you name it. They're digging into it.
So, what's the current one?
I think the standard
0-point energy
still reigns. I think the current one still reigns premier. Horizon drop with altitude.
Who's championing that quest?
Most of the Globers.
I know, but who's the one leading the charge?
I think
is it Jem?
Jem? Oh no, I don't think Jem. Those guys aren't. I haven't been over there in a long time. I don't know what they're arguing or talking about these days.
What crowd are you running with these days?
I've been hanging out over at a Geo server. Listening to Witsit Rant, the Witsit Rant server.
How about the Witsit Rant server? Hey, what's Kosho talking? I think you and Kosho, right? With your powers combined,
we can conquer the world.
It's the Kosho show, the go-to
mathematic calculations. You can leap tall buildings in a single bound. All that good stuff.
With anti-gravity and antimatter, it's possible.
I think they have reverse curvature and quick and double time.
At Ghostbusters.
What have you guys been up to these days? I haven't been over here in a long time.
Oh, wouldn't you like to know? Now we're crushing the globe. We've slain them so badly that it seems like all we have is tumbleweeds. But you know what? We every now and again we get straggled. I guess this past month has been a pretty active month for us. We've had a NASA safety engineer drop by late at night. It was 2 a.m. for me, so I know it must have been U.S. time that he was in here. I ran him to the 3 points, and he didn't have an answer. NASA safety engineer. Now, like these guys, we've been calling them out left and right. We've had a couple of students come in from uni. They didn't know what was going on. Most of them they haven't been in this like arena, so they don't know how to like have a conversation here.
Yeah, you'll have your way with it pretty quickly.
Oh, they're a snack.
I can imagine.
They never used to have the bite that you guys did when you first came in. You were the first wave of like the globalists, I would say, on the globalist side. I don't know. Maybe you should have a crash course. I don't really think that there's an element to having a conversation on top of like knowing what you're talking about. So it's a dynamic. Okay. So you can't just come in here knowing things. You have to actually be a person who can have a conversation, because a lot of people, I would say, even on both sides, right? Like the idea that there is a debate on both sides, they can be pretty redundant in how they can have they might know their stuff, right? What they're talking about, but just not how to apply it in a conversation. So
technically to win an argument, I mean, yeah, it's almost art of war type of techniques and abilities and knowledge, because if you go into an argument and you have no idea who your adversary is, you got a 50% chance you're probably going to lose, regardless of your knowledge.
I've had you on the Flat Earth Initiative show that I have. I'm restarting a show again. I'm actually doing that right now. I'm fixing up my Streamlabs so we can tidy up a bit and then start up a stream again. I changed my name to Mayhem because it just appears that that's all I can be to the globalist side. But I'm telling you, like there's really I'm kind of just sitting back these days. I jump in every now and again because I really do like to have the conversation, but for the most part, it just seems like there is no more you, there's no more Kosho, there's just these guys that come in here. They're very I remember this one guy, he came in about 1:00 in the morning and he was pretty sturdy on what he was saying. He was just like, no, the Earth is a globe. I'm like, oh, finally, a guy with some bite to him. He's standing on all 10 toes. He's admitting that he knows what he's talking about. And then, what an anticlimactic moment when he was like, nah, never mind. I don't say that it's 100%, that I know it's a globe. So.
Oh boy.
Well, okay. And then you have those guys, they build you up. You feel like you're going to go somewhere. And then you have the people that are just complete letdowns. They come in here, they are part of some organization, or they're doing something, and then they don't know what they're talking about. And it's you know what, you just have to sit back. I don't know if there's a bigger conversation happening amongst you guys. Like, are you teaching these guys, or maybe somebody stumbles into your server and they're just like asking questions? I don't know. What I do know is,
okay.
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
It seems like lately that's why I like Geo's Net. We've kind of beaten the round flat argument almost to a pulp. I mean, it's not that it's been resolved in any way stretch, and there's no one's converted, I think, either way. But now it's gotten into just not so much conspiracy theories, but there's so much in physics that is so far fetched and irrelevant to discussion, but far fetched and complicated and theorized and maybe even guessed at, that they're challenging all of these ideas, right, from the quantum level to the galactic level. Even things like special and general relativity, where we're giving, here's a scenario. Jeremy's got a couple of these really. Actually, he's doing a good job making these, kind of conjured up questions with these scenarios where I'm in a train and it's going 1,000 miles an hour, and I stick a stake in the ground, and the light beam goes to the reflector, and it signals another stake to go in the ground. And are those distances different versus the inertial or the moving versus non-moving frames of reference? And so we get these kind of debates on what it just makes sense. Is this logical, or is this just fantasy? So that's kind of where they're at now, and they're doing it on all fronts that I've seen: surveying, celestial navigation, all that.
That's no questions.
We got you
answers either.
we got you squeeze Dodo in here. Piche, right?
Oh yeah.
Of course, we know Zanuck. You're well behaved, Zanuck. Here, you're not talking as quickly, as overbearing as you usually do. But yeah, that's true to say, Zanuck, isn't it? Regarding spinning ball Earth versus flat Earth, you have no questions.
Yeah, but him like us goes 0 to 100 real quick. You don't take much, but to set him up.
Just start talking over me, Pete, and I'll go ballistic.
Oh, no,
well, we've had.
You'll be grand.
Yeah, we've had a lot of encounters with people in the server.
No, you'll be grand. I said you'll be grand. You know how to carry yourself in different formats.
Pete, were you singing?
Always good to hear from you, Zanuck. Always good to hear from you. What you do is provide a very capable opposition for the newcomer. And if the newcomer can answer your arguments then and be confident in that, then you've done your job as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? But you're very capable, as you all are. Very, very capable.
You still singing?
Of course I am. I was singing today.
Do you have any video of your stuff? I was doing a search for you.
Oh, I don't really. Not really. Except for my own channel, where I sort of always open up my Hangouts on just playing a few songs. I play songs throughout it, but I might do that actually. But yeah, not as of yet. Yeah. Zanuck, what came first? Let me ask you a question. What came first? Did it justifiably come first? The decision to have the Earth round, or the decision to have the Earth in motion? Which is more justifiable, and which actually came first that you hold? Question, isn't it?
I think it started in motion. I think the rotation. I think the rotation came first.
Yet the rotation wasn't established. Yes, Einstein up and to beyond Einstein. The ball was established long since, wasn't it?
Yeah, the ball was established a long time ago by many different cultures, but I think the Earth being a center of the universe was stuck for a long time until they realized it was moving and everything else was moving. It was moving around it, or moving in it.
I mean, but that's just the thoughts of man, right? As man, or at least primitive man in a sense, look out and contemplate the greater surround. But when it comes to what we can all testify to here and now, I think we definitely have to say that the non-rotation has to come first. Once we decided that we're on a surface that isn't moving, then it becomes flat. But once you decide, the minute you decide you're on a surface that is moving, and it sort of becomes round depending on what you make the things in the sky. But yeah, I think that just with every model, and would you agree with this? That doesn't matter. So the reality is there in play. There can be 10, 100 different models, but everything is all about trying to find out the truth. So the thing is that it has to be foundationally sound. So the very first foundational aspect of each and every model has to be a superstructured. You know what I mean? Because everything is built on that. And if that's on shaky territory, well then there's the potential for the whole of the model to be collapsed based on that initial misconception, if you want.
Everything comes falling down when one little pillar at the bottom of the superstructure is a piece of styrofoam, doesn't hold any weight, and suddenly it collapses, and the whole building comes down.
We look at the outcomes, Anik, and we say you have the spinning ball versus a stationary flat. That's what the models are about. They come to a sort of a conclusion and a representation. So yeah. All experience, would you agree? We experience stationary or flat, but spinning and round is the truth. You'd agree with that, would you?
Yeah, we absolutely experience flat.
Okay.
For the most part. I mean, generally, as we live our days with our own eyes and our ears and our senses, yeah, it's flat and straight.
Are we stationary or are we moving?
Well, I think there has to be some movement. I think the movement is not the heavens above. It's got to be us. Now, whether it's flat or round, that could be debated. But I think we all would have to agree that these stars are moving around us.
But we are not moving.
Oh no, we are moving. It looks like they're moving around us, but we're moving. So
we are moving
rotating somehow.
Okay, but why we are stationary then?
Yeah, well, what we sense with our senses, yeah, we definitely sense no movement, no motion.
That means that we are moving. If we don't feel the movement, we are moving.
Rotation, but not a movement. So if you're on a flat plate and it's rotating, that would explain very, very sloppily the stars' apparent motion in the sky. But there's also problems with that too. But at least that's what we can sense with our senses. With our senses, we can detect that visual cue. But as far as feeling motion, no. Seeing curve or flatness, no. Just certain clues.
But when you see the stars, what you see moving?
You see us moving beneath the stars.
Oh, you see us moving when you look at the stars.
Crazy!
My question is, when is the case when you are stationary?
What case is that?
For example, I go outside now and I see the stars moving in the sky, and you will say, Zanik, we are moving, not star. Okay?
Right.
But we are stationary. Now my question is, how we will prove if we are stationary? How we can prove that?
We start developing a system of measuring angles and.
But isn't opposite of that? If we are now stationary, and that's prove moving, that means if we are moving, we will be stationary.
Well, things like the sun moving overhead, looks like it could be moving overhead, right? But the problem is,
but I'm stationary. I'm stationary when I look at the sun.
You feel stationary. You don't feel movement, but visually, you see the sun go by overhead in a way that shows us that we are moving. It is stationary.
Okay. Because what is the case that we can be stationary if sun is moving?
That the sun stays. It's one clue would be the sun stays a constant angular size throughout it appearing and disappearing. Doesn't change size.
What?
But that's according to your determination regarding the sun being a solid body. So according to all of these angular and distance considerations, it should be the same. Or should it be the same size? Actually, who knows? But yeah, it's a good point, Zanuck. How would I prove to you that the Earth's surface is stationary? You already admitted that, according to our sort of intuition or sensible experience, that we all experience a stationary, whatever you say about globe Earth, but definitely a stationary Earth. So what experiment would you be happy with? Show you? It's such a ridiculous question. It says, but to prove that the Earth's surface might be stationary.
But there is no possibility for that with his logic.
Why not?
Because it cannot be stationary. We need to move to be stationary.
How do you have motion?
In your logic, we need to move to be stationary.
How do you have motion? How do you have motion in an object not change angular size? Now, Pete says the most logical answer to that is that it's not really an object. It's just some type of light. So somehow all people on the Earth at different distances to this light see the light source as the same size, because you can put filters on it and see it has an actual size. Even if it's a projection, it has to be a certain distance away. Or as someone's behind some mastermind is in a little box controlling.
And what is moving?
Everybody.
But if I put drone to hover, it will not go away from me. That means Earth doesn't move.
If you what?
If I put a drone hovering in the air, it will not go away from me.
Yeah, right. If it stays above you, it will not go away from you.
Why?
Because you have it hovering.
Yeah, but it's not. Earth is not moving. That means it stayed in the air. Nothing is moving.
Okay, but if it goes away from you, it should get smaller, right?
No, I'm saying if I put the drone in the air hovering, it must go away from me because Earth is moving.
Well, really, then you're pointing toward the round Earth, because if you are having something stay the same angular size, the only way it could stay the same size.
No, I'm saying about drone.
He's talking about the drone. He's talking about the drone, man.
The drone, drone staying the same angular size when it stays above you and doesn't move.
I don't speak about size of the drone. The drone can be the big drone, small drone. It's hovering
the medium drone.
Angular size. Angular size.
I'm not speaking about size of the drone. I'm speaking about drone. It's hovering in the air. Why it's not going away from me if Earth is rotating?
What? If it's not moving, then
conservation of angular momentum, right, Zanuck?
Oh, really? I want to wait for that he said.
It's not moving. It's not going to change angular size. Angular size.
I'm asking you why that drone is not going away from me.
Because it's hovering above you.
Yeah, but Earth is moving, you said.
Yes. Oh, are you going to do a Nathan Thompson on me? No, come on.
Oh,
no, man. I have nothing.
If you have a drone, and the Earth is moving, and it takes off from your hand, and it goes up a few hundred feet, well, it can serve, as Pete says, it would conserve the exact same angular momentum and linear momentum that it had.
Are you saying that atmosphere
took off?
Are you saying that atmosphere is moving together with the Earth?
Well, if the Earth is moving and you have atmosphere and you can look at your trees and there's no leaves moving, then it would stand to reason that the Earth is moving with the atmosphere.
Okay. And where is the border? And where is the border of that rotation?
Pardon me?
Where is the border of that rotation?
Where is the border of the rotation?
You said that the atmosphere is rotating together with the Earth.
Roughly.
Where is the border of that rotation?
It moves with the rotation of the Earth, yes. Just like if you had a spinning ball and something hanging off of it, of string, as it rotated, it would rotate with that string and stay at the same height above the surface with the rotation and be in sync.
How do you measure this angular momentum, Zanuck? 1 second, Sasha. How do you measure this angular momentum, Zanuck? Is there any instrument you could use to put on the drone as it's stationary on the table, as it's 10 feet hovering or 2 feet hovering above the surface? Is there any instrument at all you could measure this momentum contained within the body itself? Which is astronomical, by the way, according to your own figures, you'd have to admit. Zanik knows I'm a difficult, what do you call it? Character.
Does atmosphere rotating with the Earth together also in orbital moving or only axial rotation?
Oh, that's
What's
a good
that?
question. That's a great question.
Say it again.
You know, the Earth is rotating. You said axial rotation. You know, but I have problem with the orbital moving in the same
Why's
time.
that?
Why? Because in 1 hour you are that atmosphere is 66 miles left, 1,000 miles left. Right.
In 1 hour, the
can-
atmosphere is 66 what?
In 1 hour, Earth together with the atmosphere, it's 66 miles left or right. You can choose the direction. Doesn't matter.
6,000 miles
What
per
are you
hour.
talking about? What do you mean 1 hour?
I'm talking about orbital speed of the Earth together with the
Around the sun,
atmosphere.
are you talking about around the sun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yes, the Earth and all its
So atmosphere is going 66. Okay. So atmosphere is going also 66,000 miles per hour together with the air.
with respect to what? With respect to what?
With respect to the sun, Zanik, come on.
With respect to the sun, my
It's a
God.
rhetorical question. So with respect to the sun, yes. So
yes.
So what?
Yeah.
Let's go.
So how did the atmosphere manifest this adherence to the ball and also to the sun?
Why would it?
How does it adhere to
everybody
this?
Knows. Everybody knows.
Motions,
Whatever mass it contains, whatever mass it is, times the velocity squared divided by the radius, that will be the force that would be acting on any object moving around the sun, moving around the Earth, on the surface of the Earth, wherever. It's a very simple equation, very useful.
Yes, it is. It's m times. Let me just clarify, Zanik. Okay, go ahead.
Pete, if you use that equation for the Earth revolving around the sun, you see that the forces are actually very, very small, almost insignificant.
Jesus Christ.
Calculate the linear momentum contained within a body. So imagine you were traveling down a straight pathway at you were 100 kilograms traveling at 100 miles an hour. You simply multiply the mass times the velocity. To calculate the angular velocity contained within a body on a rotating surface, you multiply the mass times the velocity times the radius. Now, if you take the mass of 100 kilograms, a man, and it's an average man or whatever, 100 kilograms times the velocity, well, let's say you're at the equator, that's 1,000 miles per hour. You just convert that to meters, but now you multiply by the radius, which you convert to meters as well, which is 4,000. In that drone that's hovering in the seemingly still air, Zanik, there is that amount of conserved momentum, angular momentum, just by the very nature of it being on the surface. But how do you measure it? And actually, I challenge anyone just to it's not a 100 kilogram drone, so whatever, 1 kilogram drone, but just work it out. And how do you measure this astronomical figure in terms of this potential kinetic energy? That's a great one.
Well, you just gave us a very useful equation. So the angular momentum is going to be your inertia times their angular velocity, or mass times velocity times the radius, right? And what are the units of that?
Well, they're kilograms, meters. Okay, yeah. What is it? Newtons, isn't it? No, hang on.
No.
Go ahead.
Kilogram meter squared per second.
I was going to say that, but I thought that there is a more convenient.
Well, it's a little bit of a cumbersome value, and what does it actually mean? I think you're giving more meaning than it really has.
Oh no! It's very simple. It's very simple if we imagine it in terms of a brick wall at the end of the racetrack runway, and you 100 kilogram man running at 10 miles an hour. And if you hit that wall, there'll be a certain distortion to it. So that imparted momentum will manifest in terms of the structure of the wall. Same thing with the Earth. If the Earth was to suddenly stop spinning, then all of us would fling off with a certain momentum. If there was a massive wall in space, well, depending on its construction.
That wouldn't be its angle. That'd be its linear momentum. That would be its momentum. As soon as that Earth stopped, every object has a trajectory that is in a straight line, which would be its tangential velocity times its mass, would be its momentum. That doesn't say how much doesn't tell you how much damage it would do into the wall, because that's in the energy equation. That's 1/2 mass times the velocity squared. It's different.
Yeah, but you'd work out the solidity of the wall. But actually, now I have to think of something else. That's just a calculation if the Earth stopped. But I didn't take into consideration the momentum that's within the same drone as it's traveling, as Sasha said, as it's traveling on the sun itself, right? 66,000 miles an hour, which would necessarily have to be taken into consideration, because if everything stopped, if the solar system stopped, then there'd be a different impact on the same wall. But now we have to think in galactic terms and beyond. So the galaxy itself is moving around a greater mass attractor, a big black hole, the black sun, if you want, at the center. So now, if everything stopped in the galaxy, then you would have a greater imparted momentum. Again, it's mad, isn't it, Zanuck? But yet, it seems that everything is still, and the light drone, the 1 kilogram drone, is easy to pick up. And if it stops working, then throw it at someone. That's the best way I can engage its force. I throw it at someone. It hits me in the face, it hurts.
If the Earth stopped, suddenly that drone would be going 1,000 miles an hour out into space, right? Of course, it would be incorporating. It would and of course the atmosphere as well would be going 1,000 miles an hour, continue to move. It'd be a curve. It'd be like a projectile. Both would be a projectile because they both would still have weight, even if the Earth stopped.
Zanuck, you're the man of science. So how, if the alternative is true, because you're about the truth, if we're on a stationary Earth surface and the drone as it sits on the table has no inherent momentum or forces acting on it outside of its weight, in a sense, well, what's your extension on that possibility? Do you know what I mean? You have to entertain both in order to rule in and rule out.
It's all relative. The momentum of that object with respect to the ground is zero, because it's not moving with respect to the ground. The momentum of the object with respect to the Earth spinning, which means from an inertial frame, like looking at it from the sun or out in space, then it would be 1,000 miles an hour. And its rotational momentum would be the mass times the velocity times the radius.
Zanuck, it's a tough gig being a bowler these days. But I would just say to take that drone now. Imagine we're at the very epicenter of the axis. Take that drone to the north center. It has a certain momentum, but if the radius ultimately is zero, because there's no relative motion, but then it has no momentum. But now as you move it down to the equator where you have 1,000 miles an hour rotation, now you have this astronomical momentum built up within the drone itself. But for all the world, it appears the same. Do you know what I mean? That has to be a problem.
No, there's no problem at all. You're at the North Pole. You have no tangential velocity because your axis of rotation is understood. You're on the axis of rotation, and as you move southward, you have to start acquiring momentum. You got to start exchanging momentum with some other mass. If there's no atmosphere there, you're just going to be orbiting the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour. If you end up at the equator, you look down at the surface, and it'll be going by 1,000 miles. You're like a supersonic transport if there's no atmosphere, but there is an atmosphere. So as you go southward, you'll be exchanging momentum with the atmosphere along its path. And eventually, the atmosphere, which is also moving at however tangential velocity it's moving above the surface at any latitude, will impart that energy or momentum to you, which is a force, and force you to accelerate until you're at the exact same speed as any other air molecule at the equator. Totally the balance of forces. So there you go.
Material sciences. If you garner momentum somewhere, solid body garners momentum, it has to be subject to forces. And when you're talking about, we both agree that as you move that drone or that 100 kilogram weight from the north center where there is no velocity, so its momentum is zero, relative velocity. But yeah, as you move it to the equator, then you have this massive momentum built up just by the very nature of the fact that, according to your story, that we're on a ball that's spinning. But yeah, what about material sciences then? Anybody will have to be able to resist. Any material body would have to resist the forces in play, or else it'll collapse. That's why I can stand on the floor here of the upper room in the house, is because the materials that the floor consists of can cater for this extra, what are you going to call it, momentum, potential momentum, that I'm walking on it. If it couldn't, then it would collapse and I would fall to the ground and I wouldn't be speaking to you, except from the ground. I'd be going, "Oh, Zanik, did you get my last point?"
All right, so real quick, I'm gonna jump in here, Joe Suisse. Take a quick break.
Go ahead.
I am live streaming right now, so everybody that wants to click on the link that I put in the live stream voice text, and you guys can see my mug. I'm up live right now for anybody that's gonna be clicking on that link. You can join me on my live stream. But I am live streaming right now, and I'm just kind of introducing the YouTube family that's on my channel to welcome to another stream that we're going to have of the Wick Snatcher Club. And so we're doing it all live on Discord and on YouTube, so you guys can join me there and have a chat. My name on there is the Wick Snatcher Club, and you guys can say hi. But Mayhem is what I'm known for on Discord, and so everybody can just talk to me on there, and you can see me, so... Welcome to everybody, and it's another episode. The first one was an intro. I'm trying to get all the elements working on the YouTube, like the screen, so the chat can be rolling good. So, but yeah, welcome everybody. Looks like we are able to get connected. Everything seems to be coming in pretty good, so everything's connected and doing well. Welcome everybody once again.
Hey! Thanks, Bud. Thanks, Mayhem. Go ahead, Bud. If you wanna deal with Zanik and introduce your audience to Zanik, or maybe you don't want to pick up on the same question that we're dealing with and take it to somewhere else. But go ahead, Bud. Go ahead.
So we have someone in here of the globalist mind, and a lot of people come in here and say that the Earth is a globe. Some people bring what they consider is evidence, and we talk about that, but. Zanik has been doing this for many years now. We've known him for a while, and there doesn't seem to be any evidence empirically anyway that leads us to the understanding the Earth's a globe. However, he will still argue the fact that it is, in fact, a globe. But he has different points than the other globalists that would come in here, people who think the Earth is a globe. But we are going to continue to bring forward the conversation so you guys can hear. And just anybody that wants to come in here and chime in and talk, I think that'd be great. But once again, guys, you guys are awesome. So we'll continue with the ongoing discussion. I don't know, Zanik, where were you guys in the conversation? What were you talking about?
Well, I think Pete was talking about just the angular and linear momentum of objects on a surface that is rotating, compounded with that object that's rotating around something else, and what those forces would look like, and then what happens if there's changes in those moving, the motion and the movement of those bodies. So it's something just kind of, quote, a tangent to what we were talking about earlier. No pun intended.
Yeah. Fundamentally, what I was trying, and maybe Sasha would like to get back in as well. So sorry for overtaking Sasha. We're sort of on the same point. But fundamentally, what it's like is like if I punched you in the chest, right? For instance, then you would move back. It would have a certain impact on you. But if you have an Iron Man suit on and I punch you in the chest as well, you're dealing with an increased momentum in a different way, and you just brush it off. So it's the same thing about taking this drone from the North Center, where there's no inherent momentum, because you have a velocity of 0, down to the equator where you have a velocity of 1,000 miles per hour. So then it would have garnered momentum along the way. But for all the world, it seems like it's just the exact same drone. So that's sort of ultimately my point. How do you measure this increased momentum, and where does material science come into play when designing these objects, knowing the truth of matters? Yeah, that's okay. So I'll leave it there and go and pause. If Sasha wants to come back, Mayhem, or you join in your...
Pete, no, maybe better no, because now he will explain everything what you asked. He will not demonstrate, but he will explain, and people can listen. And I prefer that people listen what he has to say for any argument, because it's good. Because I think it's good to listen, Zanik. Because if people listen, Zanik, I think they can learn a lot of things.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
At least I learned in my past.
It's a great question, but Danik, if you're willing to answer and engage, go ahead. You get the point.
Sure, I have to go in a few minutes here, but yeah, I could answer a few questions or talk about anything you want to discuss. No problem.
Zanik, what is drop over distance?
A slope.
Okay. Does every sphere has drop over distance?
Oh, the drop over distance of a sphere?
Does every sphere has drop over distance? Yeah.
Yes.
Why this big sphere has no drop over distance?
What do? You get up to go measure the horizon from a 4,000 or 5,000 foot mountaintop like you can in LA. Mount Baldy is about 5,000 feet. You look at the horizon and it's about 1 degree, 1.25 degree below your horizon, can be below level. So that would be a good example of drop over distance.
How about measurable drop over distance?
That's measured. You have an auto level or a theodolite. You
theodolite.
Look for the horizon, and you'll see a degree or so of drop.
And where is that? Where is that happening? In UK, in Croatia, in Africa, or where?
No, I just said it's near Los Angeles, South Los Angeles.
In Los Angeles. Why is that not happening in Croatia and UK? Why only in Los Angeles?
I'm sure it happens in Croatia. Go look. Go. They don't have
oh, really?
Go to Italy. Go to Italy.
Oh.
Go to Italy.
Oh.
Or go someplace that has a tall mountain. Above 3,000 or 4,000
No,
feet.
I was in Croatia. I lived in Croatia for 30 years, and I lived in Italy for 12 years. And I didn't find any drop over distance there. Are you telling me now that
you can use a carpenter's level, like an old school carpenter's level?
Can you now second question,
Sasha? I'm not going to engage you. You can talk over me.
No, you engaged yourself because you said Los Angeles, and you said Italy, and I said Italy and Croatia, and you said there is in Italy and Croatia. Do you ever been in Croatia?
No, I've been to Italy though.
Oh, do you been in Croatia? No.
No, I have friends. I have friends that live there.
How do you know that you have the drop over distance in Croatia and you never been in Croatia?
Because I don't have to go there to know that there's a drop over any.
Oh, really? But why you don't need to go there, but I was there.
Did you use a measuring device? Did you any kind of measuring tool to determine?
Yeah, I used my measuring device with you know that. Yeah, you know that stuff 8 inch per mile square. You know that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I was swimming in the water, my eyes was 3 inch above the sea level. How far I can see now, Zanik, how far I can see if my eyes are 3 inch above the sea level?
You're not using a straw man.
I'm telling you the truth. I will tell you where in Croatia. I will tell you also where in Croatia. I will tell you where in Croatia. Listen, Zanik. Don't interrupt me. Let's go.
Let's see how great this is when we talk over each other. Nobody can hear any of it.
Okay, great. Can you tell me how much I can see?
And you're talking over me, and we're still
great.
doing it.
I didn't get that.
As I talk,
I get that. If I get,
so
okay.
It sounds like we can't really engage in the conversation because you want to talk over me.
Okay.
Danik, you're the guest here. You should come on.
So if you want to go to any mountaintop, as I mentioned, not 3 inches above the water.
No,
go to a mountaintop.
No mountain, water. I was swimming in the water, Zanik.
We're not talking about you swimming. I'm telling you what you need to do. You asked me about this mountain, where it was. I told you it was in Los Angeles, Mount Baldy, 5,000 feet.
I'm not speaking about Los Angeles. I'm speaking about Croatia.
You're going to keep on talking. What you do one more time?
He asked you a question about 3 inches above the water. How far you expect him to be able to see? Please answer it.
I'll ask the question.
Not far, I think, is going to be his answer, Sasha. What are you going to do?
No, he doesn't want to answer. That's the point. I didn't ask how much atoms we have in nuclear plutonium. I asked how much I can see if my eyes are 3 inches above the sea.
There's nothing about plutonium. It has to do with your question to me about what evidence you have and how you can actually see this drop.
I asked you how much I can see.
And here you go again. Sasha, I said 3 times I'm going to be out. You did it again.
If you answer the question, we can continue.
You do it again, Sasha, I'm out of here, okay?
Janik, stop.
I don't.
Stop
It gives me a headache to talk over people. I don't like it.
Yeah,
As Mayhem said,
back to the okay. Let me bring it back to this.
Don't talk over me.
Comes back to the instrument. Let me bring it back for the people who are listening on Mayhem's as well and the YouTube here. Let's come back to the instrument. Danik, you maintained that in Croatia he had to have used an instrument. He said his instrument was his eyes. He observed something over when he was swimming over water at 3 inches, and then so that's his instrument. And now he's asking you how far should he be able to see according to your theory, and then I guess he's going to deliver how far he actually could see. I think that's bringing us back on course. Danik, I think Danik, now you can answer that specific question by Sasha. I think that's fair enough, unless you don't want to, I guess.
By the way, I'm interacting with everybody on the YouTube live stream, so if you guys are in there.
Did Zanuck rage quit Mayhem? I wonder, because they're very simple questions, and Zanuck, of course, has the same time.
Pete, I gave you the answer. He diverted to something completely unrelated. Talked about drop over distance. If you went to a mountain in Croatia, the Dinara Mountain, you know where the Dinara Mountain is?
You do, because you Googled it.
Go to the Dinara Mountain.
That's
funny. Or you go to Vidova Gora. That's a good mountain too. That's about what we're talking about here. About
How'd you live, Zanuck? And you were Googling all the time.
So
okay, go ahead.
Zanuck, one question. Did I mention any mountain?
You'd mentioned drop. You gave me drop over distance. I told you what that was.
And then what was my question after that?
Then you asked for an example how you do it. I said, okay, you go to a mountaintop.
You said Los Angeles.
Sasha, this is the final strike. You say one more word and I'm done.
Okay.
You go to the mountaintop, you measure a horizontal, which is basically level, and then you see the drop below the horizontal to the horizon. That will be the evidence of curve. That's the drop over distance. Thank you for letting me know.
Now my question, let's repeat question now. If my eyes are 3 inches above the sea level, how much I can see on the globe?
Not very far.
Not very far. How much? Can you tell me approximately?
Approximately? I don't know, maybe quarter mile, half a mile.
Quarter mile? Why I see the island 5 miles?
Well, there's something called refraction that tends to bend light downward, which allows you to see longer than you probably should if you're near the surface.
Are you telling me that
there's a differential?
Right?
Are you telling me and there's a differential gradient, and there's an angle of incidence that progressively.
Are you telling me that I'm seeing Ireland, the real Ireland? I'm looking at the real Ireland.
Again, you're talking over me the entire time while I said,
"Oh my God,
case. Thank you."
Okay.
Zanuck, come on, bud. You're not on Geos now or Gem Pandas. Come on. We can all see through your tactics. He's making a great point, which is on point. So you can see 5 miles from 3 inches with the instruments that you asked him, how did he use? Our eyes are great instruments. He got the impression that he was seeing directly to the island 5 miles away, where you say that can't be possible, at least conventionally, because you should be able to see about a half a mile. If you can see that and it appears a direct vision, it's an illusion because there's lots of different factors that you haven't considered. Something like that. I don't know. That's Zanuck's explanation I'm offering.
I will try to understand him. That means I see the island, real Ireland, on position where it is. That means real Ireland. I see the shore. It's there because it's there. Because it's in reality. Because it's there. That is that island. Okay, great. But now some lights, some phenomena happening in the air, and then that phenomena showing me the same thing what I see in the reality, that real island, what is there on that position, what is there, that island, what is there.
Yeah. Yeah. You're asked not to believe your own experience. You're asked not to believe your own senses. You're asked to believe that what you're looking at is a mirage. It's an illusion. It's an impossibility. So in other words, if you imagine you could hold your whole body like Superman and rise 3 feet above the water and fly directly to that island, I'm sure you would swear by it in your own powers, Sasha, that you would reach the island just as directly as you saw it. So you saw it. There's a straight line to the island, but Zanuck has to come in with a differing point of view, which is fair enough. But how believable is it, Zanuck?
It's roughly about a half a mile.
How believable is it? Go ahead.
Roughly about a half a mile. That's how far you should see. If you see further than a half a mile, then there could be refraction. That's why you go to get rid of some of these errors.
That means if I swim to that island,
Sasha,
that's 5 miles. I'm rejecting your pseudo because I'm in reality. And now
you start talking over me. I reject you because
I'm not talking over you. I'm talking with myself now. Listen, I'm swimming now to that island, and listen and I'm swimming there, and that is the distance, and I will reach that island, and everything is alright. Nothing's happened. No light will make the more distance or less distance. It's there.
That's just because you say something.
Zanuck, let's go together to swim to that island if you want this summer.
Love to, yeah. Love.
You love to, okay.
It's a beautiful country. My friends speak very highly.
Of course, it's full of islands. It's 1,000 islands there in Croatia. It's a great stuff for observations, you know.
Then go to one of those islands, as I mentioned.
I was there. You know. I was there. I don't need explanation from people to tell me.
Hey, Zanuck, you go to one of those islands, dickhead.
Go to Vidova Gora. And then that's an island of Brac, and that's the highest mountain peak in the Adriatic. If you go there, you will see what I'm talking about. You look at the horizon on a clear day, you'll see it drops significantly below level. And if that is below level, that means
only on that mountain. But if you go to the beach, you cannot see anymore.
Go to Dinara.
No?
Go to Dinara. You know where Dinara is?
Hang on.
Yeah, I know what is Dinara. It's not Dinara.
Go to Dinara. Go to Dinara, whatever you call it.
Hang on 1 second. Let's calm it down, please, because we're all involved in a sort of a venture, a quest for the truth. At least that's what we should declare. Or if we don't, that's a problem. But it's Zanuck. Okay, if you can only see and you take his testimony to be so, it's like your own black swan, which is a very interesting question as well. The black swan, Dr. John Dees from England to France. Anti from Blackpool to Barham Furnace, they all took place beneath a certain threshold, which was about a foot. It's very interesting. I suggest, just to get out before I get on to the main point, I suggest, Sasha, that if you rose yourself up, let's say another foot out of the water, that background mountain, whatever you were looking at, would disappear, because now we have to take different considerations into play, which is the greater surface of the extended water, right? Anyway, that's a different matter. But Zanuck, how do you justify Sasha's experience, which you seem to accept, and I hope you do, because we all can experience these things, but how do you justify that the target that he's looking at is the only thing that's affected by refraction? What about all the water in between the half mile and the 5 mile island itself? Should that not be refracted up as well, and then everything still be hidden because everything is over the globe? Do you know what I mean? What's the distinction here? Why does the light distinguish between solid land and solid water?
Light bends downward, looms everything up. The water, anything that was the horizon before, has been moved further away, loomed up in your field of view. Everything's moved. That's what looming does. That's what the bending of light does. It looks like it's straight in front of you, but it's actually looming things up that were previously below that point, angularly in your field of view.
You're saying that under perfect conditions, then he would not be able to see that mountain. Or that island. You're saying that what looks perfectly clear to him on a perfectly calm day and perfectly direct in line, you're saying that that's all some sort of massive illusion.
Well, of course, he's not telling me he's seeing the mountain. That's the most ambiguous declaration I think I've ever heard in these type of discussions. If you saw someone,
I think he's actually Mexican. He's never been to Croatia myself.
If he saw someone sitting on the beach, laying on the beach, maybe waving or something, I'd be very impressed. who's multiple miles away. But he's not saying that. He's saying I see an island. Well, the question is how much of it is hidden. The easiest way to do this test,
he was swimming. He was 3 inches above the water with his eyes.
Nothing was hidden. It was stored there.
Go to a mountain, Vojak. Go to Vojak, and you can look out over the beautiful bay, the beautiful water, the Mediterranean blue, and measure whether the horizon is actually at level or not. And if it's not at level, then you will have to determine that the Earth is spherical.
And isn't Wojak
just correct the name of that Croatian location?
Sasha, isn't Wojak a meme? Hang on, PJ. Isn't Wojak a meme on the internet?
Oh no, Vojak is a mountain. Wojak is the meme, and then there's Lojak, which protects your car from getting stolen.
Hey, you're thinking of Kojak, mayhem.
And then Kojak is a star from TV series back in the 60s.
Who loves you, baby?
All right, so I'm just listening to Sasha, right? So Sasha, what was your evidence that you're looking from a place over there where you live at? What was the name of your location?
Rovinj. ROVINJ.
Now, is this a bay that you're looking off? You said 3 inches.
Yeah, it's a bay, and you see the little island. It's an island. Even in it's not. It's a small island. It's like a rock. Let's say it's not. Nobody is living there. It's like maybe I don't know how to say. It's small island.
Screws Zanuck more than because.
But that's only one place. I have another 100 place in Croatia. And he has one, I don't know where you find out that mountain or something. Even I have the picture from Italy.
Hang on one second. Zanuck was asking you how much was missing. So if it was a bigger landmass.
Nothing was missing. I was seeing the shore.
Say you can't see any of it anyway to begin with because you can only be able to see half a mile.
Yeah, he said I can see only half a mile, but I see the shore of the island, you know. And he asked me how much is hidden. Nothing is hidden. And I saw the fucking island.
Hilarious.
Problems for the globe.
Don't forget to laugh, friends, whatever you do. Don't forget to
I had the photo camera, but I didn't want to make an observation of that. I said, what the fuck? This I can see it with my eyes. I don't need an icon.
Oh. I actually have an explanation for why these views are possible at such low levels. Actually, I can encompass my own offering as regards the green flash and what's happening there in regards to, what Zanuck denies, Sasha, and what he must justify in different terms is the lack of extended expanse. Now, if you consider that it is a flat Earth extended expanse, then it's water all the way to the target, as you can testify yourself, via your 3 inches above the water. But Zanuck denies this extended span of water, so therefore, well, all manner of magical juggling has to come into play to explain something.
This is very important. Pete, this is very important. For example, I don't speak very good English. I am ex-baker. I am not scientist. People heard what I say, that I see with my eyes the island. Okay, that's mine. That's what I said. And now they have Zanuck, and they can listen to Zanuck. There is some mountain in Croatia. There is in Los Angeles something. And okay, everything is all right. People can believe Zanuck, or they can go to any beach and check for themselves, you know, and still trust the Zanuck. I'm okay if people trust the Zanuck. Because he's clever, he's intelligent, he knows what is science, whatever, how you present him, Pete. I'm a normal guy. I'm only saying what I saw, you know, nothing else.
And again, look, talking to us here directly, whoever else may be listening, we don't know their mindset. So let it be up to the individual to judge who is the greater case to make. It's not even you're making a case, you're just reporting a direct experience. Zanuck is the one who has to make this elaborate case to explain something that's so easily explainable in a sense. Well, it's not so easily explainable, but it's still explainable on a station, on a flat extended span setting. On a globe Earth with this constant curvature, different story. Different story. The listener will only make their mind up which is the most. I'm not even saying, you're not even making an argument. You're not even. Oh, I was out swimming today, and guess what I saw? 20 inches above the water. I saw an island 5 miles away. Oh, did you, bud? Nice one. Yeah. You're not even making an argument. It's like you're telling a story. Yeah, I had lunch.
Yeah.
And I went to the movies.
Yeah, that island is there. What I shall do? I don't know. If Zanik say that it is not an island, it's some projection of an island. I don't know. People can believe that. That's their beliefs. I don't know, but I know what I saw, and it's real island, and you can go there. We can go there.
Now here's the thing, right? And it's actually the coding of the ball. Everything that Zanik will have to present to you regarding the spinning ball Earth validity and all its foundational aspects will be things that we can't experience. This is why we're told we can't trust our senses by them. And it's every aspect. If you can think, Zanik, if you can give me one aspect of the spinning ball Earth that we can all experience and test for ourselves, and it's something that applies within our sensible realm, please do, because as you know, I've been looking for that for ages, and nothing is forthcoming.
Use a Foucault pendulum for spin, and then use a sextant to determine the shape.
A Foucault's pendulum, if it does vary, I mean, this is an extension beyond the phenomena then, isn't it? I mean, if it does vary, and I have no doubt it does vary, actually, but this is about you developing a model then to explain it. All you've said is just a one-sided story, which is, well, because it varies, then the Earth spins, but you haven't tested your own even declaration against an opposing
Hey, Pete, just 1 second.
Go ahead.
How can we know that the Earth's a globe through the sextant, Zanik?
By the relationship between the movement you make on the surface and the objects you see in the sky.
What's the movement that we make on the surface?
Any distance you travel, you'll see a 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship. Because it's consistent, every time you move 60 miles, that precludes the surface that you're walking on from being flat, because it can't have a 1-to-1 linear relationship. That linear relationship denotes and defines
a sextant is used over land or water.
Either way, in the air, on land, on the water.
And so you're saying that over water, you can't walk over water. So what would you have to be doing?
You can take a sailboat. You can take a rowboat.
So a boat that's undulating, you're saying that would be correct to use a sextant to say that the surface itself is indeed curving?
You could.
Okay, so, and when have you made this measurement?
All the time. I can do it tonight.
Is there a demonstration? Right? Is there a demonstration that people can actually go do if they want to figure this out? Go ahead.
Tonight, you'll tell me you'll look at the North Star and you'll say, and you'll do a crude measurement. You get a protractor, or you can use strings and weights and all sorts of things to easily divide out. You know, the easy way to make a 45-degree angle. You find a plumb line, and then you make something. You divide these distances in half. Then you get 45-degree angle. You can keep on dividing it: 45, 22 and a half, 11 and a half, 11 and a quarter. So you can easily find the angle. If you find that angle, you'll find your angle, and I'll find my angle, and I will tell you within fairly decent accuracy what latitude you're at. And if we want to go one step further to find out where you are, how far away from me you are, because we can just say how far we are from the North Pole. It would both be 3,000 or 4,000 miles away from the North Pole, I would guess. But then we'll find another star, and we'll figure out its position, and you'll view versus me, and we'll know the distance between us. And between a few of these points, I'll be able to tell you exactly where you're living.
So looking at a star and then finding out my position, I know that the Earth is a particular shape, the geometric shape of the Earth.
Yes.
Where is this stated as a citation, Zanik, that I can look this up?
You know I'm the citation.
Reverting to the sky, though,
I had to have you say that. Sorry, the audience doesn't understand this. Okay, so if you guys are listening right now, Zanik is a citation. Like we ask him for. I already knew where this was going to end up. Right, that's the line of questions that I asked Zanik. I'm not surprised. But you guys that probably never heard of this, well, this is the first time that you're going to hear it. But yeah, he is a citation. a
Well,
literal
I wasn't
living
in the citation. Someone named me from this forum, so I'll put it in the chat because I think
Yeah,
that's
go ahead.
important.
You guys can't see the Discord chat. I will, however, in the future put it up on the screen so you guys can see it on my channel.
I'm this, and
But-
I'm also. That's
But
not
the
the
point is, can I just bring it back to the point which is about the focus pendulum and the sextant showing that the Earth is a globe? But you made reference in the latter, Zanuck, to the stars. But have you to assume what the stars are in order to make some sort of extrapolation as to what the Earth is? I mean,
Man, you're really digging into his mind today, Pete. We're going to go into Never Neverland. Are you ready for that? Second star to the right, straight on to morning. Because when you dive into his mind, we're going to get lost. So we're going to need walkie-talkies to kind of, make sure that nobody's getting...
Yeah, but he's justifying the curvature of the Earth, but he's making reference to the stars. So now you got to ask him, okay, you're making a determination about the Earth. What have you determined that the stars are? Because you're trusting their nations. But yeah, that's just the basic point.
No, I mean, I know where you're
about
going. It's just a thing about what they do. And I guess, like, I want to just, for the audience, say, because people that are listening right now don't have a grasp as to sometimes why people say the things that they do. And usually when we ask, like, Zanuck and Kosho and some of the guys who've been around this arena for quite some time, they don't know that the reasoning behind why they say things. So I'd like for them to kind of say what gave them the conclusion or why they even think this way, because none of the mainstream rhetoric really follows up with what they say. It's more of a very cowboyish kind of like trailblazing way of just them, figuring out how they're going to be able to stand up for the argument. But like when you ask the wiki globalist, they don't have an answer for these questions other than what mainstream tells them, and they usually short circuit really fast. But Zanuck has a bit more mileage than these other guys,
Yes.
right? Because of what he says. So
Indeed.
this is kind of why when we get into this with Zanuck, he has a different approach. And then when asked upon citations and things like that, he's the source of that information. There isn't any other outside element where we're going to look into, like, mainstream and otherwise, other than the information you and I can get from, like, what the rhetoric talks about with the sextant, how to apply it and such practically. But he kind of uses that, and then with his own theories, shoehorns his ideas into that, and then makes this like amalgamation of what he thinks and then what mainstream is, and then comes up with like this fantasy of like how it's possible to measure a geometric shape using the stars, let's say, for example. So,
and man, we have to give him credit for one of the best there is. Kosho falls into the category. There's lots of other spinning ball earthers who fall into category because they can handle things on the go here as we're asking him difficult questions. And I don't even think the question I was asking is difficult. I think the assumption that everyone has to bear in mind is that we're all truthers. Science is about truth. Flat Earth is about truth. All of us are truthers, but maybe some are more truth orientated than others. But to ask direct questions, I don't think that's an issue at all. And I do get your point at the same time as well.
Well, I think you've been in the arena with these guys in the different forums. We've handled them a long time ago. He just recently came back, but we've had them come into the server, and we have the conversations with them. But like, I feel like in here, there isn't a debate for us. We don't kind of like why this and that. Sasha, however, was having a little bit of that, but we don't.
They rely on logic, though, Mayhem. They rely on logic and coherence, reasoning, because everything that they sell, the populace, right, according to their model, is something that can't be experienced because we are just tiny ants. We can't appreciate this greater situation, this greater setting. So yes, everything that they say relies on logic and reason. So if you can, and of course you have done, this is why you laughed here, because you've been through all of this before, but if you can fault them in the moment, for your listeners in the moment, and for YouTube listeners, if you can bring the likes of Zanuck to his knees, or give him a particular stumbling block that he can't, even a basic as it is, then it gives a great, I would say great impression, but it certainly leaves an impression on the listener, because surely all this is settled. Yeah.
One of the things I think is important for anybody to have is critical thinking and logically consistent points, with also like the ability to use practical understanding of like how we navigate across this earth, and just like we have to reason with ourselves, right? Like this information has to be practical. You can't just say things and then apply to some like hypothetical or a theory. You know, it has to be applicable to the earth that we live on. So it's important for when we were describing things, on the flat earth side, that we're going to be able to tell somebody, this is what you can go and do to figure this out. Now, if it's not possible to use it practically, then either side can get into like these hypotheticals. I say either side because people with like the flat earth understanding can also get into a speculation conversation. And so there's been like disputes that we talk about, like where globalists will say like, hey, produce us a map and a model, then we'll have a conversation. Until then, you guys don't have an argument, right? And so we'll tell them like, we don't need a map or a model because the earth itself represents itself to us as like what we need to be using, right? We can use charts and other things to navigate. So there does like this concept of an entire realm of existence kind of depiction, I think, is what they want, because that's where their idea lies of what the earth is, entire realm of existence. So we shouldn't be going to that, but usually some of these flat earthers will start bringing up the AE map or the Gleasons and then say, hey, you globalists, check this out, and then argue from that like why the map is more valued than just like the globe idea and such. I don't ascribe to that. I don't think that anyone can say what the entire realm of existence is. And I think that's where the trouble lies, where people start to define what that is and how we can like bank left or bank right on a AE map and such. And that's where a lot of problems arise, and the headbutting. But if you don't give them something like that, they don't have anything. There's just they're working off of what they think the earth is. But it's difficult. Okay, the guys who are listening, right? If you're new to this whole topic, you still think that there's some evidence that the earth is a globe, I welcome you into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We'll be putting up links in the live stream for the YouTube, and you guys should see that in the future. If you have any information that you want to present, the voice chat is open, especially on my YouTube chat. I want you guys to feel like you can come in here and say what you think it is, and then I'll drop a link in the YouTube channel so that you can have a place you can come into and talk to us live on here. And that's in the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I'm into this topic a lot. I will be talking about other topics, but mainly this one right now to get the channel going, and then we can like have chats in another arena about other things. So right now it's just mainly focused on the truth of the reality of what the earth is, and then we can move off into like other topics. Like I like to talk about the health issue, like what topics we can discuss about that. And so long as we always understand with every topic, there's little caveats that we would say, like, especially with health, consult your own physician if we're going to be talking about that and those sort of things. We always cover our bases to make sure that we want to stay kosher with YouTube, to make sure you guys, won't say things or deviate from what we should be saying in here. Just keeping it like, on the level. Level, that's an interesting word. But yeah, I think that it's not a debate for us, but like I don't mind having the conversation, plus letting other people hear, how you guys engage with the topic. That's most important.
Absolutely. So, and absolutely. Let me just say, if that's a new burgeoning channel you've set up, look forward to hearing some of the other topics you might talk about. But absolutely, in a sense, there's no flat earther who revert salt and revert back to spinning ball. So yeah, the numbers are only ever increasing. And as you've set out your stall, anyone who's listening on any front, it could be the most valuable thing they ever hear, and I do appreciate that. I hold myself that Zanuck is more famous than Neil deGrasse Tyson or Brian Cox. They all sit in their ivory towers.
Well, I don't know about. Yeah, they don't come in here. I get what you're saying, and Zanuck does do that, but like, I don't think those guys pay him any mind. like those other guys would like the.
Well, that's a different matter.
They're hoisted onto a platform worth millions of viewers, where Zanuck is just probably some guy who's only famous or in his circle. Like, he's probably the only guy who would actually dare come in here, versus the other guys who are, would probably follow behind him. They don't dare step.
He works in LIGO. Zanuck worked in LIGO, and actually, I'm surprised you didn't mention that, Zanuck, about LIGO. Maybe you, Mayhem, I'll go on mute, can get into that because
he's had many hats.
Yeah.
He's had many hats. This guy. Well, as far as I know, I think he's been a pilot, a race car driver. He's been in LIGO. I mean, you name it. I think any topic that we discuss, he's probably had some kind of office in that in that particular field. But I don't know. Like,
I find it interesting that
doubting the man.
I'm not gonna say that he's. Listen, I'm not gonna say that he hasn't been in like whatever thing we're talking about. But like, I'm not. I don't need to know his qualifications, although he can say whatever he wants and say I'm this and that.
I find it interesting every time when I'm listening the Neil deGrasse Tyson and the Brian Cox, they never mention Zanuck.
That's what I'm saying. They don't look to people on the internet. Those guys are hoisted up there by their own peers and the guys who put them up there on the puppet show. But they're just puppets. They don't say much more than what they need to. They stay very, very ambiguous when they talk. What is gravity? We don't know. Right? I mean, listen to what they say. What's gravity? Neil deGrasse Tyson. Whoa, we don't know. So it's like, when it comes to certain things, they have to stay ambiguous. They can't tell you, well, at what elevation can you see the curvature of the Earth? You don't see the curvature of the Earth. He says it with emphasis, right? And it's like they're talking about the most obvious thing that most globalists would say. It's like, well, I go to the beach and I see curvature. From an airplane window, I see curvature. From a mountain, I see drop over distance. And it's like, these globalists will say that. And then the science communicators who actually are the vocal mouthpiece for these guys would denounce that and say, you can't see curvature from whatever. And Felix Baumgartner at 125,000 feet on a gondola jumping from that, could see the curvature, and then Neil deGrasse would denounce that. And so you got like these guys over here saying you can see curvature from a mountain, you can see curvature from a bay, and all this kind of types of stuff, when in their mainstream science communicator people who have millions of followers will actually speak opposite to what they say. And it's interesting that they still come in here and will defend the fact that you can see curvature with drop over distance, right? And that's Sasha was kind of getting into that, but like, you don't have that information because they don't. But they do, however, say that if you take a rocket outside of the Earth and you exit the Earth's inertial reference frame, so then you would be able to see, looking back, that the Earth is a globe and curvature and all that good stuff, right? But here you can't do much. It's pretty flat. So,
and it would be nice not to come here to go to because the Neil deGrasse Tyson is here. He's communication. You said my English fucking, but Zanuck can go and find Neil deGrasse Tyson to look it for him. Man, find that Neil deGrasse Tyson and tell him, man, you cannot present globe like that because you are wrong, man. Wake up. Because we know, and you didn't get it. You cannot present and say so stupid shit that stuff is flat. That's easy. Go there and tell him that stuff, and everybody will listen Zanuck, not anymore Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's easy. You're coming here to speak with people. Go there, man, and tell this guy, why are you telling this? Why are you making globe ridiculous?
No idea. But they often say things that kind of contradicts what they say in mainstream. I think it's interesting too, because it's like you try to figure out the mind of these guys. So like, why would you want to say something against what the rhetoric is saying? If what they're saying would be the, I don't know, settled sciences, you want to call it that? Like, how would you go about, going against what they say when you know that if you deviate, then you're going to be saying made up things. You're making this up. Like you see what I'm saying? Like, that's different. You're trying to get to a place where they're agreeing with what mainstream's saying so that they don't deviate from that, so that you can know that everybody is saying the same thing, but they don't in reality. So we had a guy on here, his name was Bob the Science Guy. And then you got Professor Dave, Dave Farina, who was saying anybody who uses 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. This is what I'm talking about, right? The contradictions. So that's what Professor Dave was saying. Now, no flat earther came up with 8 inches per mile squared. We use it, however, but we never came up with it. But he was actually advocating for the people who actually said that 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. I went ahead and told Bob the Science Guy, who actually said that he uses that for his auto level to look over half a mile, right, and see drop over distance. And he uses that equation. And I was telling him about it, and he was like, I told him, well, if you use 8 inches per mile squared, Dave Farina says you're a con man. Basically, anybody that uses it is a con man. And so then I'm now looking to Bob and saying that, are you a con man, Bob? And he's like, well, I agree with him, but I'm not a con man. I was like, well, then you are, because if you agree with him, well, what he's saying, that anyone who uses this, but then you're using it and then advocate for it, that means you're a con man, just like he's stating. However, no flat earther will say that we need to use that. We're only saying that it's been something that you guys would talk about, saying that that's how drop over distance can be measured for up to 1,000 miles. But we don't care. It's not our claim. We say flat and stationary, so there is no curve to be measured. So there is no con man here, only in the aspect of somebody saying that 8 inches per mile squared is a good way to calculate the Earth's curvature, right? So if that's not the calculation, then what is? And when asked that, the guys draw a blank. They don't want to say. Maybe they have the answer, but they don't want to talk about it. And either way, it has to add up to the radius, diameter, circumference already given to us. So if they don't have that information that equates the radius, diameter, circumference, and it's another math equation that doesn't equate to that, then they have issues. So they have to stay within a particular parameter of what they say. So you can't deviate from that. So this is important, right? Like, you have to remember, they have their own set parameters, which they're already born in. We're all born into these things about the Earth being a globe, right? We're all born into these parameters. You can't deviate from that. However, they will, just so that they can make their lie become truth in their mind. So that's why it's interesting to see the minds of these guys when we hear them say that, you know what, there isn't anything said about what I'm saying anywhere you can find on the internet. I'm saying that I am the citation. I am the one saying this because I can tell you how to measure the curvature of the Earth by drop over distance. And you got different people saying that with Bob the Science Guy. You have Jesse Gordon doing the buildings. Zanuck is now talking about it. Like, so different people are saying different things with drop over distance. However, that drop over distance doesn't really have a turnover on the globe side. The globalist like rhetoric, you can't find that as much as you could in these forums. So it actually only exists in the anti-flat earthers mindset. It doesn't exist outside of that. They become their own little group, and it feels very cultish, kind of like a following of a you know, like a fantasy, you know, like they do like with the guys who wear the Harry Potter capes and, you know, get the little stick and stuff, and you think that you're just a bunch of fanboys to the globe. Like, nobody's like really caring about what they do or not. Like, if they fanboy out to the globe, nobody minds about these guys, but they feel special in their own group, and that's fine. They could do whatever they want, but there is no evidence that the Earth is curving at the set rate that they claim it is. Otherwise, we'd all be in that knowledge of knowing that it is. But we welcome them here. I mean, if they can try, that's all we can say. So if you guys are listening out there, if you know somebody that wants to come in here, just tell them to come in here and have a chat. Anyways, we got a bunch of people just popped in. Looks like King D's has joined us. Plum Bob is in here. Rion's here. Sasha, what up? Watch Europa. Zanuck still hanging around. iTry's here. Ashley and Ethergrass are joining us. Cut Off the Knees. What's up, dude? Some people that are silent. Wave Mixer is probably listening. What's going on, man? Deuces. Batman from Australia. And Flat Lloyd Wright. He's another educator who's joined us. What's up, guys?
Hey, hello, everyone.
What up, King?
Yeah, what's up, man? I'm just working right now. Just came in to have a listen, chill out with my homies, my flat earth homies.
Yeah, check out my channel too, dude. I'm live right now. So if you didn't know, I'm gonna put it in the live stream.
Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah.
I've been spamming it.
It's about time, ma'am.
We got Jama King. You're muted, Jama. Let me unmute you. What's up, Jama?
What up, man? Just signed in. Alright, MS.
Yeah, you should see the description of what I put on my channel. What if I told you you were living in a dream world? Would you believe me? Welcome to the Wig Snatcher Club Live. I put emphasis on that, but that's kind of my my little deal there.
Where did you put it?
It's on live stream voice text. Yeah, just click on that and you'll be able to see me. Throw deuces up. What's up?
Let me see.
Might be a little delay in the stream, so but you could still. Later on, I'm gonna start doing like maybe having some roles for people like Wig Snatch and Initiate and Wig Snatcher, like, you know, professional Wig Snatcher or something, you know, just kind of little fun names that I'm going to add to that as I develop my channel more and more.
It's a new channel. I just subscribed.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah, no, like probably going to have different discussions in here. Well, going to tell Indio about it and the admins of Discord. We wanted to have a show and to just like maybe have different topics to talk about. Not just mainly flat earth, but just anything, you know, talk about what the truth is about everything. So yeah, I'm just starting up the channel and I'm going to be on for like an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe less. I don't know. It just depends how I'm feeling throughout the day. But yeah, I do like to have something open for everyone to have a discussion. And people can come in here and have a talk with me if they like. But it seems like we got the YouTube live stream right now. The chat's scrolling at the moment. So we do have some people in there. We got Multi Tom. He's part of Helios live stream. He's also in this one. And by the way, I'm modding people as they come in there. Some of the people that I do know, I'll give them the mod. But the rest of the people I usually am used to seeing, I'll just kind of hold off a little bit. All right, so Ether's in there. All right, so Ethergrass, I just gave you mod in the YouTube live stream. So if you're listening.
Yeah, I'm here.
So yeah, well, we had I don't know, Zanuck probably took off, but he's in here, but he's probably not speaking. Yeah, we're on a conversation asking him some things and yeah, interesting stuff. Sasha, is that you? Is your name Unatos whatever? Did you just type on? Did you mash your keyboard and made that name?
Yeah. It's Unatoč svemu.
Yeah, I'm gonna add you as a moderator.
It means despite everything.
Right. So.
Hey, guys, it's not as if these are tough questions, right? I'm sure we're all in the same quest here to figure out the truth. You know, we come to the truth is by testing what we hold to be the truth at this particular point in our recognizing, all right, our own lives, our own brains, a sort of immediate situation. But yes, sure, the only way, the scientific way, is to doubt at every step of the way and consider every alternative idea or argument or model to the best of your ability, expanded to the greatest limit that you can. And then if you need to rule it out, rule it out. Sure, that's the only way progress lies. In the greater mind of man, anyway. This great unknown. But...
Oh, man.
Hey, what's up, King?
So a lot of times when I'm like debating someone, or not debating, but just bringing up, like fast-facting people, these are really my friends that are fast-fact. I don't like talk to any random person about this. But they'll often bring up gravity. I feel like gravity is sort of like the glue that holds all those lies together. So, like, how would you usually like answer someone when they just, if you're talking about like the water levels being flat, or not being able to have gas in an open system, and then all of a sudden they bring up gravity? Like, what's usually your rebuttal to that?
Gravity is usually a derivative topic. I don't like get into the gravity subject. However, if you want to have the topic of gravity, you could take it all the way back to the primary moved force of gravity, the idea that it first begun. So they would say gravity is the bending and warping of the fabric of space and time by something as large as the Earth, which is the Einsteinian talking about like the mass of the Earth is entirely too big for the, it's warping and bending the fabric of space time. And they show us demonstrations at little, like a bowling ball on a rubber sheet, and like these other balls that are rolling around it. That's what they're describing, kind of in a conceptual way to look at like what gravity's doing with the balls in space, right? And the bigger objects will draw the smaller ones in closer because of how big they are. But if you start to realize, if you go back to before the object was actually formed, what was there in its place? What drew things into itself in the beginning? Was there any mass there? Have they ever asked that question, King? What was there before? Right. Mm-hmm. Before it became a giant ball that was bending and warping the fabric of space-time, what was there before it started to clump together? Was it already a giant ball? Or did it form into a giant ball? You see, I don't know if you know the answer. That's why I'm asking you.
Oh, sorry. No. I know what I get what you're saying, but it's just that, like, for example, like I actually don't believe in gravity at all, but every Glober does.
Their rhetoric. What do you think their rhetoric would say if you asked them, was there a giant ball there already, or was it a ball that was formed and it clumped together matter until it became what it is today? That's interesting. Nobody's ever thinking about like.
Well, at least most Globers, I feel like they believe in the whole Big Bang theory. So it's really like they think like it just formed itself on its own. That's usually the answer I get from them.
It's formed on its own, I know, but there has to be gravity present to bring everything into itself, to clump together in free space. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So what was the force there that was needed? Because their explanation is that it's so big that it's like a big old ball that's bending and warping space and time. But if the ball's not present, what was there clumping everything to become a big ball? Do you get the problem, the issue?
Yeah.
What was it that
I understand your point. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I understand your point. It's like you're saying, like, if they say that the gravity formed the Earth, right? Right. Before the Earth was there must be a force pulling to begin with, right? So if it's pulling in the earth to form it, it have to be there before the earth.
Yeah, the chicken or the egg scenario, right? Which came first?
Yes, you're going to loop with these people, man.
So that's another, but that would be another issue. But like, if I wanted to entertain the gravity concept, then I would start going into that kind of like chicken or egg scenario, and it doesn't matter what they come up with because something had to have been there before things were there to make it a ball in the first place. You have to go peel the layers of their indoctrination back to the point where they start to critically think about, like, wait a minute, like, yeah, it's not just a giant ball that's the reason why we have gravity. There has to have been something there in its place to actually form the ball to make the gravity. So you had gravity, gravity? Like, that is, you know what I mean?
Usually, these people who bring up gravity usually don't even understand their own concept of gravity, like mainstream science's explanation of gravity. So it's almost like basically we're dealing with very stubborn and ignorant people. So I'm just trying to find a way how to like simplify it for them, because that might be too much for them to even understand.
I would suggest maybe not be so quick to judge. It's easy to see that it's literally bollocks, but is there a deeper story been told to all of these fabrications? I say that there might be, and that's what we've got to consider. I will just remind people, if you Karl Rove, who was George W. Bush press secretary, in a video, and he was referencing us conspiracy people more than anything else, he said that no matter what you think, what layer level you think you're at, we are 7 steps ahead. I think he said something like that, 7 or 8 steps ahead. So what I'm ultimately trying to say here is, yes, on the literal surface of it, gravity is nonsense. But could there be a leading to other forces in play in reality? I think maybe you can consider that, but maybe it's not the appropriate time to mention that at this stage. You know what I mean? Got to come to one point, one understanding before you can get to beyond that. So obviously, the literal spinning ball Earth is nonsense. It cannot be so, and it is not so. And that's one level or one layer of recognition. Now, did it come out of wild imagination, or was the lie built on the truth somewhat? That makes all the difference how you answer that question. So that's just all I wanted to say about that. Because I definitely have lots to say about gravity and what might be been referenced. It's more speculation then, if you want to call it speculation. You know what I mean? I don't myself. I'd say it's more decoding in a proper context. But yeah.
Yeah, so King, did you see how to approach it? There's many different ways. They have to produce evidence that the Earth is actually a globe in order for you to have the physics that work on the globe. Mm-hmm. There's a couple of things that you can actually preface a conversation about that. Either they know what was there in its place to actually clump everything together to make the ball, to make the gravity. Gravity clumped everything together to make the ball that actually makes the gravity. Does that make it doesn't make any sense in that way? You know what I mean? Because that's the thing that you'd have to say, right? Gravity pulled everything into itself to make a ball Earth. The ball Earth then produced the gravity that you now know bends and warps the fabric of space and time. What? That's interesting.
Was the fabric bending before the globe was there?
Yeah, there you go.
Was this point moving? Because if the Earth was it stationary, and when the Earth was finally formed, it started to spin and move?
Interesting. You see, there's a lot of holes in their thinking.
Like that's what I mean by when I say it's the glue that holds all the lives together. Because without gravity, the ball absolutely doesn't make sense at all. So when you bring up. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, always take him to the chicken and egg scenario, because they don't realize most of the conversations that we've had never actually addressed that issue. Have you ever heard of that? Like, what did they have before the idea the Earth was actually a globe causing the gravity to happen? Like, previous to the Earth being a globe, was it already a globe? Did it just spontaneously, pop out of nowhere into existence, and then it was gravity with the ball that's causing the gravity? Or was it void of any mass and any matter, and then everything just started clumping together, making a ball Earth that caused the gravity? The gravity caused the gravity. Like, that's as stupid as you could probably think of it.
They would say, Mayhem, they would say to you, though, we are engaged here. We're all ignoramuses, science. We're trying to figure out, by presenting a model of a greater sort of understanding, recognition, they would ask you, okay, let me just play the part for a second. I would ask you, well, do you agree that space and time exist? Do you agree that we have some sort of solid setting to our reality? And how do you understand the term space and time in that sense? They would ask you that, you know what I mean? And, I mean, it's interesting how we'd answer. I think that would be their justification, though, that at least it's better to offer something and be wrong than not to offer anything at all. Do you know what I'm trying to say there?
Right. You could talk about things. I think it's interesting, though, to have a conversation about that, because these guys either are going to make something up on the spot. Usually it's what happens when somebody doesn't have an answer and their pride is and their ego is too big. They're going to make something up. You're just going to expect that. They're going to make something up when they're talking to you. They're not going to be honest and say, I don't know, because that would make them look like foolish. You know, so they have to say something.
It's almost like, I think this is what I was we actually mentioned this somewhat earlier on, and Zanuck seems to be gone. I have a great conundrum for Zanuck, or maybe some other returning bowler, maybe at a future point. But I think it comes back to us deciding, well, in terms of models, if there's a greater truth to be had, and we all just taking everything, being above board, all mankind's endeavors are above board, and there's no deception, then the only thing man can do is offer up a model in order to try and explain the greater sort of reckonings, the greater body of knowledge that has been accepted up to now. So you know what I'm saying? There is a physical reality, there is a system in play, and to just say that your model is wrong, but you have nothing else to offer, and I'm not picking on anyone here, I'm absolutely on board. We don't need anything more, just to recognize that their model is wrong. What's the real nature of things, that's a different matter. But they will justify it in terms of saying, that's the best we can do, the collective we, that's the best we can do with all our endeavors. So show us what you can do. Give us something better. And I think that's what they almost rely on. That's what they almost rely on, because every ball earther asks for that. What's your alternative model? Walter Bisland even went to producing an alternative model. But you know what I mean? In the model, in the system itself, the truth versus the many different models that can be developed, that would be the greater defense, I think.
The kind of way I was looking at Walter Bisland's explanation, now it didn't make any sense as far as a globe goes, but as far as how we visually see with perspective at play, everybody has their own personal individual dome perspective. So when you see the sky in your position, wherever you are, it appears as if there's a celestial dome over you. You know, they call it the celestial sphere. I would say it's just you could only tell from horizon to horizon, so it would be like a dome that actually covers your visual perspective. That does seem apparent to all of us. Nobody should deny that. That's visually what it looks like.
There's no denying that. Yeah.
Right? I mean, we could agree. Hopefully we could agree on that, on most people, but I would say the same for the flat earth people would be the same for the globe earth people would say, we don't want to say the word flat, and the flat earth would say, we don't want to say the word sphere, because it would give that whole, but you could understand the earth to be flat and stationary. However, the sky can be something different, right? Because it's the sky. It's not the earth. So in regards to that, we could say, you know what? It does resemble more of a dome above us, because that's what it seems like to me. I visually see that. And my perspective, just like I would if I'm looking down a long hallway, right? I'm going to see the ceiling and the floor converge to a point and the walls converge to a point. That's what my eyeballs see when I'm looking out into the world. Visually, that's how I'm seeing everything. So I wouldn't say anything different from, how yesterday was interesting. I was coming out of Walmart because I bought some groceries, and I was looking at the plane that has those contrails behind it. Some people might say chemtrails, but I only say contrails because, like, I'm not.
Don't say the CH word. Come on.
I wouldn't put a claim to that. I'll just say, like, what contrails what I see. So, but it looked like the contrails were going down, like, over my visual perspective. But it's not the fact that we're on a globe, because the sky is what I'm looking at, not the Earth, right? So the sky, I'm looking at this plane with the contrails. It looks like it's going down, but visually, I mean, I could even say that the plane was at a certain altitude above the Earth's surface. So, but my visual perspective, as it were, as a long corridor, it looks like it's converging to my eye line. So that's what everything looks to be doing in my visual perspective. But in the hallway, just as it was outside, everything converges to your eye line. There's no difference. Like, I don't see why people have trouble with this. There's no difference between how you see and what you're perceiving, in a hallway versus, like, being outside, like seeing the contrails of a back of a plane. I don't see a difference. It's the same thing to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. And once again, I feel like maybe we didn't get off on the right foot or something, but I feel myself that the spinning ball Earth is so far and away debunked. It's not even, that's what I said to Zanika, it's the toughest gig ever nowadays, especially being a spinning ball Earther. Imagine a spinning ball Earther coming in here with all the great minds. You can't stand up to any scrutiny without invoking something magical, something unexperienced. But yeah, very interesting that you say that. Myself, I can debunk the globe Earth by just the clouds itself. As I look over to my horizon, a few miles away, I'm pointing directly to a cloud. So we have the spinning ball Earth representation, we have the flat Earth representation, where the cloud layer is at the same level. Well, all I have to do is just go directly above the clouds, and I'll notice suddenly that there's no drop after all, that the clouds now seem like the horizon, or like the water surface, to rise to eye level because they're over an extended surface. But that's just another argument. I brought this up many times over in Gem Panda's channel. But yes, understanding that the ball is utterly and truly debunked. It never lived to begin with. I think this is key, and I know it's not sort of for everyone, but lots of people have been in there for years as well, and it's sort of more about flat Earth and beyond than just flat Earth versus globe Earth. You know what I mean? So I don't mean to step on anyone's toes in that sense.
Yeah, I just also want to mention on my channel, guys, that I'm streaming live right now, but I want to have different topics that we talk about as well, not just flat Earth, but just many different truther topics. We can talk about things to do with the things that we study intellectually, to like our health, spirituality, that sort of stuff. Like, integrate that all into like the aspect of living. So how do you perceive your life experience? And then we can have discussions about certain topics. I do want to have that.
Nice one, Mayhem. Nice one. But do you feel restricted somewhat by the sort of Discord or the YouTube guidelines, or do you decide to stay away from the controversial topics and more steer towards you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, we're on a private platform, which is YouTube, but also I remember you saying this yesterday. It's kind of like it is kind of neat to say that if you're walking on digital eggshells, because there's certain trigger words that you can't say, certain things you have to stay away from. But we've been real good at just saying what we want to say, but not in so many words, so we can say things. I've heard this person in my life had spoke this into me and said, you can say anything you want so long as you know how to say it. So it just depends on how you perceive what you're saying to say the thing that you want to say. But you don't have to say the exact word that gives it the connotation you're speaking of that exact thing. You could say something similar to that, or just give the elucidation that you're talking about that.
If the problem is, if you're trying to not alert the AI bot or something for buzzwords, then the problem is that you're going to get ballers listening. I'm not going to put it in that broad category, but I guess you're going to get the antagonist or the enemy in a sense listening, who report you maybe, and someone who is a living person will listen in and decide that you're breaking the guidelines and you're trying to circumvent.
Yeah, people usually complain about this stuff. But it's the same. Like, okay, if you go to any private platform, whatever platform it is, they have their own rules and regulations, right? Their own TOS. So you just gotta abide by those rules, and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think. But some people like disagree and say it's not free speech, and well, it's also not a free platform. It's a private platform. It's a company's platform. They're allowing you to be on it, so they're giving you a TOS. So you either abide by it or you don't. Like there's
very good, very good, very good. And are you? Have you? Is it a new channel, or have you? Are you established for a while? Do you know what I mean?
I have been, but let's say I haven't been live streaming.
This is a new. Okay. This is a different venture.
It's a different. Yeah. So if you go to Livestream Voice Text, I put the link to the channel there. I've been spamming it during the time that we've been talking, but that's where you can see me. That's
nice one, bud. And nice one. And there are so many different topics that you can talk about, which there's no risk of violating the terms and conditions. It's only more controversial. There's modern stories, but there's so many different areas, and as you know well, that you can get into, which will deal with core sort of truths, I'm going to say, core applications to the individual. So very good. Best of luck with that.
And I would encourage anybody, because we just critically think about things, right, and just address the topic in a way that you could make it available to anyone to speak of. But I guess I changed my name over to Mayhem from Miggy. My friends call me Miggy. Mayhem to the Glober. So I guess to the rest of the world, I am Mayhem, because it seems like that's what I cause when I start to talk about how we critically think about any topic, any subject matter. So like even in this Discord, like flat earthers aren't immune to like me telling them like, well, where did you come up with that? Like, is there a citation for that? What's the primary source? Because it seems like I've dealt with that already on this side of things, where people are saying things, but it never comes out to where people want to be sound in their critical thinking. They just want to say things. And I think in a way that's healthy to do that, but then at the same time, when you start going too far into speculations, you sound like you're just making things up and you don't care about critical thinking, common sense.
Well, now
what's up, guys?
Let me just say, how you doing, bud? Let me just say this briefly before you get back in. Maybe now you can take it in your own direction, because you have ultimate control over your channel. But what I would say, as you mentioned, health and other things, these are now the primary sort of considerations, because coming to Flat Earth lets us know there's a different context for our own being. So it's these greater considerations now which will help us ameliorate and help us cope. Cope, that's a good word. Cope better. Coming away from the massive lie and being made aware of certain known truths as it applies to true being. But yeah, go ahead, bud. How you doing? Go ahead. Whoever's trying to get in there.
Hey, yes, sir. So, hey guys, here, and they had the water there, for Water Week. And yeah, they have a water installation set up, doing some experiments it's nothing major. However, there was a young man out here who was running the installation, and I spoke to him yesterday about the water. And we went over about water being flat and the oceans, and he was like, yeah, that's interesting. And he approached me, are you like Kyrie Irving? And I was like, hell yeah. But don't let that scare you or anything like that. It's just a regular question, and something to think about. If you live on the globe, how is all of this water flat, right? And so he says it's interesting. So I'm out here today, and I see the same young man, Caleb, and I say, Caleb, the moon is in the sky right now. So there's a moon in the sky and the sun is up right across from the moon, right? And so I point up at the moon and I say, Caleb, how do they say the moon gets its light? And he says, from the sun. And I said, well, how come that moon isn't fully lit? Caleb says, because the earth is in between casting a shadow. I said, Caleb, we're down here and we're looking at these things above us. You're telling me that we're in between them? And he says, yeah, it's something to do with perspective or angles. And I'm like, no, I think you're reaching. He's like, well, what is the moon? I was like, I can't tell you what the moon is other than it's a light in the sky. It's illuminating. I could tell you about some of the properties of the moon. I could tell you about some of the properties of the sun, but I can't explain to you what they are or how they work. What I can explain to you is that if the moon is supposed to be illuminated by the sunlight, then it should be fully lit right now when the sun is right next to it. And he says, yeah, that is interesting. And I was like, listen, I'm not asking you to join a cult or anything, but I'm asking you to use your mind to think about things. And he says, yeah, he still wanted to go with the idea that somehow the earth is in between. And I'm like, no, we're standing down here. We are down. They are up. We are down. We are not in between. And so there's some pushback, but he was open. He was great for conversation. And sometimes it's about how you approach people. I didn't attack him. I didn't try to undermine any of his ideas. I told him I understood the same things he did. But when I got up to be an adult, I started to rethink about these things. And when you start looking for answers, the answers that you passed your test with in school, they fail in reality. And so maybe, it's something that he'll think about. It's something that he'll discuss with somebody else. It might be something that he gets pushed about, but now it's in his head. And that's all I'm saying. It's a slow frog boil sometimes. You can't just, put everybody in that hot batter. Sometimes you just got to turn up the heat slow. Just point out things that are there that doesn't make sense and that can't be explained by what they've explained to us. And, I think he'll be here the rest of the week.
You know what, Max? You know what you're only after going and doing. You're only after ruining the guy's life. I don't hear me out in this one. In the sense that now you're asking him to question basic things. So as he does, and maybe as you meet again, become more and more acquainted with all of our arguments. But the thing is, in his life, it's going to disrupt his whole family. Depending on how genuine he is, his whole friend basis. And maybe for the best of ways. I say, bring it on. But it's definitely going to be a massive disruption to the current what would you call it, established status quo. But yeah, fair play, bud. Fair play.
Yeah, exactly.
Max, I was going to tell you, I don't know if you're subscribed to me on YouTube. I'm going to put it in the live stream voice text. I'd like for you to kind of go there and you'll see me live right now. You can see me actually live. I'm on YouTube.
Oh wow. Okay.
Click on that link that I put in there. Yeah, I welcome everybody to the channel and that. So you'll see me. Everybody's chatting up in the YouTube live stream right now at the moment. We got Jenna in there, Kim's in there, Winter Rain's in there, Nathan's in there, 444, The Truth is in there. This old dude was in there. Wave Mixer now's in there.
Oh shit! I see you. I just pulled you up. You got a beard. You got a beard and a gray Scully cap.
The gray Scully. Yeah. the Carhartt gray Scully. Yep.
Yes, sir.
But so you can see my name, Mayhem, on the top left. You just
let me see. Yes, I do. I see it. Yes. Pretty nice.
How's Agent 99 doing?
Oh man, listen, man. She's the best. Still wearing that black suit.
A nice one, bud. With your friend, what did you say his name was? Caleb, is that excellent? But you know that this is the danger about talking to people in reality, and this is why I did it the other day as well. I just saw a group of people in town. I play music in town on occasions, busker they call it. I play harmonica, guitar, and sing songs. But I just saw a group of young students sitting around a cafe as I was leaving, and I just decided to ask them, "Hey guys, have you heard the possibility that the Earth, instead of being a spinning ball as given, is stationary and flat, and people in Australia are upside down?" But I don't expect too much. I got a little bit of a reaction, but I don't expect too much because I know a certain percentage would have heard about the controversy. It might be completely new to others, but I will present that in a polite way and a meaningful way, not looking for any return. If there's any engagement back, I maybe will answer a few questions because I'm on my way as well, but I'm well used to the thing. But the point is not to expect too much from any interaction, just sort of leave it behind, and hopefully then this maybe they can get talking. Someone will say, and it's happened to me before, honestly, it's happened to me before, but someone will say to one of the others, and well, I've heard of that after I'm gone, and then they get into some sort of argument or some sort of discussion that at least involves the subject matter itself. And of course, all of us stationary and flat earthers, there's no changing us. Once you come there, there's no going back, and it does change everything. That's my point. It does destroy everything before it changes everything, and that's what I was saying to Mayhem.
Yeah, you have to rebuild. After it gets destroyed, you got to rebuild. And like going back to the moon, it's a painful process.
I'll be opening up the channel also for anybody that wants to come in here if they feel like they want to get something off their chest about the globe and want to talk about any evidence. And I'll do it like when I'm on camera so you guys can see. I do have kind of like the reactions I do. I'm smirking behind the camera most of the times because when I'm listening to somebody who's a globalist. Other times you might see me get upset, but there's only, like I say, a few instances where I would do that. I don't really get too upset like with Zanuck and stuff because I've had like multiple conversations with him in here.
You handled him well,
Max. I don't think you've probably heard of who Zanuck is. I don't know.
I think I heard Zanuck, a small conversation with you and Jedi and Zanuck, and he was going off one night, but I couldn't stay on that night and listen. But I did hear the guy, and I know the name, but I'm not familiar with his work.
Okay, well, yeah, he's not muted in here right now, but I'm thinking that probably won't last long if I'm not because when I'm in here, I usually know what he's gonna say and stuff. And he got pretty heated with Sasha. Sasha and him were kind of going back and forth earlier. But
let me tell you something about Zanuck then that you don't know because if you've never heard of him. Very, very formidable character. There's no doubt about it. I would encourage everyone to sign up to Gem Pandas and go into the heart of the beast, where you have all of these bowlers, intelligent bowlers. They're qualified. They're offering the model. It's completion. They know every aspect of it. But to test yourself, go into that arena. You'll be welcomed. You'll be allowed to speak, but you'll be opposed by all sides. There's no doubt about that, or most sides anyway. There's sort of a variation in there. But I would suggest to do that just for your own pathway, because you can learn more in the boxing ring with enemies about yourself than you can in the playground with friends. That's what I say. But Zanuck is an excellent character as far as I'm concerned. And anything to do with the spinning ball earth, he is one of the go-to men, as Koshu is. He's an all-rounder. A lot of the other contributors are very specific in certain areas. Shubal Larry sticks specifically to surveying. He has this experience. I could name lots of other characters. And if they don't know something, or if I did bring up a different topic, because I'm sort of an all-rounder, right, then they would refer to someone else, and someone else then would come in and fill their place. But I would just suggest that to anyone who hasn't been over there, just go over there and test yourself, put yourself in the heart of the darkness, in a sense. See how well you do.
I haven't done that. I haven't done that because I know I'm explosive. I know you're not going to challenge me on this, because if you see me in person, you ain't going to talk to me like that. And I'm going to say something to you, I'm not, it's not going to be nice, and so I already know.
That's my whole point here. Listen, and the thing is, how Gem Panda gets around the censorship of YouTube and Discord is he deletes his channel every day. So over there, which is broadcast on YouTube, and I'm not promoting it or anything, I'm just telling you, I'm just saying to you, well, it's broadcast on YouTube on Humans of Earth, Debate, Flat Earth and more, but you can talk about anything. So you've been explosive, Max Smart. I think that'd be great. That'd be great to hear, especially if you're passionate and explosive, and you can talk openly, which you can over there. And as I said, how to get around the censorship? They just have a continuous stream, and they delete it every 24 hours. So any of the previous 24-hour conversation is not available anymore. But yes, that's perfect then. But if you're on the road to truth, definitely have to challenge yourself. I'm not saying that to you, but Max Smart. I'm not saying that.
No, I agree with you. I mean, just as an axiom in life, in order to actually grow, you need to make yourself uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's when you can have growth.
Zanuck is. So you think about Einstein. And you think about Neil deGrasse Tyson, whoever, Brian Cox, whoever, Michio Kaku, name it, whoever. These people are representative of all of these collected ideas, and these people are all on the same side. So in a sense, they're more significant. The likes of Zanuck, Kosho, M. Scott Veitch. I could name plenty of others who are so capable, but it's a tough. Let me just say this. I did say this earlier on. It's a tough gig being a ball earther defender now. It really is a tough gig for all of them because, well, yeah, there's so much power in the opposing argument. But they will fight to the death. They will fight to the death. So a good challenge for oneself, and there's no cost to it.
I would say this much before we go forward. If we're going to have a conversation with those guys, give them a link to this Discord, because here you can hold them accountable. Over there in their platform, they can mute you so they won't be held accountable ever. Yeah. And so they don't like being held accountable at all. In this server, they will be held. Like, everybody wants to know what they have to say, like answer the question. We're not going to skip over that. We're not going to delay. We're going to go. Yeah. There's no buffer between you and them. Like, there's not going to be a moderator saying, like, oh, hang on, Max, we got to allow him to speak. Like, you know, by him misrepresenting you, you're going to be able to, like, defend yourself here. Whereas over there, you wouldn't be able to do that. So you could challenge them for sure, but in here, have them come here. So
they've all been here, Mayhem, they've all been here. Zanuck is a perfect example today. He's been here, and I'm not saying that, absolutely. That's why they don't survive. That's why you could laugh so heartily and readily at the line of inquiry you were leading Zanuck upon, because they're so easily defeated in a sense. And that's why he laughed himself. But my point is for the individual to test oneself, and sure, you'll get muted, but at the same time, you'll definitely be given airtime. Because you see, you're the newcomer, and there will be all ears against you, and you'll be given a fair spell of it. Generally, you know what I mean.
Hey, real quick, Max, can you log into the YouTube live stream text chat so I can give you a wrench?
Could I log into the live stream voice text?
Yeah, no, the YouTube live stream, like where I'm streaming. Just go.
Okay, hold on.
In there, so I know it's you.
That's one, but I wasn't saying it in that. Of course, they won't dare come in here.
You now. Hold on.
They won't dare come in here while you're looking for that, Max. They won't dare come in here, Mayhem, because they're not allowed the same leeway, I will say, as they are allowed over in Geo's channel or other channels for that matter. They're not allowed, and rightly so. Rightly so. It's sort of gone beyond that. You know what I mean? But
it's not leeway, Pete.
They'll change their behaviour accordingly. Then, okay, go ahead.
It's not leeway, Pete. It's you got to be held to the truth. If you're not coming up with a factual statement or have verification to back it up, then you can't go any further. You let them get past these simple things and start running off into space, and this thing works in space, and then you're letting them get away with bullshit. So that's the whole point of holding them to task is you've got to get past these simple things that create a globe. If you've got no curvature, you've got no globe. If you've got no rotation, you've got no spinning globe. If you've got no gas pressure without a container, you've got no space. Don't worry about all the other things. We can't worry about all the other things.
Yeah, but what you just said there, that's what I specialize in, bringing everything back to basics and more than what you know as well, bud. But, okay, that's fair enough. But you got to realize these things early doors, so then there has to be more to the story. Remember I mentioned Karl Rove and the greater minds in play here who was setting the scene for us at every step of the way. There's a different story in play, and that's all I'm talking about there. Yes, I do agree with you, and that's why, as I said, here at this late stage in the game, a short shrift has to be shown to the likes of all the spinning ball earthers, and I'm appreciative of it.
You're appreciative to the bowlers? What?
No, I'm appreciative of the fact that short shrift is given here to the returning bowlers, so you can sort of almost embarrass them or fluster them immediately. You know what I mean? But in the individual search, and there's more going on. But listen, okay, I have much more to say about that. Everything is metaphor in a sense, and I won't continue along this line. But in a sense, they've told us what the earth is. They've told us what the outside earth is, which is all the heavenly bodies, and they've given us the greater scales. But as we come to flat earth now, everything has a different context. So in a sense, the earth could be moving, or something aspect or part of the earth could be moving, and something could be curved. I think that's
can you give me
metaphorical. Okay, I'm done with that.
Can you give me an observation and a citation that part of the earth could be moving? I don't understand where you're going there, and what do you mean everything is a metaphor?
Okay. Okay, if let's not engage too deeply on this, but let me just say this. Okay, we've erased the spinning ball earth, the heliocentric, the galactic, the Big Bang model from our whiteboard, right? Okay, now, so what's in play now? Well, we have a stationary, extended Earth. Whatever's going on beneath, we don't know what's going on above us. It has to be enclosed according to our own sort of revised principles. So, if what they have said is ultimately separate from the Earth, which are all the skylights, become a part of Earth somehow, which are emanating against this encompassment or surround that we have entertained coming to stationary flat Earth, now you could say that, in a sense, Earth is moving, even though the surface we're on is not moving, because we do notice movement in the sky. So that's all I'm saying. I'm saying
we notice movement in the sky. Yeah, we do notice movement of the stars. I don't know whether we notice movement of the sky.
Right. Okay, that's what I mean when I say that. That's what I mean when I say that. And actually, it brings us back to basics. Once we decide, the minute we decide the Earth's surface is not moving, which all of us would testify to, then all of those skylights, with the exception of 7 or 8 individual lights from the Sun to Pluto, are moving in unison. Right, so that's what I mean by that. So if it's something emanating from the Earth itself, projecting upwards, giving us this representation, in that sense, the Earth could be said to be moving, just like the Earth could be said to be curving if the barrier or whatever is a part of the Earth and it curves away at a certain rate, which is, Sanic brought up the sextant and focus pendulum as proofs of a what do you call it, Earth, a globular Earth.
Yeah, let me jump in here real quick, Pete, before you
go ahead. Go ahead. All
right, so I'm gonna go ahead and conclude this live stream. Gonna jump in tomorrow and just continue rolling forward with it. And when I do, I'm gonna deafen here, and then I'm gonna be talking to the audience that I have on YouTube. I got a few people that are sitting there, but I'm just gonna speak into the mic and then just talk a little bit there. But for the rest of the people that are here, I'm gonna deafen so you won't hear that. But for everybody on YouTube, will be hearing me there. So I'll talk a little bit on there. So
thanks, Miggy.
Yep.
Bye him.
Let me apologize as well. I know it can be an involved sort of conversation. I don't mean to take up the time or to be
I like these. I actually like these discussions. So
that's bad. That's all I'm trying to say then. So now that we have a different setting for Earth, and they've already presented us with Earth, the blue marble, in relation to the greater surround, if something in association with Earth was moving to give us these skylights which seem to move in unison on a daily, nightly basis, well then that would be some sort of a justification for saying Earth moves. You know what I mean by that? And I think that that's the realm that we have to venture into now. And again, I'll just reference Karl Rove saying that no matter what level you think you're at, and he's talking to us, the conspiracy theorists, we're 7 or 8 layers ahead because they're writing the script. At least they're...
The problem I have with anyone saying the Earth's moving is that it's never been detected or observed.
Sure, that's the Earth's surface, and I agree with you, Bud. The one thing.
What do you mean by the Earth's surface? What do you mean by the Earth's surface?
Okay.
What else? What have you found? That what else is there?
Okay, if you want to ask me these questions, okay. Okay, let me ask you a question then, just by way of answer. As you've erased the blue marble, right, what have you replaced it with? So
I haven't replaced it with anything.
But what? So is Earth moving?
As far as I know, we're on a stationary plane. To how far it extends, I have no idea. I have no idea what it looks like from God's view. So I cannot make a claim or go any further with what I think it is. I'll change that. I could say it's a. I just don't know. Like, it's a flat plane with topography, obviously. But
okay, I get you, man.
I can't go any further than that. You're saying that we're living on a flat part of something that the rest of it that is stationary and the rest of it's moving.
Something, yes. Okay, that's what I'm suggesting, and it's not.
Where do you get that from?
Okay, I'm not even suggesting this to you as I could go much further into my own developed thoughts on it, but I'm saying to you as an opposing idea. See, remember, when you say Earth, blue marble was the Earth. That's the picture that you erase, and the Earth was not just the surface.
Earth is where we stand. That's it. It's not. There's no other Earth.
No. The blue marble encompassed the earth, the oceans, the atmosphere, the composition, the gobstopper composition beneath the core, etc. That was Earth.
Earth is the dirt between your feet. That's Earth.
Oh, but that's not. You see, that's where language is so pivotal in all of this. So what you've replaced now is that complete picture, the blue marble, with just the soil.
I don't have that picture at all.
But I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be antagonistic here. But
Why do you have to? But what? So just because you've been given a story your whole life, now you have to go and replace it with another story that you can't confirm. That's what I mean.
Absolutely, you have to replace it with another story.
Why do you have to replace something with something else you can't confirm? So you've just discovered that what they're telling you is bullshit, and you're going to go and replace it with something else that could be bullshit without confirming it. That's bullshit.
That's bullshit squared then, but that's not the individual. That's what I'm saying. That's what I always say about this.
So logically, you're going to go and replace it with something that you don't know what it is.
Hang on, Timbo. I'm not against you here in this one. This is what I always say.
No, I know.
Let me just say this. We can, as flat earthers, say that, okay, I've recognized the bullshit, so I throw it all out, and now I approach a reality in a new way with childlike eyes, a childlike mind. Or there's an opposing idea then, which is that the lie was always known. Anything obvious is obvious. The lie was always known and was fed to us, but it was fed to us based on knowledge or somewhat greater knowledge of the truth. The lie is there for retaining and decoding, as opposed to just throwing out completely. So I'm not saying anything is correct or not. I'm just saying that is those are the options in your mind. But yes, I should think that who gives a fuck about what isn't? You got to figure out what is, because we've been lied to by people who definitely have a greater grasp on what is more than we do, or what we did.
Okay, so how do you figure out what is?
You have to follow the clues. That's what I've come to figure out.
And what clues took you to a flat stationary plane with something moving underneath it?
My own story is a bit different. I'm a flat earther since about late 2013.
No, I just want to know. I just want to know what takes you to this point. Because what took you to this point? Stationary plane, something moving underneath it.
Yeah, that's a simple question, difficult answer. My whole process here, my whole thinking process.
If you can't explain,
let me answer you, Timbo. The first thing I came to recognize was that flat Earth was handed to us on a plate. So just as I came to realizing that other lies, other conspiracy lies, were handed to us on a plate, so the truth is known to a greater degree than what I know it. Yes, that's what take me along that pathway. That no matter what I come to find out, I can only rely on information that is given already, and applying my own maybe an innovative inimitable as you can apply your own inimitable skills to the information presented. That's what I would say about that.
But you still didn't answer my question. You just waffled on.
Your question.
No, you didn't. I said, how have you come to the conclusion that something is moving underneath us?
Because that's the new Earth now. Everything now, as opposed to being ultimately separated, is ultimately significant and part of the one thing. Again, it's just my own pathway. I can't prove any of this stuff to you. I can't prove it to you.
How have you proved it to yourself, then?
Well, that's a different matter, bud. It's not about proving it to myself. It's just the thing that I go along with to this point in time.
So you've come out of a belief into another belief.
This is not what this is about. This is not what this is about.
It is.
Well, what are you saying? What do you believe then? Draw me a picture of the Earth. I could draw you a picture of the Earth.
Well, why do you have to be able to...
Eyeball. I'll draw you an eyeball.
Is that what we live in an eyeball?
Yeah, but I'm just saying to you, I could. That's just a representative.
Where's the eyeball? Where does the eyeball
sit? The surface of it, bud. So imagine your eyeball looking upwards.
Yeah, but where's
the surface?
Where's the rest of the eyeball?
Iris, the surface of the eyeball. What's going on beneath now becomes all important because we've been told what goes on all around to an infinite level. What's beneath us is all important.
Where's the eyeball?
Well, you agree, first of all, that what's going on beneath us becomes of more significance now than what's going on above us?
What is going on beneath us?
But this is what I'm saying. You're asking me questions. I don't mind talking about this stuff, but I'm not sure about how they.
But you're asking me to agree with you on something. You said you can agree that that what's going on below us is more important than what's going on above us. I just said what's going on below us. What is going on below us? Can you tell me that?
I think I can, to some degree.
How?
Following the clues, and also, guess everything's about inspiration, bud. Everything's about inspiration.
To evidence.
Let me just finish the sentence. Our recognition that there's a higher power in play here.
Yeah, but so I'm just simply asking, like, if you're trying to explain to someone how you came to your ideas, and you can't explain it to me, then how are you going to explain it to anyone else?
But I could write about 5 books and all of this, what I've come to find out.
But you can't even tell me in a paragraph what you're talking about.
You want in a paragraph, you want in a couple of sentences what Earth is, because you know what it isn't. What is that? Some sort of an unreasonable expectation?
No, you're the one that said you need a replacement. Now you need a replacement. Why do you need a replacement? And then you said you can agree with me. What's going on underneath the Earth is more important than what's above. And I said, what's going on underneath the Earth? And you can't tell me.
I'm not saying that you need a replacement. I'm saying that the human spirit requires a replacement because our intellectual mind has come to understand that the lie was delivered to us. You have to decide whether the lie was built on the truth or the lie is just an evolution.
That was a lie built on truth.
Because we're in a different setting, man. We're in a different setting. Life is not what we think it is. Or we're told it was.
So wouldn't you then go, okay, well, I've been lied to for so long. Now I'm going to replace it with something that I can't confirm. Therefore, I could be lying to myself again. Why would you do that to yourself?
It's human nature, human endeavor. Once you recognize you've been lied to, so imagine you found out.
Can you learn?
Hang on, bud. Timbo, please don't interrupt me. Timbo.
Yeah, but you're going to go on. Can we just shorten the? Like you go off on kind of like a 2-minute monologue, but you don't need to. Just
I wasn't going.
Question,
you preempted me, man. All I was trying to say. Imagine you found out. Just a general statement here. Imagine you found out on you or something. So you figured out the lie. That's not sufficient. You don't know what. You just don't want to know. Oh, she cheated on you and not have any more details. You want to know the fucking truth of the matter. Oh, what do you mean that every time she went out bowling with her friends on Tuesday, she was meeting her lover in the hotel?
I wouldn't give a fuck, man. I'd say see you later.
Yeah, but
I don't want to know you. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, but my point is though, what are you talking about? What are you talk? Where's your emotion then? Where's your attachment? Come on, you love this person. You know what I mean? You want to know. What's she doing when you weren't there?
So therefore, love is cut off, and love is gone.
Yeah, but that's a process of fucking desperate realization.
So are we talking about Earth, or are we talking about girlfriends cheating?
No, okay, I didn't want to bring that, but the point I'm trying to make is we all realize that we've been lied to by a higher. That's the word I'm going to use, a higher authority, a collective sort of effort over the years, over the centuries. What did they know? But remember this, though. Let me ask you to consider this, Timbo. That as we've been, I use the we loosely, but as we, as humanity, according to the official story, have been flailing around in the bullshit heliocentric model, the ones who gave it to us, how far advanced are they in terms of understanding the actual reality than I am or than you are? They have to be very far advanced, right? There's no doubt about that.
You'd think so. You'd think so.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. The quest now becomes for the individual to figure out what the fuck these people know, because it's my reality. It's my world. You know what I mean? You are the power, my friend. Every one of us here are the power. I'm King of Era. People laugh and scoff at me when I say I'm King of Era. Era is a name for Ireland, but it's the United Ireland. It's the North-South divide. But we are all then, in this new context, potentially different powers, different influences.
I'm just saying that
they know more about us than we know about ourselves. How about that?
Well, wouldn't it be a better idea not to make up another story then?
It's not another story because the story is already told in a sense.
The story of living on an eyeball.
It's not. You see, you laugh at that.
I'm not laughing. I'm trying to understand, and you're not giving me any reasons to understand.
You're at the surface of the eyeball. So imagine lying on your bed, looking at you with your eyeball looking upwards. We're on the surface of the eyeball, and what's going on beneath then is the greater expanse.
Okay, what's going on underneath?
Notice how when we do a plain earth, carpenter's plane. Jesus was a carpenter. The earth is flat, stationary. It's like you cut down a tree, right? And you have this flat stump. You wouldn't say that as you look at it, the stump of a tree in the ground in that setting, you wouldn't say that's flat. You wouldn't say that. You would say specify the surface of that is flat, but what that tree stump is involves different considerations, right? I think this is the point. How easy was it to come to stationary and flat earth? Too easy, man. Come on. There's either greater knowing in play or there's no knowing. Everything either means everything or it means nothing. No doubt about it. You just got to decide.
So we live on a tree stump.
Man. I can go further with my own story and say I'll make an encompassing statement.
I said it was a story.
Aristarchus. No thing new under Aristarchus, but that's a different story. Can I prove that? I can't. We're in a magical realm, bud. We live in I actually came up with a new word, Timbo. It's to encompass that what we've arrived into when we're into immersed in flat Earth and beyond. It's the word is metaphorsics. So we live now not in a physical. We live in a metaphysical reality, and the truth is delivered to us via metaphor. So metaphorsics rules. Yes, very good. Like that.
Ooh.
What's the alternative, bud? What do you want to do? Go back to the spinning ball Earth and what they tell you are?
No, I'll go back to...
Goodness. That's a false dichotomy. Let's say that's a false dichotomy. We don't need to castigate each other with, oh, if you don't believe my fanciful interpretation, therefore you just want to go back to the ball. It's foolishness.
I know that. I know that. It is not everyone's cup of tea, but what are you supposed to say? I don't underestimate the enemy. At the same time,
Keith is just speaking of the desire to know. To know more than what we actually know so far, and we were able to discover on our own, testing the information that was given. So, I think, when he says what he says, that he just really means he wants to know more of the truth.
Well, there's more to it than that, Max. There's more to it than that. The creator is involved. I have no doubt about. Listen, 1 second, please. I have no doubt whatsoever that there's a greater influence, and we're in a different setting than we ever could have imagined. And the only way we can actually come to the realization of the new setting is via the contrast, which is the obvious lie, which is the spinning ball earth. It's the obvious literal lie. But remember this: if we think about God and the devil and the relationship, and we're in the devil's realm, and everything is a lie. Well, the devil was created from God, so it's only by looking at the devil's works and inverting them or seeing them through different eyes that we can come back to the truth, the glorious truth of the Creator who has ultimate faith in you, ultimate faith in mankind, to be able to put these pieces together. And that's why metaphysics is such a great word, honestly. Can't prove me wrong, but fucking hell, don't discard this new setting. It's so much more up close and personal, remember, because they've separated us in the blue marble sense from their entire universe. They've given us sphere, they've given us clues all the way along. The devil, gets his lyrics from the Creator. That's what I think, genuinely. Oh yeah, when I become more specific and talk about the Dodo or Aristarchus, that's further along that core acceptance, and I absolutely accept that. Absolutely, and I don't just accept that because I'm hopeful or something. I've had experiences you wouldn't believe. I know there's a different power in play. What the yin and yang is about, it's all about the contrast, right? You can't have one without the other. I wonder how many people have seen the yin and yang symbol in its true essence, its true form. A clue I would give to you, I'm going to say a clue, but look, I'm not saying I know anything, but when I say these things, I've long since considered these things, so I'm just saying them because they're basic aspects of my own thinking. But I will encourage, like I do with the letter G, I actually did it recently. When we look at the letter G, capital letter G on the screen is two-dimensional. Exaggerate it out, like the capital letter S, put it in a three-dimensional sense. Do the same thing with the yin and the yang, and I wonder what you might get. Anyway, that's a different matter. It is this duality system that we're living in: male, female, up, down, in, out, etc., black, white. But they've given us the contrast now via the heliocentrism or heliocentrism. They've given us the lie, and the greater the lie, the greater you're immersed in a lie, then the more motivated you're going to be to figure out the truth. Unless you land that nothing actually matters. And of course that's part of the heliocentric system where evolutionary man, blind man, is constantly just venturing through the quagmire with no greater progress ever been able to be established because it's all random. You know what I mean? And I think this is the ultimate contrast. And the greater you swallowed the lie, if your heart was in it, the further then that will facilitate you to coming towards your truth. And it's all about you. What else is it about? Well, you and me. Mount me are you. Mount Meru. Mount me are you. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So what was the Satan's lie to himself? that he could actually usurp God, that he lived in a universe that he could exercise his abilities and talents and actually rank up within that universe and usurp God, right? By making the error that God is actually a part of the universe and subject to any of its rules or laws and not the source of the universe. So when you remove the external agent, creator God, and you bring him into the creation as just another agent within the realm, then we're all just users of the realm, and God's just a power user, and you, through a apotheotic process of ascension, can eventually rank up yourself. It's the oldest lie in the book. And it's all coming to a head with the synthetic paradigm, which is universally... hold on, I just slipped my tongue. One second. Subjective idealism. That's the new paradigm, friends. It's coming down the pike. Monism in the subjective idealistic sense. If you don't know what that means, what monism is, all is one, one is all. So everything exists within the universe, including God, whatever God is in that definition. And then it's subjective, right? Which is it's about you, the subject. And then it's ideal, which is it's not about matter. It's a metaphysical world. There is no physical. It all exists in a mental state. So you remove concrete reality. You remove an objective creator God. Make everything about the individual user in the universe very appealing to the pride of man.
That's interesting, AI. That's so interesting what you just said there. And that seems to be on the surface the way it is sort of directed. But what I would say there is, okay, we have. Oh, well, see, I'm talking a lot as well. I do have a lot to say about this sort of stuff. But I don't. Anytime I'm over talking, just let me know, and I'll take a break. But yeah. Now we have to come to recognize, okay, what you said, universe, a verse. What is a verse? In the beginning was the Word. The Word was God. The Word was with God. And the Word was God. Why are we told these things? What does it mean to our own particular individual mind? What is or ultimately the question here, isn't it? Isn't it? Let me just say this briefly. Isn't that the ultimate question as we come to flat Earth and beyond? What is now my relationship to God? Not just the word, the sound, but the picture painted as well. So that's an interesting one.
Yep. Yeah, but see, I mean, that's already a problem because that's assuming that when it says the word, that it's talking about words or information. In an abstract sense, a conceptual sense, like tokens, like actual functional dictionary words. That's not what it means. The word in the Bible is an agent. It always was an agent. It never was just words or sounds or vibrations. It's an actual person. You cross-reference the historical documents, right? The primary source texts, like the Samaritan terms and etc., source language and the culture in which had the language, and you'll discover that the word of God is what's known as an idiom, referring to a specific agent that appears multiple times throughout the Old Testament. And when John is using that to describe it, he's not trying to say the word as in la, ti, da, do. No, he's saying the word, the agent that you know of that's referred to as the word throughout the whole scripture. This is the problem. We hear words, right, and they sound like those. What do you mean, what precedes the word?
What precedes the word in terms of your reckoning? This is why I mentioned universe, verse, a verse.
In terms of what?
The words. What do you mean? What did you say?
No, you're
I said,
one of your.
What precedes the word? Okay. I said what? Okay, sorry. I said actually your mic is a little bit breaky uppy, but I heard everything you had to say. But what precedes the word? That's why I mentioned universe or one verse. Actually, I have more to say about that. All one is alone, all one, and God is one. But I think that comes back to our the relationship we established between the 1 and the 0 and the point. But what is the word? Is the word in general? It requires a prior input, doesn't it? The word has to be written or spoken, or that's what the verse is, right? There has to be some bridge between something that precedes the word, which is, I guess, ultimately the thought, right? The thought, THO, actually brilliant consideration for all of us, as I was talking to Ether Gress earlier on, but the thought, THOTH or THOUGHT, and again the insertion of the G, what might that mean? But yeah, so does the thought precede the word?
Well, it depends on what you mean by word. If you're using word in the context of the word, as in the Bible, referring to
in
that
that context,
word, that
the
instance,
Gospel of John, yeah,
from those verses, in that context. Okay, in the Gospel of John, the word is a particular person. It's a person.
Oh, I disagree.
It goes on to say, well, I mean, dude, there's no disagreeing with it. Like I said, you have to go back to the culture that wrote the scripture. I mean, you can. Yeah, look, it's fine to disagree with anything, but when you go to the source document clearly explains it. So you could say I'm not going to accept the source document from which the concept comes, but I'm going to make up my own fanfiction after the fact. I mean, you could do that.
That's fair enough, AI. But let me just tell you, as a flat earther and beyond, I don't accept that any of these things actually happened. I don't accept that 2,000 years ago was in play. I accept that the greater story is always in play. So what's written then, or what's said then, is in application and right now, and especially right now, because this is all there is. But that's my different context. Absolutely, bud. I have no qualms about that.
If that's, think about it though, if that's true, then why appeal to it in any fashion? If you don't believe it's true, why appeal to it at all?
I have thought about it and I have an answer for it. The Bible is true. So the way I look at it, we live in a construct, like a video game. So you're presented all of these different clues from the outset. But it's only within the greater sort of development of the character, you being the one player, or us being the one players, IPS, 1PS, that's so good. But that's my point, that, yeah, it's only within the greater context of experience or development through the different layers that we can see the truth laid out from the outset. And that's the way I look at it. It's about vibration. Right. It's about the relationship. It's about the relationship between the immaterial and the material expression. That's the way I think of it.
Right. And so if you just do the chain causation retroactively,
break it up,
you have a first made up of words. Words
but you're roboting, because I know you have something valuable to say. So just please,
I'll go somewhere else.
Hear it. Yeah, you're definitely roboting. Yeah. Sorry about that if I came across rude and interrupted him, but I was just saying he was roboting from the start, and I definitely want to hear what AI has to say. He returns. Yeah, that's as he returns, that's just the point I'm ultimately trying to make is, well, in the beginning of what? Life begins when? BG, it did big capital G, very significant. And I actually like to think of it in terms of the I and the O, which is the circle and the diameter, and his aspects missing.
Yo, Pete.
Go ahead.
I feel like you should create a blog where you can write these thoughts down with diagrams and shit, like in a constructive way, like in a ordered way, because it comes out very confusing.
Unordered?
Yeah. It's like you just ramble on.
Disordered, possibly.
Yeah, but you see, every time I experience you on any of the servers, you always have a lot to say. So maybe a blog would be the perfect for you, where you can actually write down this shit.
Maybe, bud. Maybe I've been thinking about maybe TikTok or something like that. But where I'm at this stage, what I'd be interested in is just developing so from the back to the front, where I'm at now, and going backwards. You know what I mean? So delivering the punchline, and then anyone who has questions, let me work my way back from there. But yeah, I agree with you, bud. I've considered all of this, and I will just let you say my own realization is that as opposed to all of us being flat earth mavericks, the truth is known all along, and the truth is always in us, waiting to come out, because we are greater spirits here. But I think that we're engaged in a sort of a coming up to Easter as well, Ishtar, very interesting, Ishtarkus. But yeah, it's like more of a treasure hunt. So hang on, let me just finish by saying this. It's more of a treasure hunt, an Easter egg hunt. Imagine it was 10 Easter eggs or 10 clues to follow in life, and then you make your way from clue to clue. There's no way you can hope to tell someone at clue 2 when you're at clue 7 and beyond what's going on, no matter how much you want to, but they won't be able to understand where the pathway you've come through in this greater setting. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So that's why I don't make so much effort in that front, because I already hold that the truth is out there. The truth is known. We are.
There's the name. There's the name for your blog, Blues Clues with Pete Shea.
It's from bad. I have my own YouTube channel, and I've talked about lots of this stuff. So I have considered all of this stuff, but I'm not selling anything anymore. I just value this. I value these interactions in terms of me talking to other wonderful people across the earth. And I will just say, when I was saying the benefits of going in, challenging yourself, going into the deep end of Gem Pandas or something, no greater challenge could you set yourself. I've just been in there years, and they all know me. I'm not in there anymore, but they all know me. For my antagonistic character, I'm the flat earther and beyond amongst all of these, and I've already defeated them many times before. No one can handle the dodo in that sense, not because I'm anything special, but because it's such a tough gig defending the impossible, the spinning ball earth. But I've spoken beyond that on there, and also on my own channel as well. So I could make these efforts to produce a blog or to produce books. I could write about 5 books on stuff that no one has heard of. And let me just say this to you, and I say this with confidence, I don't mind that. I don't mind who will scoff or mock at me. I killed the ball earth, I killed the concave earth and the globe earth in 2016 with my mirror water layer over an extended span. Now that I think of it, it's so obvious to me, and I can understand why it's not so obvious to the ball earther, because they deny the extended span on all fronts. But I've killed the globe earth. I've also killed astrophysics, stone dead, with my Milky Way on the moon find, which, if you're not familiar with it, is fair enough. On the moon, there's a big swathe right down the center, a big cut, and it's if I can find a pattern that is expressed in the night sky that matches that almost perfectly, now I can declare in a new flat earth setting that we're dealing with a different universe, right? So I killed the sky, and I killed the other things as well. I explained the green flash, by the way. That's another thing. But I haven't explained it. I'm not going to make a big deal about it, because I already know that all these things are known. I don't know what to do with that. Do you know what I mean? No, I'm not selling anything. I already know that all of these things are known. How can they not be? You know what I mean? So that's what I say about Easter egg hunt, and we're all in a different game. You can't play the video game for someone else. And honestly, that's genuinely what I think. And in a sense, I speak so openly, and everything is recorded. You think that what we speak about, I know you don't think that, but this is the central focus. I'm not saying specifically here, but this general environment. Look at all of the actors and characters on the stage who can't talk about this. They're all tuning into this. Not necessarily this, but in general they're tuning in because they already fucking know, excuse my language, they already know. All the ballers, Anik was here when I came into YouTube in 2000, well, maybe I wasn't, even a bit later on, but
The rest of his characters, similar characters, they were all making the same arguments, having the same defenses back then in 2016 as they're doing today. My own mind led me to realize they have to have known that the Earth, as I knew it, or as I know it, to be stationary and flat, before I did. I have no doubt about that. And they do it en masse as well. So that's what I'm talking about, a different story going on. And that's what I'm talking about in your mind. If you're of honest heart, if you're a genuine truth seeker, well, then that's the only thing that you've been concerned about is what is, not what fucking isn't. Excuse my language again. Not what isn't. A million billion things can be what isn't. There's only one thing that can be what is. Maybe not. Two things, possibly. Anyway, sorry about that. That's why I don't do that. Bud. And nor have I ever made a penny from flat Earth. Nor would I want to. But that's ridiculous.
You get to what is by eliminating what isn't. Yeah. Or do you just guess what is and then reaffirm it?
It's a problem statement, though, Timbo. I mean, how many things are potentially in play? What are you going to do? Go through every possibility?
It was a simple question, though.
Actually, you remind me of a statement by Sherlock Holmes, and that's why I always say, you are Sherlock Holmes, Timbo, and you're looking for your Moriarty. But Sherlock Holmes, once you eliminate the impossible, no matter what is left, no matter how improbable, has to be the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
Is the truth laid out before us? Or are we emergent? This is what the ballers say. You see, let me just say this, Timbo. The ball earther, the evolutionary, is not just mankind evolution. It's spinning ball earth, the home for mankind evolution as well. But they tell us that everything is emergent. That means that ultimately that it's unpredictable. There is no greater direction to anything. So at any one point in our consideration, there's nothing that you can take as significant. The mind of the ball earther, if you're really genuinely immersed in it, which I was, nothing matters. Everything becomes a justification for our journey, our brief journey, if you accept what is delivered to us by the great giant, another term of mine, the great giants of science, great mind of man. But you know what I mean? Now, if everything is already pre-delivered or pre-determined, now the truth and the word truth becomes more significant. But do you think, here's my question, do you think that the truth is already pre-established and we are just coming to greater awareness? Or do you think that we are just in an emergent situation and we can never ever decide on truth? Just asking, I'm not stating it. If you want me to state my opinion, is
I have no answer. I have no answer on that. I don't know. I think it could be predetermined, but I can't say for certain.
Yeah, I'll blow your mind to advocate for it being predetermined. And I could actually hold a challenge too. To be honest,
it changes everything, bud. It changes everything, Mayhem.
It does, but it's not agreeable with everybody because it's like if I'm not in control of what I do and say, then something greater than me is, right? That would be the kind of the next step. If I am not controlling everything in my life, then something else greater than me is controlling things in my life. It's not me.
Yes, but that's why you are. Yeah, one second. That's why you are. 1 second. That's why you are not the I am anymore. You are the I man. Okay, go ahead.
No, you're all right, mate. I'll let you speak because you haven't spoken much this morning.
I was responding directly, Sport, to Mayhem, but okay, well, thank you for letting me do things. I don't even know you, actually, but that's okay. But Mayhem, all I was going to say to that is that's why we are I Man, which is the M-A as opposed M-A-N, right? But as opposed to the I am, and we're coming to realize the I am, or at least we're more determined in a particular direction, right? More sure of oneself. But go ahead, Timbo. I know I've talked a lot, but
You sure? Can I speak now?
Yeah, go ahead, bud. You haven't said much, but go ahead.
I was just going to say. So, are you saying the bigger things in your life are predetermined, or are you saying that everything is predetermined?
Everything, top to bottom.
Everything is predetermined.
Bottom to top.
Yeah,
Alpha to omega.
Yeah.
Beginning to end.
Yeah.
So even the small things where you kind of make small decisions throughout the day.
Yes.
Everything. Yes.
Everything. Every blade of grass. Excuse me. Hold on, PJ. 1 second, okay, bud. So every blade of grass blowing in the wind, every hair that grows on your head, every hair that falls out of your head, every word that's said, every twinkle of an eye, every bird that's flying, everything.
It's funny, absolute accord, mayhem.
Okay, so
I love it.
Pete, 1 second. So the conundrum is, okay, so if everything is controlled, like Max said, where's the fun in that? How are we going to go about living life with this predetermined understanding? Well, the thing is, you don't have that understanding. The thing is, it's already predetermined. So destiny is a true thing, right? There's a lot of things people say, well, that's a coincidence. It was not. It was already something that was supposed to happen because that's how it happened. So anything that has happened or ever will happen is already set in motion. Now, there's like, we can glean off from what we can see from let's say a biblical context, right? And this might turn some stomachs upset and some hearts on fire. But what I'm going to say is absolutely true. From beginning to end, it's all known by the Creator. The Creator knows from beginning to end, from the Alpha to the Omega, how everything's going to turn out and how everything's going to end up. Like it's already written. So what we don't, so the creation, the you and me, the created thing, doesn't understand the full grand scope of eternity. We don't know everything. So we only know a speck of time within a small reference frame of your existence. And so you can't understand or fathom why certain things happen the way they do. Good things, bad things, everything. There's no comprehension. Why did this happen? God, why is this happening? Or what is the rhyme or reason to this? Why are mosquitoes even built? Why are we built with such a short net or whatever? Like certain things in creation, we don't understand the reason or rhyme to these things. So our question is always why?
A little bit of short neck.
I'm just giving iterations of different things you can actually bring up to question why is this happening or why is this the way that it is. But in all reality, we don't understand the full grand scheme or the scope of the depth of the intelligence of the Creator. But in our small little comprehension of it, we try to reason with ourselves. If it's not me who's doing the controlling, then who is it? Because you mean that everything has a design and a purpose? Yes, it does. You just can't understand the full concept or understanding of it. It just seems like with our small comprehension, we try to reason with ourselves certain aspects of life, and then we fall short. It's always like, well, that don't make sense. Well, not to you, right?
Okay, let me respond to that, Mayhem, and say something briefly, which is that absolutely, I'm bored with you, but I would say something about forgetfulness. Imagine the core. So when you talk about outside of time, this is what we are as children, isn't it? We don't recognize we're actually in eternity, in a sense. But my point would be that we are faced with a contrast. Faced with a contrast, and we have to come to terms with. Remember I said Beyond Flat Earth is coming to recognize our relationship with the Creator, the higher power. Now, we could all be part of the higher power. God might not be external to us. God might be external. How we to know it is a different matter. But what I would say is, in a sense, a greater sense, it seems that we have being born into forgetfulness only to remember. Remember is a very interesting word, or put back together something that has been divided. So I like to think in terms of a much closer relationship with the Creator, and that everything that we experience, I say this, right? And I hold this to be true. Everything I think, say, and do counts ultimately. And I think it's the same thing for everything because of the different setting. But just to finish by saying that yes, maybe we're coming back to the mind of God, which we are an integral and necessarily are an integral part of. Oh yeah, I think we agree for the most part.
All right, I want to see if anybody thinks about it in that way. If not, there's either man has the sovereignty and the freedom of the will, or we are bound to creation by the laws and the things that are governed by it. Like, as in, did you choose the person in who the avatar in which you reside in? So, did you choose to be a man? Did you choose to be born in whatever country you were born in? Did you choose the parents that you had? Do you choose the things that are put in your life, or are things predestined to be ordered in the way they are based upon how your will, right, your perception on things is motivated? So I would say that everything is a reaction, not an action. Everything. So from the moment that you were born, you can regress all the way back to where your parents conceived you, back before that to where they got conceived by their parents, and so on and so forth, all the way until you go to the first cause, which is the initiation of the laws in the creation. From the beginning, it was the creator initiating all the laws that govern life and everything in it, and therefore everything set into motion at that point, at the initial starting point. But before that, there was a plan that was made and a design that was created, and then everything was set forth into motion as to how it was going to proceed forward, unfolding. So it seems a bit unfathomable, and then a lot of questions could be raised, but I've dealt with these in a way that kind of makes sense. But it's kind of like, it's difficult for the person who's always thought of the freedom of the will to then come interject and say that no, if that was the case, then I'm not liable for the things that I'm doing. It's always the one who motivated me to do those things, right? That's another question that arises from this. But I don't know. What do you guys think on this? Like, I've had many discussions on this topic. It is pretty provocative.
I disagree.
Sure.
Let me stand up. Let me stand up and put my chest out. I disagree.
Go ahead, bud.
Okay. I think it's a little bit arrogant, myself personally, to believe that we can conceive what the creator ideas are. Right? He gave a book or several books to give you some sort of guidance, to give you, some truth on how this came to be. Outside of that, I can't say we know what his plans are. When you create something, you don't necessarily know how that's going to work out. When you get pets, you don't necessarily know how their offspring and or other things are going to happen. And we are all creators. We've created things, not on that level, but we've created things. We have that ability. And we don't necessarily know how those things are going to work out. And, if there's one thing that I do accept is that we are created in his image. For the faults and whatever fault you perceive and whatever truths you perceive, I believe we are in that image. We are a creation of that. And so we are a reflection of who created us, period. And so I would say that we do have free will, and that you must accept the responsibilities that you do in life. You have to accept your responsibilities. Going around and saying, well, let Jesus take the wheel, or pray until something happens, and all of those other things. Yeah, those are good ideas. However, you got to be accountable for yourself in this realm. Regardless of, what you might think, you have to be accountable and responsible. And by saying that it's all predetermined, you're taking away a large part of accountability and responsibility from individuals.
Yeah, very good.
But let me put it into perspective. If you can answer me honestly, I think that would be most appreciated, right? Which you know where I'm going to go with as soon as I ask the question. If you were to make an itinerary of tomorrow, let's say, from top to bottom, from beginning when you wake up to the moment you go to bed, do you think that itinerary, which means that you would dictate everything that would go on from tomorrow's events, that it would go off without a hitch? Nobody would do the things that you would exclaim on there. Like, let's say you wake up in the morning, you cook breakfast with a specific utensil, you use a certain cooking oil, you eat a certain type of breakfast, eggs and bacon, everything. Nobody calls you, nobody bothers you. You go everywhere you want to go without anybody interfering with your itinerary. Do you think that could ever be possible, that your freedom of the will could dictate how that day can go as far as you being sovereign over that itinerary, and you saying, I'm going to make this day go off exactly how I planned, no matter what, without a hitch? Do you think it's possible that that is achievable?
Honestly, it depends on your itinerary, 100%. And so, yes, 100% it is achievable.
Okay, so now the next thing that needs to happen, that's the case, what needs to happen is you produce such I would say a challenge for yourself. Produce an itinerary. Make sure that you document everything from minute to minute, like from what you're going to do till you get up, and just even if you want to do it as a thought experiment, or you're going to actually produce this thing, and then show everybody that you did everything from minute to minute without any disturbances from any outside influences or anybody influencing your itinerary to change it. Like, there can't be no phone calls from nobody. There can't be no something else that'll, like, if you forget your keys in your car, you're like, oops, it changes the itinerary. I can't go from minute to minute because I just, you know what I mean? Like, this is what I'm saying.
Okay, so hold on. Let me pause. I have anecdotal stories of such already. There's been days when you've had a hangover and you say, well, I'm just going to stay in the house. I'm going to watch some TV and I'm going to stay in bed. I'm going to get up only to use the bathroom and to get something to eat. And the day goes off exactly as you planned, without a hitch. Not a door knock, not a phone call, you and the remote control, and whatever food you have in the refrigerator, and how much ever toilet paper you have. I've had that experience. So, I didn't document it and write it down as an itinerary. I planned it, and it went off without a hit several times. So, yeah, I can do that.
Can that be interfered? Or do you have sovereign control over everything in nature to make it happen where it happens again and again every single time? Or was it just an instance where you felt like that was a case where you could draw upon, where you think that could not have been interfered? So you're saying that with your freedom of the will, you can intercede in other outside influences, which you can't. I can already tell you that, and everybody would think that you're pretty arrogant to say that you can. You cannot stop somebody from the outside interfering with your itinerary on the inside of what you created. That's very arrogant of anybody to say that. Like, no one can actually do that.
Like I just gave you an anecdotal story where I actually did it.
You said that, but now that you did, somebody else could be hearing you and interfere with it. If you let's say you're going to do something tomorrow, right? And if, let's say, a family member were to hear you, they'd be like, I want to call them tomorrow and see what happens. And what happens if they do? You can't stop them. They're going to wind up calling you. The phone will ring. That's going to interrupt.
Necessarily.
That will
Not necessarily.
That will interrupt.
The phone don't have to ring.
Listen, but
the phone could be off.
Is it a possibility that your phone could ring?
Not if I turned it off. Not if that's how I planned my day.
You're changing.
So no, I am not. I'm not letting you build it. I am telling you how I would do it.
That's not my example, though. My example is having everything the same. If somebody could call you, if it's a possibility that somebody could call you, they would interfere with your itinerary.
If there's that possibility, yes.
Okay, that's what I'm getting.
But if I remove that possibility, then no.
Right, but you can't remove the possibility of outside interference unless you're sovereign over everything else, even outside interference. You can't do that.
Sovereign over what I can do, right? And I tell you this, and and this is what I say. I'm sovereign over myself, and I can control myself. I can't control the actions of others. However, if I wish not to be disturbed, I can control those parameters to make it where I will not be disturbed.
Yeah, but that's never going to go off. Even that can't go off without a hitch. Because you can plan for that. You can absolutely try to plan for that. That's not to say that the outside influence is not going to come to your doorstep or.
So here's the thing, Miggy. I'm not saying that, let's say I did plan it. Let's say in my anecdotal scenarios that I actually did. These are not just stories, right? Let's say there was a fire. That would change things. Yes, that would change things immensely. But that didn't happen. And I'm saying to most of the degree, I controlled what happened.
Yeah, that's right. We're diminishing it now to it, which is great.
Okay.
At least now you know that it's not a full sovereignty or full freedom of the will.
1 second. Yeah, let me say this. Yeah.
It's of my will.
There's back and forth, so just let me have back and forth with Max, if you please.
Yes.
So just to and I'm not going to argue with Max. I just want people to see my point as far as when I'm saying. So we've already gotten to the point where we understand, well, you can diminish it to a degree of, like, let's say, freedom of the will, but it's not, then you start to realize less and less that even some things that you could probably plan for won't work the same, because everybody has the instances where they say, I planned for this thing to happen the way I did, but it never turns out that somebody always interferes with it. Like, somehow there's always some sort of interference, so there's never a plan without a hitch. Like,
So look, let me agree with you on that. I agree with you wholeheartedly that when most people just have goals, right? And a smart man knows if you have a goal, you need a plan to get to that goal. And a smart man knows you're going to need other plans, because you're going to get thrown off course. There's not a plan in the world that will not have a hitch in it, period, right? But if we're talking about on a very limited scale, or what I can do in a 24-hour period to control my environment as much as I can, I have that autonomy where I cannot be contacted by anyone if I choose not to be. Now, what happens outside the world, if there's an explosion and, that's outside of my control. This is 100% true. But more often than not, those things won't happen. And, I am in control as much as me, period, am in control. Not as much as the world is in control.
So I feel like that's the reason why people take freedom of the will to the highest extreme, because people might feel like they are in some sort of control. I think the thing that I don't negate is the fact that we have a will. Each and every one of us have a will, or a desire, or a need, or we have an umption to do something. I do understand that. Like, there's no negating that fact, right? So if you wanted to, like, stay away from people and all that, you could probably do the best you can. That's as far as I think that goes. It doesn't get into the realm of, like, you're sovereign over yourself. You can't say that. No one can. If they do say that, then they're lying to themselves. You're not sovereign over yourself. You're not. That's just a lie. Because I can tell you instances where you think that you're in control, all of a sudden an illness pops up, you get sick, something you never expected could automatically happen to you, and you're just like, whoa, where did this come from? It's like, I didn't expect this. And you hear that a lot from people because they are being truthful to themselves. They don't realize that these outside influences can happen with them without their either wanting it to happen or their knowledge of it happening. Just like you said.
Let me jump in on your side, Mayhem, momentarily. And Max, when you say you're sovereign, there has to be a recognition that there's a higher power. I think this makes all the difference. And can I just say, I'm actually up in court in a few weeks, and that's one of the things I'm going to say immediately. I am a sovereign soul on his land under the Creator. You have to stress on. I'm just saying this, but you have the recognition, and I'm not stressing it for anyone else's benefit, but just my own recognition. I am sovereign under the Creator. So the Creator rules, and the Creator has all outcomes determined to begin with. We enter into a forgetful state in a sense, and then we sort of come back to awareness, but just to put ourselves at the top, in a sense that's satanic. To say that you're actually, this is a very good. Pay attention to what I'm going to go on mute after this, but pay attention to my statement. If you say, Max, what you say, if you declare that in a court of law or something like that, that you are sovereign, that means you're damned from the start, because you don't accept a Creator, and you don't accept fallen man's relationship to the Creator, and then that's problematic, and you've already shot yourself in the foot in terms of the greater understanding. Okay,
so maybe if I could just slow this down for a second, and somebody could tell me what they mean when they say sovereign.
There's two ways of looking at it. So either God is sovereign over all creation, or man is. So if man is sovereign and saying that they have freedom of the will, then they are free to do as they want, good or evil. They can do things and all that separate from a Creator. Like, as in, God's looking at you going like, whoa, I didn't know he would do that. You know what I mean? Like, wow, let me learn from what Max is doing today, because Max is doing something I never expected. That's weird. And you're sovereign over who you are and what you do, and your ongoings in daily life. You're held accountable strictly to the basis of you being the prime mover of your existence.
Okay, so when I refer to sovereign, I mean on this plane under the Creator. Period. I mean on this plane under the Creator. I don't mean anything different than that. Now,
So it's difficult because a lot of people would say, no, I am free to create and to think and to do and stuff. And in a sense, when I talk about the will of man, I can say, yeah, you can see yourself that way because you don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. I can say that with full assurance. You can plan for the thing. You can say, well, I think I know I'm going to work tomorrow. Yeah, that's great. But what I mean is, in every instance of how creation is going to play out tomorrow, you don't know. You do not know. So that is a very arrogant thing for a man to say, I'm going to plan for tomorrow and have everything go off without a hitch. Because there might be something, an explosion or something you never expected, an illness or whatever. I don't know, but neither do you. So if that was the case, then tomorrow you wouldn't know you would die by a car crash or airplane or whatever. Like there's so much in the variables of life that you can't account for.
Mickey, is it arrogance or confidence?
No, I think it's arrogance because a man would say, I am in control, I have the authority, I am going to be moving tomorrow to do this thing and it will happen. It will be so as I say. And then God's going to be like, it's not because I'm going to tomorrow.
Well, no, he has a plan already. You said it's predestined. So, so why would God say he's going to throw a wrench in my plan?
No, there isn't a wrench. It's just that he's going to make it known to you that you don't have the idea that you do. Because that's why in the biblical context, when man makes plans, God laughs at man's plans. Because it's like, there's these ideas that people have that they want to do. Then all of a sudden their destiny wasn't to be so. It wasn't for that plan to come to fruition. It was for something else to happen. And this is the thing that people don't understand. They're trying to, well, I don't know why this happened. It was like, well, this is a weird coincidence. Like, no, it was a divine purpose. This thing was supposed to happen, even though we don't understand the ramifications, the implications of it. It was supposed to happen the way it was because that's what was already preordained to happen.
I equate free will with being sovereign. I equate free will with sovereignty. That's what I equate it to. That's how it works for me.
Sure. You know that free will isn't a block category. There's multiple versions.
Well, the ones that I'm hearing in the context of when people say that they are free to do the things that they want, I think it's negating the fact that they're trying to get away from the fact that everything has a plan and a purpose. And I think there seems to be a disconnect from like, okay, apart from that, I am free to do what I want. It's like there isn't anything apart from you can't separate yourself from creation and say that you're going to do as you want. There's no freedom in that. There's only, you're bound to creation in the way that you're a created being, and the likes and the dislikes that you have were already in to do. Like,
yeah, nobody woke up one day and said, "Oh, gee, I think I want to be a member of a sexually reproducing species."
One second. Let me challenge.
But people wake up one day and say, "You know what? I'm going to quit my job and move to Kansas." People wake up one day and do that.
Yeah.
You know, and that's free will. That's what I mean when I say free will.
No, it's not.
Now, you might say that's predetermined, that God had it and planned for me to wake up that morning and do the things I do. I disagree with that. And there's no way for either of us to be right or wrong on this. It's just a perspective, on how you hear the message, right? On how you relate to the Creator. Okay, and so we all relate to the Creator through our own ways. Okay, and so this is how he relates. Find out at the end, at the final call. But right now, my opinion has not been swayed at all. I think you have to be responsible and accountable for yourself in this plane, regardless. You know, you can think that it's predetermined, but if you don't get up and do the things that you need to do to better yourself, to take advantage of what was given to you right here in this plane, and not wait for something to happen, not wait for an inspiration, but go out and be your own self-motivator, I think you're a sorry person. That's what I think.
Accountability is not the thing at play here. It's the idea that you're sovereign to make your freedom, like I said before, the way that I proposed it, when you do something or the action that you take, is a thing that like God didn't expect. Like, whoa, how did that happen? Like, I didn't expect Max to do this. Like, he just moved to Ohio and relocated. That's weird.
Listen, I don't think that. I'm not so arrogant to think that he cares that much about just us. You know, as if that we're the only thing that he created. I don't know what else goes outside of our own perceptions of our creator. You know, and I'm not so selfish as to think that I'm the only creation. There are other creations that I'm sure that I know nothing about. You know, that's not in the books that we got.
It's almost like a logical necessity, though. It's a logical argument as opposed
anyways,
to...
Max, as far as the creator goes. So, I mean, I can't really... We can't even go too far into that because you're more of one way, I'm more the other when we consider the creator. So, I can't take away anything that you have right now because we will be arguing past each other.
Yeah, the problem is that...
Okay. Let me be a bridge here. Let me be a bridge here momentarily between the 2 points of view. And
I just disagree. I'm not disagreeable.
Let me just say this. Let me say this because I was actually considering about it, and I do hold that everything is of greater significance under a higher power, a higher influence. But I would just say this because I was actually considering it today about a serial killer, a child rapist or someone who's allowed to get away with their crimes throughout the years. How did they make their decisions separate from a higher power? And if a higher power created this being, they already know the outcome. So in essence, they're guilty for the sins of this most heinous of criminals. Do you know what I mean? How do we justify that? I have so much more to say. I met a man who, just briefly, I will just say this. I met a man, Stanley, a very spiritual man. He talks about how there is no sin ultimately. There is no punishment to be paid for. There is no hell, and that we're all ultimately in heaven, but we're all just having an experience, and the only sort of purpose to this experience is to provide constant contrast, the way we can all come together in the greater glory of the mind of the creator. But
one pathway.
Mayhem. What do you think about that, Mayhem?
That's one pathway people can think, but ultimately you can think whatever you want. Like, I'm not going to change people's minds and try to convince them on a belief system that they have. However, something that's obvious, you have to know that it's real, right? If I'm going to tell you something very obvious, you're going to have to agree. There's no, it's like the truth of flat earth. If you disagree, you're just in rejection of the truth. So in this instance, I'm talking about in context to what I'm saying, you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You can try to plan the best you can for tomorrow, but it will not go off exactly how you planned it. It will always be some outside influence that will change your plan into something else. All the time, every time. Even if you think that you're going to, let me just go into a room, shut myself off from the whole world, turn everything off, and you just think that it's going to go. Somebody might go into your little box and say, "Hey, wait a minute. Why are you hiding in here? Let me,
let me ask you something. Can I ask you something, ma'am?
Sure.
Yeah. Have you ever drawn up a day and had your day go almost as planned without a hitch? I mean, be honest. Don't.
Almost as planned as far as everything from bathroom breaks to eating something.
No, not bathroom breaks. No. To the outcomes. So you said I'm going to accomplish this today, and that's what you accomplished, and there wasn't a hiccup.
No, you're talking about the macro. Like if I said I'm going to go swimming tomorrow and I go swimming,
it don't matter though.
Right, I'm speaking of the macro level.
You're talking at different levels here in the sense. Yeah.
Yeah, what they're talking past each other because there's categorical distinctions that aren't being made. So having the will to do something and the power to act it out are two separate categories. Just because you don't have the power.
That's why I mentioned. Can I just
say free will and power are separated.
Hang on, Pete.
No,
hang on. AI is trying to talk, but he gets cut off. So when you think he's getting cut off and we can't hear him, I think you start talking. So I think we can't hear AI.
Okay, go ahead.
AI, you want to try again, man? Because PJ jumped in. He didn't know. He thought you were done.
Well, am I coming in good?
Yeah, you are now. Go ahead.
Should be. Yeah. So the categorical distinction, right? The will to choose something, right, isn't the same as having the will to choose anything, right? So you could be free with a limited set of choices based on a subset of categories that you're available, right? that you have available to you. Like, for example, I didn't decide one day that I liked strawberries. I simply tasted one and I experienced liking it. Whereas other people don't like strawberries. They didn't make a conscious choice one day, I don't like strawberries. They just tasted it and it tasted bad. So they don't have a libertarian free will to choose whether they like or don't like strawberries. They can choose not to eat them, but they can't choose whether they like them or not. So it's not true that you have libertarian free will. You can't choose all options in all categories. Also, if you say to yourself, I choose to desire to eat strawberries today because I like them, doesn't mean you have the power to effectuate that outcome, because will and power are separate categories. So you can have free will, but don't have the power to execute that free will. So you have three different categorical distinctions there. And you can also have God being sovereign while man has free will within the subset that is given to him that ultimately God is in control of. For example, God gave, if he's the creator, let's say, he gave the experience of what a strawberry is. When you eat a strawberry, the mental experience you have in the mind wasn't created by you. It wasn't decided by you. It was decided by the programmer.
Pinocchio.
Okay, so let me just go. Hold on. Let me just jump onto that strawberry analogy, because I don't think it's a very strong argument. Okay, because
it's logically,
let me just speak. No, it's not. You can have a strawberry and not like it, but then you can have another experience and try a strawberry and enjoy it. It depends on the type of strawberry that you get. When I was a kid, I hated Brussels sprouts. But Brussels sprouts weren't prepared the same way that they're prepared now. I enjoy Brussels sprouts immensely. I didn't like string beans. Every string bean I ate was out of a can, But now that I know that you can roast string beans, it's like, oh, wow, okay. So it all depends on how you, in what situations and how you receive these experiences. That's why I think the food thing is not a good one.
Right.
And as far as having free will within the subset, I believe you do have free will within the subset. And that's what I mean. You have free will within what you're able and capable of doing.
Right. But see, the problem is that whether you realize it or not, you said I was wrong, but then what you said actually agreed with me 100%.
Really? Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it too.
By altering the substance, right, to the strawberry, like, let's say Grecian strawberries versus, Bahamian strawberries, right? So when you're introduced to the different strawberry, whether it's in season or ripe or different, you're being introduced to a different stimulus, right?
Yeah.
But the response was not decided by you. You didn't wake up one morning and say, when I eat a strawberry, it's going to taste good to me. No, you just tasted it one day and then it tasted good. That was completely out of your control.
I disagree. I just gave you why.
You didn't give me why. That's my point.
Yeah, you got up one morning and you ate a strawberry, and then a couple of years later, you got up another morning and you ate a strawberry and enjoyed it. And you were just going on to say how you can have different strawberries from different regions, which I agree with.
Yeah, but who cares about
it's the same strawberry. I'm just expressing what his argument was. That's all.
That's fine. That's fine. What changed in the 3 years? What changed?
The type of strawberry that I ate.
Wait a minute. You just said it was the same strawberry earlier.
That was your initial
argument. The same fruit. It's the same fruit. It's the same strawberry. It's just from a different region.
No offense, bro, but you got to work on your logic strings.
If it's the same strawberry, right? If you have a strawberry comes in a bunch of different varieties, right?
Right. So now you're agreeing with my varietal example.
No, you didn't give a varietal example. You gave a strawberry example, and I was breaking it down to varietable.
Strawberry from that region. Those are called
we're going to the initial argument. Let's go to your initial argument, sir. Your initial argument was broad, and you said strawberry. You did not break down any distinction. That got introduced after I introduced it.
It's highly irrelevant. Each instance of differentiation is its own categorical distinction.
So you say a strawberry is a strawberry in any category.
No, he's talking about an experience in the moment. That's what he's talking about.
So am
Forget the strawberry. Forget it.
Okay, let's talk about any experience.
Hang on, Max. You're changing experience. You see, as you admitted, the transition between not liking Brussels sprouts or strawberries, but via experience of life and mind, a change of mind, then you come to a greater, differing realization. But it's all just within your own limited mind, and I'm sure we can all agree and relate to that. But the ultimate argument here is, and I actually think it's an onus on the soul of the flat earther, someone who's come away from the spinning ball Earth. To a stationary flat surface, and whatever the Earth may be, it's an intellectual necessity in a sense to understand that there is a higher power in play. Now, we may be part of the higher power. There might be no God, or there may be a God up in the throne, and we are minions or angels or whatever. But that there is this relationship. It's not an emotive thing. I think it's a logical necessity. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's what the argument is ultimately pivoting about.
I would just go into the example of the strawberry. I was just speaking to the example of the strawberry specifically and saying that that's not an airtight argument. Your palate matures. Everybody knows that your palate changes as you get older, right? Your palate goes through different changes as you go through life and your different experiences. So, I'm saying that the strawberry argument is not a good argument. I don't know how I'm
you
agreeing.
just gave us examples of why the strawberry argument is correct, and then said that it's incorrect.
It's not correct for everyone.
Sorry, you said it was predetermined that you didn't like strawberries and you wouldn't like them. That's all I was getting to.
Didn't say it was predetermined. I said it's not up to your will.
People will themselves to like stuff all the time.
Dude, the internal experience that is caused by the stimulus is not willed. It's a stimulus response. It's a response to that stimulus. That programming is innate.
But you can override some stimulus responses, though.
And then what happens when you do that?
That's the will.
No, but what happens when
that
you do
becomes
that?
mind over matter?
But you wouldn't be eating it in the first place if it was purely voluntarily in the first instance.
Dude, willing yourself to eat a strawberry, even though you don't like it, and eventually your physiology changes to where the information that your brain is giving you, the experience, is changed. Right?
Exactly. Yes.
You didn't change the experience by your will.
When you say you have to train yourself to reorganize the way your brain and your empirical faculties are stimulated by the stimulus, that necessarily presupposes that the initial stimulation you sensed from the stimulus was involuntary and contrary to what you prefer.
I wouldn't dispute those things that you said at all.
Yeah, but look, the whole moral of that story was that there's a middle ground. There's not necessary to be two polar points where there's only two options, where man is absolutely free will, which we simply disproved that libertine free will can't exist without power to execute, right? So mankind can't possess that. But simultaneously, it doesn't have to be that God dictates every single action, right, in order to be sovereign. There can be limited free will and God still be sovereign.
Right.
My argument is that we are all, in my opinion, each individual is sovereign under God, under the Creator. And that's where it ends. And I think that you are responsible and accountable for all of your actions. I believe you have free will. I believe you can override certain stimuluses. I believe you have free will within your control, within your power. You can't go out and purchase a $50,000 car if you don't have $50,000. I mean, we all know that. You can want, a Maybach all you want and still only have Toyota money. I mean, come on. Nobody's suggesting those things. I'm suggesting
When you say that, in what sense are you saying sovereign?
I guess I would
to control yourself and control what you do, and to be accountable and responsible for your actions.
I would polar extreme to like what Max is saying, so I would be the opposite completely. Because the way I see it is that we're bound to the creation that we're in here, and as much as people would like to say it, it's not agreeable in any sense that there's any type of escape from that. Like we are slaves to whatever master that controls us, either sin or to Christ. And so, like being a slave is not like being free. If anything, you have a will, but it's only enslavement to the thing that you're bound to. So when somebody says I'm free, you are free in Christ. There's an understanding in that, but you're not free in the sense of like you can do what you want now, and it's certainly not a freedom of the will. And so that libertarian freedom of the will, and then maybe the middle ground, I think, even more so, it's kind of like, well, you still want to emulate the one whom you're following, so it's going to be like you might stumble and fall in the process because of your will, but it's not going to be free from, like, let's say, choosing to do something that you have an umption to, right? Because you can't do anything apart from what creation has, the laws that have been governed, that you're governed by. So you can't say, yeah, I'm free. I can do what I want. I have power over myself. And there's a lot of like new age type things that come involved with that whole idea. But I think more of the parameters that have been set forth for your life, you can't go beyond those bounds. God has to give you the umption to change things, or a desire, let's say. And then you choose like that thing that you say, maybe now I like strawberries or whatever, but you didn't before. But that change didn't happen because you willed it into existence. It happened because it was something that was going to happen. It's almost like, I feel as we go through life, things that we didn't know before become apparent to us, or they're manifested because there was a time and a place for this thing to occur. Like, I don't know, meeting somebody that you never knew you were going to meet at, like at the grocery store, or just anything that manifests in your life. Like you said, I didn't like strawberries before, now I do. I didn't like Brussels sprouts before, now I do. That's maybe just the style of cooking or whatever that changed your mind. But everything was preordained to happen the way it was going to, so that now the new manifestation of that is a different perspective on what you like and you dislike. However, there's no escaping the fact that in creation, our limited understanding of the things around us, because our small little time frame you're alive, you're trying to read with yourself how it's possible that you understand. Like, a lot of it comes from not understanding. So a lot of people like to usurp their knowledge and say, I know that I got the will to change things in my life. Do you now? So can you change, let's say, going from like just a walk in the park to going to get drunk in a bar? Like, those things have to be given to you as an umption to want to do it. Otherwise, people don't do things they don't want. You can't walk in there and beat somebody up just because you want. There must be an anger issue that you have that gives you that to do it. Like, you know what I mean?
So let me just say what the argument is, so everybody knows. The argument is: do you have free will, or is your life predetermined? And is there a destiny that's already in play that you cannot control? That is the Steelman argument. I'm of the opposition, that you have free will and that you are in control of yourself in this realm, limited to your access and what you're capable of doing.
Right, and I'm in opposition to that, so absolutely 100%. There isn't any.
Yep, and the correct.
We don't have any evolution at all, ma'am. We don't have any volition at all.
Religion?
No, volition.
Volition. Well, yeah, like I said, everybody has a will. So with that comes the occurrences of everyday life where you do things or you want to do things. But I think the cause for that never begins. The first move, the prime mover, isn't you. You're not the prime mover of the cause of why you want to do something. That comes from another place.
So you do agree with Max. What's happening very frequently now is people are misunderstanding one another. And it's because there's a verbal dispute as to what sense these terms are being used in. Free, libertarian, will, volition. The way I articulate it is humans have volition. We don't have free will, or as academicians like to call it, libertarian free will. We don't have absolute voluntary control over ourselves to express any desire or intention or notion that we can conceive in our minds. And we still have volition in spite of not having the power to voluntarily overpower the God who endowed us with volition. And even the God himself, as with all persons, can only exercise the volition within the boundaries, as it were, quote unquote, of their nature. Not even the God can voluntarily behave contrary to his nature.
Yep.
So how much more would that apply to his creatures?
Right. And so like that would be the thing that I asked Max, can you do anything that would surprise God? Whoop, I didn't know Max was going to do that today. That's interesting. Like, would God be saying that? Like, because you did something with your own volition. Well, I did that and I chose to do that. Therefore, God didn't know I was going to do that. So now I'm held accountable because I did something contrary to that. Man, I didn't know you woke up and did that today. You know what I mean? Like
listen, I know God knows. I know God knows all our moves. Listen, I know God. I never thought that you could hide anything from the Creator ever.
How does he know all our moves? If it's just a knowing, then it's just something that he's created as. Oh, I know what he's going to do tomorrow.
I don't think that he's so interested in our moves necessarily.
Yeah, but see, look, it's already been parsed out ad infinitum philosophically that foreknowledge does not necessarily equal causation, especially if foreknowledge is actually post-knowledge and present knowledge simultaneously, which an eternal being that's non-spatial and non-temporal would possess. So just because you know what's going to happen in the future doesn't necessarily mean you're causing it, although to know what happens in the future could be predicated on causing it. So say to yourself, I'm going to do this. And if you know you have the power to execute it, right, like a being that has infinite power would, then he could say that is what the future will be. And therefore, that is one way to know the future. Another way to know the future is to actually have seen it happen. And another way to know the future is to actually be in the future and the present simultaneously.
So the example that was cited by me for sovereignty and being able to control your destiny was I gave an anecdotal story about several times where I've decided not to be contacted and to stay in bed and to just get up and go to the refrigerator in the bathroom. And I've been successful at doing that several times. And in that way, I feel that I was able to control everything that happened. Now, if something had happened, an explosion, a fire, that's out of my control. I concede these points. But within the realm of my power, I can turn off my phone. I can ignore the door if there's any knocks or buzzing. And I can stay in the bed if I choose. And I've done so several times successfully. And so that's the example I gave of being able to exercise my autonomy.
Not knowing that at the moment you did that, you forgot to pick up somebody at school, and then you would have to leave that and then go do that thing that you forgot. See, they got to take him to the cops.
They got to take him to the cops, and they'll pick him up tomorrow.
I know what you mean, but I'm saying, like, what happens if you left your child? Like, you would have to break that, Max. Obviously, you would have to leave that bubble and go and do that thing. It's like, I mean, I'm just being real here. Like, with reality being what it is, there's a lot of stuff we forget. There's things that are involved where outside influences are going to affect it. So
yes, you both agree. The problem is you both agree. There you go.
You both agree. I think the confusion is coming in where, again, I don't say this to offend whatsoever, But Max's utilization of the word sovereign and autonomy is, I believe, causing the confusion. Because sovereignty and autonomy is classically used, and I would argue in the nature of the case, in the very essence of the sense of the word, implying absolute, supreme, ultimate control. But that's not your point. That's not even your own point, Max. And the substance of what Mayhem is saying is concurring with that, including myself, including AI.
Right. I'm saying to only what you can control.
Right.
I don't know. I think control is an illusion, but that's something for another day, I guess. I don't want to take up.
Well, Mayhem, when he says control, he's referring to the volition, like you conceded and concurred that we have.
I know, but it always seems to me like it feels like at some point Max is going to pull himself up by his own bootstraps, and I don't think that's ever the case, ever. So even in the thought process to think that I'm going to do this thing because I know this thought originally came from my mind. I am the origin of this thought. I think the things that we get in our mind, like, oh, I'm going to do this today. Where did that come from? I wasn't thinking of that before. Something comes to our mind, or things to do, or likes, dislikes, all that stuff is an experience like we don't comprehend. There's a script running within us.
I would concede that there's an inspiration when, somebody goes and create a musical piece or a work of art or something like that they're inspired, but that is their creation.
Yeah, no doubt. But like it came from somewhere else. It didn't come from their own. They weren't the point source origin of that composition.
Well, I mean, what you're talking about is not the point that Max was touching. That's a different point. You're talking about the ultimate ontological origin of volition and intellect.
Yeah, I guess the movement of our spirit, or why we do the things that we do, or the umptions we get, like those come from a different place, and we're reacting to them. It's not an action, it's a reaction to the thing that we're feeling. It's like a constant motion of like reactions. We're always reacting to the thing that we think that we're making an action on. So why did you eat? Because I was hungry. My stomach was rumbling. Why did you sneeze? I don't know. I felt like I needed to sneeze. There was dust there. There's always these other things that were connected to the thing that happened with the causation before that. And it always regresses back to another cause, and it just keeps going back and back and back. And so it's like a constant domino effect all the way down the line to the prime source, which is the prime mover, which is the creator.
Right, I agree with the cosmological argument in the light of the word of Yahweh, the revealed word of Yahweh. I agree with that, but that's a different issue. So you're kind of causing a bit of confusion going to that different issue.
Sure, but for me, I don't find a distinction. I know Gregory, but I feel like it's all woven together. It's kind of like have a secular conversation. I don't know. It involves the creator, and this is where it might turn some stomachs, because when we get into this, it's always, to me anyway, it's integrated. It's like I can't separate what I'm saying from the idea that the creator of all things is the prime mover of it. So, and then it starts to get into dissecting that, and we might be here for a little bit longer. But anyway,
well, of course, logically, it's intimately related to that subject matter, but that's a different subject matter. The subject matter that Max is talking about, and then we all, at least us four, we're talking about, is to what extent does our volition extend, as it were? And we all effectively conceded that we can only exercise our volition within the boundaries of our nature.
Yeah, or to be continued. I don't mind. I deep dive into these things because I think it's important. Sometimes when we exercise, our thinking on this matter, I've been met with a frustration and argumentative. Like, I don't think it needs to go that way. I just think some people can be challenged, and I don't care if Max thinks that way. I'm not gonna be like, dude, you suck, get out of here. Like, so what? That's what he thinks.
Right. And I don't mind that, other people think the way that they do. And I never try to impose my beliefs on others. And I wish shut down.
Well, of course, there's that old ethical truism again. So, Does not need to be repeated.
All right, new topic. What is light? I'm just kidding. Don't go in there.
It's a good question.
You don't want to peek behind that curtain.
Does anyone suppose that light is a distinct substance from, excuse me, a distinct state of matter? How do I phrase this? A distinct state of matter or a distinct kind of substance, different from solid, liquid, and gas?
I like it.
Yeah, you just piqued AI's interest. I feel like this can go one of two ways, depending on the audience.
Because I was thinking about it, like, we all recognize light. You know, in him was life, and the life was the light of all mankind. Shot. And then you think about it, well, light is not like a solid. It's not like a liquid. It's not like the water in my cup. It's not like a gas. So it must be its own kind of state of matter. Seems to me. It seems to me, to my empirical senses.
Well, it definitely has a presence.
Agreed.
It affects things physically. It can move things. It can make things hotter. It can even make things colder. Now, lo and behold, just put an aside that in the day when people were saying that the moonlight makes things cold, the Globers used to laugh at people and say, no, it's impossible for light to make something cold. Light can only make things hot. And then you just look up cold laser and send them, the cold laser, which, by the way, is how they make things the coldest possible temperature humans can make things. And the theory behind the cold laser is that it traps particles between the wavelengths of the laser beams. And so this is just the way it's explained. The peaks and valleys of the waves or whatever, and the particle gets trapped in there and therefore is restricted from being able to move. And, in their view, they describe heat as the motion of the smallest particles of a substance. They're in motion, vibrating back and forth, around, however you think about it. Heat is essentially motion on a quote-unquote subatomic scale. So they apply the laser to it, right? It's trapped in the laser somehow, right? And then it becomes cold. Very interesting.
Atomism, materialistic or even idealistic atomism, is it a empirically unverified ontological doctrine? Because there's a repeated insistence I've heard listening to these subjects being discussed, especially from the ACP, as I call it.
A lot of things are explained, right, by an assumption of three-dimensionality, right? That we have this three-dimensional space, and everything takes up a portion of that three-dimensional space and extends in different coordinates from a center point of its local area. So
yes, locale.
So like when I gave you the example of how they say a laser works, they're describing light as this wave-like pattern that you can imagine, drawing with your hand, but that pattern actually exists in three-dimensional space, and the little particle is trapped, right, in the space between the ups and downs, right? And when you're told that, you say, oh, you know what? That makes sense. If heat is motion, and it's trapped between those two lines, it can't move a lot, so of course it's going to get colder. So
I'm sure I'm not the first person to... Go ahead, I'm sorry.
There's a lot of these types of explanations that seem to fit with these three-dimensional type of, I don't know what you call them, like word pictures, basically.
Illustrations, yeah. Word pictures.
I was gonna say, you guys, if you ain't subbed to my channel, I've started streaming again, so just a real quick plug. I'm streaming again. I'm gonna put it in the live stream voice text, but yeah, that's all I was gonna say.
I'm sure I'm not the first person to ask this question. What is said commonly as to the state of matter that the atom is in? Because logically, as you examine the doctrine, the premises, you have these atoms, or even subatomic atoms, however we theoretically define these terms, trying to articulate the doctrine. There's some kind of state of matter. If it is supposed, like the ancient conception from Democritus, for instance, then it's just, everything is just solid, and it's just a difference between how dense they're packed together. But then, maybe they're not solids. Perhaps there's some other kind of state of matter. But I believe that's an essential question to focus on with the atomist, because if they're particles, what is the nature of the particle? If everything just is broken down, if all matter in essence is just a composite of more smaller particle components, what state of matter are they?
Well, you have the privilege of naming them after yourself.
Hey, Gregory, I put the link in the live stream voice text.
All right. Thank you.
Because I wanted you to, when I go live, if you can, because I'm planning to do it probably in this live stream or in a live stream 2, I'm not sure. We can start up different topics on that channel. Like I was talking to Helio and Indio and them. Maybe we can possibly have a chat about like health and spirituality and all kinds of stuff.
Very good.
Anyway.
Right, so you got 3 camps, right? You got materialism, all is matter and physical, and energy and matter are just transmutations of each other in flux, right? In a circle. It's matter, then it's energy, then it's matter again, but it's really all matter. It's all physical world. Then on the other end, you've got idealism, which is matter doesn't really exist. All that exists is mind. And matter is essentially just an information system of experience. And then in the middle, you have dualism, for lack of a better term, where the
very vaguely,
exists and the physical exists. So there's a non-physical reality and a physical reality that work together to create the end user experience. And the boundary between those two things is unknown. And when people start making claims about what occurs at that boundary, right? Well, they're essentially trying to peek behind the curtain, right? Into God's domain. But many people will create word pictures, right? Or create explanations or create quote unquote frameworks of explanation. And then after they make a sufficient explanation that appears to function in a 3-dimensional way, because we are biased to 3-dimensional explanations because that's the way we operate in the physical and mechanical world, right? It's very akin to our kinesthetic knowledge, right? Which just means the way we move in 3-dimensional space. So it appeals to us. And when we're given these explanations that satisfactorily explain the phenomena to us, it then becomes very easy to reify that explanation as if it is what is happening on a fundamental level behind the curtain.
Yeah, reify it. Or, just emphatically reaffirm it. Yeah.
Then of course we got that happens in the flat earth, where you have people like, particles, waves, energetic systems, the fundamental unit of reality, the fundamental unit of physical reality.
And the irony is that these persons are the same kinds of persons who repeatedly, over and over, repeat this, this very basic ethical truism, this basic ethical and epistemological truism, but we don't know everything, and it's okay to say we don't know. But then when it comes to this very glaring, important but very glaring question in the case where you don't really have a justification for the answer, you insist on reaffirming the answer rather than, discontinuing that and just saying, oh, we don't know it. It's a mystery about the universe. Praise Yah.
Oh, it is. It is a mystery. There's a chain link of reductionism that you can go through, but in between the links, there's no chain. That's the problem.
There's no link between the links.
Yeah, exactly. So you have a chain. You have a chain where every other link is missing, yet the chain is still pulling something, and you scratch your head and be like, "How is that chain pulling this entire paradigm when there's nothing in between the two?" So a great example of this is a magnet. So I'm going to do it right now live on the air. I'm going to take this magnet in my hand here. All right. I'm going to take my phone off of the other magnet and put it over here. I'm going to take this magnet and I'm going to push it to this magnet. I can feel a resistance. The magnet is pushing the other magnet away, and I have to put extra effort to get them to touch each other. Now the magnet is moving the other magnet around. However, I can take my fingers, I'm wiggling them, and I can pass them between the two magnets. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever's doing that, I can pass my hand right through it. Now, intuitively, if we imagine a bar coming out from one magnet to the other, so I'm taking a pencil and I'm touching one magnet with it, right? And I'm holding it so the pencil is now a protrusion from the magnet. I'm now going to touch the other magnet, right? I'm now going to try to pass my hands between the magnet. I can't. Well, why not? Well, because a pencil is hitting my hand, right? A pencil is solid. I could not possibly pass through a solid, right? We have a problem. The explanation of what keeps a pencil rigid, right, seems self-evident. Well, it's one continuous piece of wood, is it not? So of course it's going to be together. But if I break it apart, right, it breaks at a particular point. If I try to put it back together, it doesn't then stay together. But the claim is that the parts of the pencil are actually held together by a similar phenomenon to the magnets being held together or affecting each other. In other words, the standard explanation for how things work is that everything's connected with force fields that solid matter can pass through. So this pencil is actually mostly empty and not solid, and there's unbroken chain links, just like we were explaining earlier, between the pencil. So the smallest particle
logical implications of those premises, yeah.
Yeah. So why can't I just pass my hand right through the pencil, just like I pass it through the magnet? Maybe because the intervals between the fields are too small, and my intervals between my fields are too big. But fundamentally, there's a missing link between what's connecting one end to the other. Same with a bar of steel. You take a bar of steel, right? You take two bars, you melt them together into one bar. Why? How is it possible that I can take a pencil, break it in half, and it won't stick back together? But if I take a bar of steel and I melt it and I stick it together, all of a sudden it's one piece. When fundamentally all
it's missing in the sense that we don't detect it, neither do we even conceive that missing link.
Right. And then we have a predisposition to say, well, if there's no link between the two things, then it's not an object. Because we have a predisposition that objects are solid. Right? But what if the
tangible substance, tangible substance, yeah. at least empirically detectable by somehow substance.
Yeah, but what if all things are just a permutation of force fields that are either on or off, left or right? You know, and if you orient them in a certain way, something could pass through another thing. Or if you vibrate them in a certain way, something could pass through another thing. But anyway, in mainstream physics, they don't have an answer for this. They don't have an answer of what's holding things together on a fundamental level within their explanations for the three-dimensional structure of things. Everything's held together by a chain with every other link missing. Nobody knows what that link that is undetectable is. Nobody knows that. And anybody who claims to know that is just making up a story. There's something metaphysical about the physical. The physical can't exist without the metaphysical. And then people start making claims about the metaphysical, right? Authoritarian claims, authoritative claims, even dogmatic claims, or sometimes just rude claims. You know, it's where I know because my idea is better than your idea and you're not as good as me for not knowing it.
Which is characteristic of the unbelieving worldview. Speaking of tendencies, presumptuous tendencies, one of them being just this latent and tacit just rude exclusion of a personal entity being, as it were, the connector, to use the Latin word, the pontiff of all the substances. Secondly, another tendency that academia mostly, particularly, is always in the habit of presuming is that that the physical things themselves and their properties, including their law-like function, are inherently necessary. For instance, like when he was talking about the magnets, there's nothing inherently necessary about the magnets being what they are with all their properties. They aren't self-necessary. They aren't absolutely necessary. It logically could be something else. It could be the other way around. Like the poles could, the similar poles, so-called, could be repulsive, or they could be attractive. It's logically possible. There's nothing logically incoherent about saying that. It just is the case that we detect, or at least to some degree, have some degree of substantiation for the explanation that the similar poles repulse one another and the different poles attract one another. But there's nothing inherently necessary about that. So, like, two basic presumptions of that: the ultimate unifier, the uniformity of nature. This is a basic philosophical question. And like AI was just saying earlier, you know, this at most, this kind of a snobbish contempt for metaphysics, while at the same time that is a metaphysical position, and inevitably asserting their own metaphysical premises, while simultaneously having some sort of contempt for metaphysics. It's unavoidable metaphysics. It's inevitable. It's an absolute necessity as it concerns one's perception of what is real. Everyone has a theory of reality. And so it is the tendency in academia to just absolutely presume that whatever is the ultimate unifier of all things, all the physical things, it's something that's impersonal. I mean, why? I mean, they presume that they have the right to be so hostile and rigorous in scrutinizing the persons who say that the ultimate unifier of the physics is a personal entity. Why do they exclude it? I'm not going to fill that in. I mean, answer the question for yourself. What's the justification for that presumption that the ultimate entity that is unifying nature, and when I say nature, I both include concrete and abstract entities, because you need both in order to have knowledge of anything. You know,
yeah, so
what's the
let me
justification?
caveat real quick.
Yeah.
In a purely materialistic paradigm, a lot of people don't realize that if a pure materialistic paradigm is true, then there would be no sentient actors. The animate world would have no self-knowledge, because self-knowledge would be impossible, because self-knowledge is not physical or material. So it would just be a bunch of dominoes. Yeah, it would just be a bunch of dominoes being knocked over. That's all it would. That's all it would be. That's all it could.
Just matter moving. We can't emphasize that enough.
And before Gregory continues, that being said, materialism is incoherent on its face, because to think about it is to disprove it.
Thank you. So yeah, number one, what is the justification for the presumption that the ultimate unifier of the physical things is not a person? And number two, what is the justification for this sometimes explicit, like they say it out loud, but most of the time tacit and latent presumption that the physical things themselves, including their law-like function properties, are inherently necessary? And when I say that, when they presume that it's inherently necessary, it is just the necessity is just within itself, basically, and that's it. It's just a brute fact in the essence of the physical things, including their law-like function properties. What is the justification for saying that? Especially when we could already logically conceive in principle of a different way things could function. The heavenly bodies could be rotating in the opposite direction.
Yep.
We could have a tendency to move upward, not downward.
Right. So
that's logically possible.
That being said, the culmination of this worldview results as follows: that the beginning of it is a turning away from the intuitive nature of man to believe in the metaphysical and sentient agents or sentient creators, etc., as we've experienced ad infinitum into our history, into what's known as the scientific pursuits and the materialistic physicalist pursuits, the logical and secular pursuits, right, of what they call science as a whole. And they create an apparatus that precludes supernatural or metaphysical explanations and focuses only on the material and natural world to explain reality itself, which must deny, right, the very intuitive essence of the man, which is the knowledge of the self. Now, that being said, it reaches a conclusion at the end in seeking the fundamental unit, right, of reality, knowing full well that conscious agents are a member of reality. You have to explain conscious agents in your worldview. So they pursue a materialistic paradigm while simultaneously understanding that conscious agents must be accounted for, but they separate the two long enough so they can establish this ethos, this power known as science. And then what they do at the end is they finally, in their search for the fundamental particle of reality, realize that it's not a physical thing that is the fundamental unit of reality. They concede. And by the way, this isn't my idea. This is what they are doing right now. This is the latest hotness, okay, in the physics world, in the quote-unquote science world. According to them, the idea of the Big Bang, the idea of heliocentrism, the idea of evolution, the idea of the materialistic pursuits of science have all come to a conclusion after a long and laborious search for the fundamental particle and unit of reality, that it is inescapable, that the fundamental unit of reality upon which reality is based upon is consciousness itself. Now, we already knew that this was the inescapable conclusion when this began. And we told them, dude, you're not going to get away from that. That's the truth. And they say, no, everything's physical, blah, 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 blah. But in the end, they have to yield to the truth, which is that the fundamental unit of reality is consciousness. So while Gregory was correct that they did set out to remove the idea of a personal agent being responsible for reality, they in the end must admit that that's the case. Now, at that stage, do you think that they're automatically going to agree with any type of specific theism or specific creation or external agent God? No, of course not. What they're going to do is say that with this grand scientific endeavor that we've accomplished as humans for the past centuries, we've arrived at the resultant. Consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality. However, reality is one thing. And since consciousness is part of reality and physical reality is part of consciousness, the creation and the creator are one and the same. And in the sense that things could have been different, this or that, right? If that's the case, then the differentiation is based on the subject within the reality, which gives rise to what's known as subjectivism. And since consciousness is the base unit of reality, that is idealism. So now you have subjective idealism, and since there's only one reality, right, and everything in the reality is part of the one reality, and there's no external agents, you now have monism. And remember, I'm just reminding you all that I'm not giving you this idea. This is the idea coming from people in the quote-unquote mainstream physics world at the cutting edge of this stuff. They are proffering the idea that the scientific pursuits has led mankind to the ultimate realization that the nature of reality is subjective idealism in a monistic sense. Now, anybody worth their salt in philosophy or matters of theology will understand that that excludes an external creator God from reality. So these are two entirely different paradigms.
This is what Alan Watts was saying in the 60s, in the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about the Godhead, so to speak. But then he'd say, we can cut out that middleman. Rather than you being the lower thing and God being the higher thing, it's just one. It's just one thing.
This is the same fallacious cycle in every generation throughout the entire history of philosophy.
Yeah.
I forgot to complete the other point. The second point what I was saying was this tendency of this fallacious presumption that the physical things are inherently necessary, including the presumption that the law-like function is inherently necessary, and that implies that the laws of physics, quote unquote, and the vast majority of persons who fix their mouth to say that phrase barely even know what it means. But the laws of physics are therefore immutable. See, when you maintain that presumption, most of the time it's done tacitly and latently, not really self-consciously. That is why they then cry out that miracles are not possible. In other words, when you understand that the laws of physics is the law-like, because the laws of physics is a metaphor, right? Laws, in the most basic sense of the word, is an abstract entity. And the physics is the very antithesis of abstract entities, right? It's a physical thing. It's a concrete thing. And so, of course, the laws themselves are not concrete. And so when we call the laws of the physics, right, it's a metaphor where the behavior, right, the characteristic behavior, the function of the physical things is similar to that of a law, as though it has been decreed, and it is at least very difficult, at most impossible, depending on which entity is trying to do this, impossible to override them or to cause the nature of the physics to be something, different and behave differently. We have the law-like tendency. If I get up out of this chair and hop up and down, the law-like function of my body, given its nature inherently and the external environment I'm in, is to plummet back down at a specific rate, which isn't specific to all physical entities. Some other entities fall faster, some slower, but still law-like for me and whatever other entity in question. That is not inherently necessary. it could logically be the case that I will go upward, like I just said earlier, etc., etc. So that was that little point right there. So when you presume that the laws of physics are inherently necessary, there is no wonder why they then hold the logically implied consequence of that premise being that miracles are not possible. And so the law-like function of the physics is inviolable, immutable.
I know I dropped out for a while, and I see that Mayhem left. He's not here any longer. So I see that it's on to a new topic, and I'm not really sure what that topic is, but I need to turn down my lights when Gregory starts talking. Get it dim in here.
The subject, if I can succinctly put it, right, is the ultimate entity in reality and how it relates to us humans and the nature of the cosmos we find ourselves in.
Okay. So to the creator and how it relates and how we relate. And I was saying that, I believe that we are autonomous to ourselves in this plane. That there's not a man that has power over you, that you execute that power yourself. When it comes to the creator and the way that I hear it spoken of in this room a lot, is almost as if you have to submit. And I don't agree with that. I believe it's more of an acceptance sort of relationship than a submission relationship. And in those parameters, I believe free will means that you have free will in this plane. There may be a larger overall outcome that is predetermined and I'm not saying there is or there isn't, but I'm saying there may be. And if you believe that, then I think it's a far reach for you to also believe that everything is pre-planned and, that it's already predetermined. The outcome may be predetermined, but how that outcome is executed has a lot of different factors involved. And in that regard, I think that you play a role as an individual, and you have to be accountable and accept responsibility for your actions here. And that's where I stand. I don't believe that everything is predetermined and predestined. And as far as in the physical world, I believe that there are certain things that are immutable with physics as far as we know. Your example is a great one. Nobody's going to jump up in the air and float. You may have people that come down at different rates. They're able to, use their bodies in different ways and certain things like that, but they're coming down at a certain rate. So when it comes to miracles, those are kind of things that have to be taken on faith, or you have to have experienced one yourself. And a lot of people have different expressions of what a miracle is to them, given a certain situation.
All right, let's stop right there.
Good.
So, in light of what we were talking about, so we know that the secular atheist and materialist, right, scoff at the idea of a miracle in the sense of any kind of scriptural, biblical, religious, any religion. Doesn't have to be the Bible religion, right? They scoff at any of that, right? But what we were explaining here is that the mainstream is actually headed towards a non-materialistic paradigm, and actually a paradigm that the fundamental unit of reality is consciousness itself, and that subjective idealism is the truth of our reality. And what that means is that the mind creates reality. Now, I want you to pay attention real closely. They scoffed at the idea of miracles when it was in a religious context in the past, with their hoity-toity, we're so advanced, atheist, secularist scientists. But now they're going to posit the idea that we live in a subjective, idealistic universe. In other words, the mind creates reality. Now, if that's true, then laws of physics are subservient to the mind. Maybe not a specific individual mind, but an advanced mind or an aggregate mind. Therefore, miracles are no big deal. So at one side of their mouth, they scoff at the idea of miracles. Now, because they quote unquote scientifically arrived at the fact that minds can control reality, ergo miracles, now they're going to be like, oh, we're so intelligent. Miracles, we believe in them.
Couldn't have said it better.
I get your point, but I don't know. I think when they say that they understand that there's a consciousness, I believe that most of them understood that there's a soul. That, when you refer to consciousness, that's what we're speaking of, I believe, the soul. The thing that you can't touch physically. And they've been aware of the soul. But I think when they talk about consciousness, they're talking about being sentient, being able to formulate your own thoughts, create ideas that are original, separate from anybody else. And this is in regards to the AI that they're creating. And they're wondering why it isn't sentient and why they can't make it sentient, right? It's not sentient. It will never be sentient. That's a part of life. And, technology is not life. And they can do and tinker and Frankenstein this shit up all they want. It will never be sentient. And they can try to parse it down and get it, but they barely understand biology. So, they are light years away from understanding consciousness or the soul.
Well, of course, they are not going to understand these things whatsoever, especially from the epistemological approach of what is called humanistic rationalism, which throughout its entire history has always demonstrated itself to fall into subjectivism, and so abandon objectivism, and so rendering reality absurd and knowledge impossible. Now, AI's point, and I concur with it, is that since they are continuing this fallacious approach to answering these questions, then they are going to fall into the very antithetical position that they predominantly hold, and then pretend as though they were being sound or valid or genuine and good-hearted the entire time, and not at all influenced away from the truth according to their desires, which are contrary to the truth. And so the ACP, in addition with all the other philosophical doctrines from academia, is, according to, like I just said, this fallacious approach to answering the questions of humanistic rationalism, they're going to swing from one end of the fallacious spectrum of pluralistic, atomistic, materialistic empiricism and pluralism to subjectivistic, anti-objectivistic, idealistic monism. You see? Which then, in that instance, when they do that, that other extreme, the latter that I just said, has already been thoroughly refuted, because that worldview cannot account for particularity, which is entirely patent and unavoidable. It's just a carte blanche denial that you are seeing a multitude of distinct entities in the world. Even the very components of your thoughts. You're not thinking one single entity.
Nope. They got an answer for that too. So, just like they laughed at the idea of a plural Godhead, right? In regards to Christianity, that obviously Christianity is one of the biggest religions in the world, right? So, and it's also the foundation of the scientific endeavors in the Western world and the Western knowledge expansion. And so it was used as a foil when people abandoned the idea of God, and they had to retaliate against Christianity. And one of the things they retaliated against is the idea that God could be one entity, yet multiple in persons. Now, flash forward to the present day, and they're going to tell you that they've scientifically proven that the aggregate sentient entities, right, multiple persons that exist within the world are actually one entity. So while out of one side of their mouth they mock and scorn the idea of the Christian Godhead being multiple, they're going to say that humankind is that Godhead with multiple persons, but is actually one entity. How poetically ironic, is it not?
With an additional caveat that makes the distinction, because they're going to go one of two ways, right? The multiplicity that we detect and very strongly, believe that we are detecting is either illusory or it is as it is. It is as it seems. They're going to go one of two ways. Very likely they're going to go illusory, because if they go the latter route and say that it is as it seems, then they will blatantly fall into that contradiction is just too conspicuous to maintain for any length of time, any serious length of time, seriously, according to any pretense, because they will be saying reality is really only one single thing, and reality really is a multiplicity, a plurality. That's prima facie self-contradictory. You can't maintain that for even
now we're
10 minutes.
Now we're delving into the realm of hey, hold on, go ahead.
No, I would say with the duplicitous nature of what he just said, that sounds like something that they would push because they speak out of both sides of their mouth. When you look up the word level now, you see that it expresses being horizontal and yet, somehow bending to the curve. So this is how they operate. This sounds like what they would do.
Well, I mean, it's consistent with their character, but that particular self-contradictory position that they can and perhaps may promulgate, it's distinctly too conspicuous. The degree of the what's the word, conspicuity of that self-contradictory position is just too great. The average, the ACP, like I call it, has is not nearly as conspicuously self-contradictory.
They probably said the same thing when they came up with the globe.
But anyway, that's just the psychological prediction. But they're going to go one of two ways. Right? Either it is illusory, the plurality of things, including persons, or it is as it seems. And so they're going to go one of two ways, and they're very likely going to go the illusory route if they really seriously want to maintain. If they really seriously want to maintain that the monism, the reality is a single thing.
Yeah, that's walking the borders of what is essentially just a neo version of classical Gnosticism. Not classical Gnosticism, but the Gnosticism version where humanity is essentially just fractures of God that must come into the knowledge that they are God to reunify themselves back into the whole. So again, just another monistic permutation. Now, of course, I'm speaking in particular reference to Christianity, Gnosticism, in the Marcion style, if I believe correctly. That could be named that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that. But anyway, the point is, it's all religion where the creation and the creator are the same entity rather than separate. And they're fine with that, right? They're okay with this scientific paradigm that ends up having a God included, right? Even though previously they excluded a God. As long as they arrive at a conclusion through this advanced, scientific world and this advanced scientific end of a journey, right, that we've been on, where we come to the realization that, well, of course God existed all along, but the trick is we are God. And as long as that's the case, they're fine. As soon as God's an external agent, then it's all of a sudden, oh, we got to start the loop over again till we get back to the point where we're God.
Exactly. Which the Bible has already exposed several thousand years before those alive in our contemporary day. It is
Yes, which,
because
by
of
the
the
way-
innate.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it is because of the innate depravity and corruption and lust of the flesh, where they want to be God. They want to have the same prerogatives, the same essence, the whole enchilada, the whole package of godhood belong to their essence.
There is, however,
That's
a more
what humans want to
gracious-
do.
Yeah, that's true. I would say that's true, but there's also a more gracious interpretation, which I think also makes sense, and that is not only does people generally realize that human nature is corrupted in some way or has a capacity or an expression or a propensity for wrongdoing or evil. Simultaneously, the classical views is that we're, from a specific theism point of view, is that we're created in God's image, which means we have qualities that God possesses. And if we are simultaneously tainted in our ability to think clearly about these things, while simultaneously possessing a nature that in some way is similar to God, whatever that some way is, then it becomes almost rational to say somehow, well, there's something about me that's divine in a sense, right? And then I look out at the world and I make all these things. Maybe I'm God. Maybe I'm part of God, right? And so they come up with these ideas in a fractured manner of thinking that results in this entire escapade that we just talked about for the past 30 minutes.
Let me ask, do you think that monism leads into an atheistic viewpoint?
No.
necessarily in and of
Monism is the
itself.
opposite of atheism.
Yeah, not necessarily in and of itself, because some people
don't
are
think that it could be
atheistic
corrupted?
monists, but then there are also the pantheistic or panentheistic. Well, I mean, you can prefix monism with anything and everything, but of course the logical implication, if a god is real and they maintain monism, everything would be God. So that's a synonym with pantheism. If they maintain the premise one, the God is real, and there's only one thing in reality. So if the God is real, and if there's only one thing in the reality, then there's only God, and so all the plurality of things that we see around him are therefore all just the God.
It's like the ultimate extreme argumentum ad absurdum of spirituality.
That's a good way of putting it.
Ridiculous to me to think that you could say that there is no God outside of yourself. If
Say again, Max.
It sounds ridiculous to say that there's no God outside of yourself if you're saying that we are all God. I mean, I don't see how these things work.
They don't logically comport. And this is, you see, what we're doing in here is we're exercising the same right that these other people have presumed they have the right to do, but upon examination of the world, really don't have an argument to really justify anything whatsoever, including any supposed ethical premise. But we're doing the very same thing. We're dishing back out what they dish out in the first instance. Internal critique.
Now, how is this all relevant to the flat Earth, globe Earth battle? Well, the answer is the flat Earth is a paradigm-shattering proposition. A paradigm which was established on certain presumptions about the honorable intentions and accurate execution of what's known as the scientific endeavor, right? Which began as a religious proposition and then steered into secularistic materialism and even atheism, and then ended up at the end line with basically conceding all the points about spirituality, but just removing the external agent God. So that being said, many flat earthers had their paradigm about science, faith, religion, ethics, politics shattered when they realized that the earth was flat. And they are now, for lack of a better term, lost in a sea of possibility, ripe for the pickings. People who are going to take advantage of shattered paradigms going to the future. And they've already co-opted this into the synthesis. So the synthesis theory is essentially you have a thesis, then you have the antithesis, then you're presented with the synthesis, which is the middle ground of the two. And so basically, the globe and the flat Earth are just two sides of the same coin, pushing the synthesis forward, which ultimately leads to the world accepting subjective idealism. And with
Could
that,
I quibble with one thing? I wouldn't call it a middle ground. I would call it a true synthesis, because I guess it's not the middle ground because they both still retain their they retain themselves, but they blend together.
Sure.
So maybe it's a distinction without a difference. I don't know.
Yeah, a synthesis, trying to comport the two together logically.
There's a guy there, if y'all want to ask him, somebody named Wayne, who wanted to ask some stuff about flat Earth, I'm told. Just when y'all wrap up.
Yeah, go ahead. I wanted to go after you if you were done.
Said I yield.
Oh, what I was going to add in addition to that, right? Along the lines of what AI said, the flat Earth proposition, like he said, is an explosion of the paradigm. And rather than being staunchly fixed on a false paradigm, now persons are tossed about by every wind of doctrine throughout falsehood. Type that in the search engine. See what pulls up. Tossed about by every wind of doctrine. And if they do not have what is required to come to the truth, then they won't come to the truth. And so they're going to do one of two things. Or they're going to fix themselves eventually somehow to some ever greater or lesser degree on another falsehood, or they're just going to keep being blown around chaotically through the various winds of falsehood.
Oh, wait a minute, Gregory. Isn't the truth within, though?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. Phew.
Oh, yes. You see, it's simultaneous. There's a truth which we know, but not everyone believes the truth that they know.
Yeah. Yeah, they get a bit confused by the chattering mind, I always think. Yeah, I'm glad you said yes to that, because...
I mean, because what's the alternative? The answer is no. And if the truth is not within us, right? Either the truth is inescapable or it is escapable, right? Which one would you rather prefer? That's a subjective question, but it's an important question. What would you prefer? The truth is inescapable, and so no matter how intense you attempt to get away from it, you can't get away from it.
Yeah.
And so you are always in contact with the truth. You see, it's just a matter of to what degree do you reach toward it.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, but is it though?
Well, people deceive themselves.
I'm not so sure it is.
Bliss.
Especially over the last couple of years.
I'd like to take this chance
Ignorance can only be bliss if you're ignorant that you're ignorant.
I'd like to take this chance real quick to welcome Baz Chris to the live stream. VC Verified. If he wants to ask some questions, he could try.
There's somebody that's supposed to be asking questions now that we've wrapped up that conversation. Might be that guy.
Yeah. He left, but we got a new guy to replace him, and one that doesn't have VC Verified. Cub, you should go up to VC Checking and get tag. So, Baz Chris, are you there?
You should have control of your mic.
I'm lighting the candles. Can the spirit of Baz Chris hear me? Are you out there?
Baz Chris, answer.
I guess the spirits are not with us this day. I guess we can just continue talking.
What is that word? Not congeal. No, that's not the word. I enjoy you. There we go.
I adore you by the living God.
Adore, yes, there we go. I said the wrong
I
prefix.
compel you to speak.
By the power invested in me, by the 9 rings of the 9 realms. No, I'm just joking.
I think it means put the law upon you, because injure means bring you into the law, and adjure sounds like put the law on you. So one is bringing you in, and the other is putting it right on top of your head. Bah!
It opens the mic on the Discord. There's also Jaja Light. I see that you don't have VC verification. If you want to speak, just jump up to VC check-in and we will get you a tag so you can join the conversation.
Nah, INJURE, injure, just to harm. Yeah, or at least in an archaic sense, to do injustice.
What, injure?
Yeah.
Nah, that's the common term. Injure is a term of art and legality.
Oh, jurisprudence term?
Yeah, injure. You can't an injury, from that you can't have an injury that doesn't have a law. You know what I mean? An injury is a law broken against you, a violation. Now, of course, we talk about it like, I broke my leg, that's an injury. And it is true that that token means that.
What do you think about this? This little screenshot here. Just a quick Google search, a little snippet that pulls up. Let me see here. Yeah, you can still have an injury, whether it's legally forbidden or not.
Biatch. Yep. Yeah, so why let flat earth get out? Why intentionally put it in the algorithms and all of that? Why invite what is essentially appears like a schizoid artist to a party that works for NASA and then tell him the secret? Well, because like any good regime change, you need a current paradigm shattering event, right? That's going to leave people ready for the next iteration so that they'll welcome it with open arms. So let's say in the next 10 years that 30 to 40% of the world becomes flat earthers. Does that mean we're then going to go into the next generation of utopia? No, they're just going to push all of those people into the new synthesis paradigm, because most of them aren't really going to be genuine in the sense that they really become a quote-unquote truther or anything like that. They're just going to be accepting a new paradigm, just like they were before. And the people who really know what's what is always going to be a small percentage. And maybe that's all that's necessary.
Yeah, divide and conquer has always been the sort of MO of the powers that shouldn't be. And what's more divisive than this? There isn't anything. It's just, well, there's a lot of things out there, I guess, at the moment.
Oh, yeah, there's something way more divisive.
Men can have babies. That's quite
more divisive. More divisive than that.
Can you mention it?
Is it against TOS?
Can you type it in the locker room?
Everything we were just talking about is incredibly divisive. So this whole creator situation is terribly divisive. That's why I don't like to put I just don't like to.
Well, the majority of people on the earth believe in a creator.
Right. But it's when they start imposing like what they think it is and their own emotions on it, and we get into problems, I think.
And it's still worthwhile to get at the truth of the matter in spite of the disagreement.
Because I can just honestly say I just don't know. I don't know what it is, and I'm okay with that.
Convenient answer. Because as long as we can reassert that we don't know, or especially that we can't know, then we don't need to concern ourselves with the inconvenience of critical consideration and logical examination and critique.
Well, I mean, Gregory.
You said, what was that, Max?
You're not sounding as clear as you were before. I mean, you're coming across now, but just then you sounded a little bit.
Let me say it again. I was saying that's a convenient answer, which is historically characteristic of many people who even come, in a reach of a 10-foot pole, these philosophical questions. That's what happened throughout the history of philosophy. It's what happened throughout all history. It's just what happens all the time. These subjects are difficult. It is inconvenient. It is annoying. It is irritating. It is even infuriating to discuss these philosophical matters. And so the more convenient response is to say, well, I don't need it. It doesn't matter. You can't even know.
So you're saying that it's not all right to say I don't know? Or
it's not right to insist and refuse to seek the truth.
Well, hang on a minute. The fact that you think the Bible is the quote-unquote truth is your opinion, though, is it not?
It is an opinion. Was there more to that?
Isn't it better to say I don't know?
There's no more to that.
Isn't it better to say I don't know until you do some further?
Is your conclusion that it's an opinion? Is that what your conclusion was? My conclusion, therefore, is that it is an opinion. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes.
Well, look, that's the fundamental dither, by the way, which the Globers initially had pushback with us. First they would call us retarded and whatever, but then when they finally come to terms that they have to deal with it, a go-to strategy for Globers, I would say probably 30 to 40%, even greater, is to come into a forum like we got here and try to get to an argument standoff where both sides are just saying, this is what I believe, that is what you believe. So they say, I'm a Glober, I just believe it's a globe. You're a flat earther, you just believe it's flat. Neither of us can really know the truth. And if they can get you to concede to that, even if you don't do it intentionally, that's a victory. If everybody says we don't know, therefore everybody's beliefs are of equal merit and validity, and we're all just a bunch of believers in our own way, and we all have our own truth, they're okay with that. But as soon as you claim any definitive truth contrary to the mainstream, then all of a sudden there's hell to pay.
We can destroy their paradigm with the globe. So, I mean, that's not even a debate anymore.
Just like with every other worldview. Every other worldview is going to have an ultimate authority. Well, logically, it's going to have one of two things. Either the epistemological hierarchy, as it were, is going to be infinite, which is obviously absurd on its face. Because that means when you have a sort of conclusion and then you begin an argument, you have this infinite chain of epistemic authority figures. And so you must forever appeal to one after another authority figure, never ending the argument. If you never end the argument, you never complete the argument. If you never complete the argument, you never successfully demonstrate the conclusion to be true. So you can't know anything in that worldview. So by necessity, the epistemological hierarchy, as it were, must be finite. At the top, or at the heart, however you want to articulate the metaphor, at the top of this hierarchy will be an ultimate authority, whose authority does not depend on anything else except itself. Now, not all claims of ultimate authoritativeness are equal. Or how do you judge the difference? Whatever truly is the ultimate authority, it cannot tell falsehood. Because in order to even detect falsehood in the first place, you must have that ultimate authority figure. You see? So the ultimate authority figure, which is the standard of knowledge whatsoever about anything at all, is the very thing that you're appealing to when you detect anything to be false in any sense. So the true ultimate authority cannot tell falsehood. And if anyone is contradicting that ultimate authority, they cannot be telling the truth. You can't contradict the one and only sole necessary precondition for knowledge of anything at all and be telling the truth.
Right. So how you get rid of that is you just have a subjectively idealistic reality. And therefore authority and knowledge is no longer relevant. The only thing that matters is experience. And since we know, first order, that we are presently experiencing, then that satisfies the condition of knowledge, at least for one category. And so you can have knowledge without an ultimate authority. And thereby you create an illusion that you have a coherent worldview.
Emphasis on the word illusion. Because you don't really have knowledge. There's just knowledge falsely so-called. Type that phrase in the search engine. See what pulls up.
No.
Knowledge falsely so-called.
Knowledge of a present experience is first order knowledge by definition. It cannot be otherwise. Don't get me wrong. A lot of people begin that argument to give some type of subjective solipsistic style ideas and philosophies. But it is true that if you're experiencing something and you're aware of it, then you know that you're experiencing something. Whatever, it may not be accurately informed by the outside world, but you definitely are aware of that experience.
Yeah, that sums me up nicely. The present moment. I like that. That's perfect.
Well, that's an objective assertion. If there is no objectivity, that's an objective assertion in and of itself. So it's self-defeating. So they don't really know it, even though they call it knowledge.
Which is why it's subjective idealism. That's why.
Yeah.
So what you do is you take the word objective and you just don't use it at the beginning of the name of your reality. When you name it, you call it subjective idealism, and therefore the standard for objectivity is removed.
Well, they attempt to, but again, the assertion, the very predication of that, right? It's objective in nature, because either that sentence is the case or it's not. Right? Of course, if it is the case, then they're saying that it is objectively true that there is no objectivity. It's self-defeating. And of course, if it's false, it's false. So it's in a double bind. It's untenable.
Right, but I want everyone to notice how instantly appealing the idea of understanding that all you know is your first order experiences is to people by the enthusiasm that my go-to, always enthusiastic about that point friend chimed in and said, "Well, yeah, that resonates. That's me."
Perfect. Yeah. Because
now,
it's fluid.
That being said, you see, imagine somebody who is less prone to quote unquote truther style thinking, how easily this will appeal to them and they will be swayed without much resistance. Especially when the scientific establishment comes out and says, we've proven this to be true through science.
Yeah, well, that's the new religion, isn't it? That's the one world religion. Yep. They'll never call it that, of course. They'll never come out and call it that. But that's the new one world religion. But to me, the alternative is what makes you you is your experience. Everything you've experienced up to this point. So you're puppeted by the past. And then the tail wags the dog.
True. Yeah, but that can't be true because you can't be yourself if you don't have accumulated experience, and you can't experience anything if you're not yourself to experience it in the first instance. So it's not true that you are your experiences. It's true that you are your experiencer.
When you say that sentence, Andy, you made a distinction between you and the experiences. They're two different distinct entities. If there is no you, then you are not experiencing. And if there is no experience, then you are not experiencing. So they can't be one and the same. You can't even say the sentence without presupposing the distinction between the two entities.
Yeah, it's incoherent. It's incoherent without the categorical distinctions present. You cannot even think of a way to make a sentence like that. You can't do it. And if you think you can, go ahead and try. You'll notice that every single time you have two categories.
Well, to me, it's just stuff that happened. That's all. It's just the past. And I try not to identify with it.
Who did it happen to?
Yes, it happened to me.
Well, there you go. That's two categories.
The experience, in parentheses 1. You, number 2, in parentheses, you experienced. They're not one and the same. There is no subjectivity without objectivity. If there's no object, then there's no subjective perception of anything.
Yeah.
And if there's no subjective perception, then no object is knowing anything. No one is even perceiving anything in any sense, in any way whatsoever. So it's again, in the history of humanistic rationalism, or just antichrist false philosophy, is the human who contradicts the word of the ultimate authority, who has revealed himself, being Yahweh. They will go from one end of the fallacious end of the spectrum to another. If it's only objectivity and no subjectivity, there's no one to know anything. If it's only subjectivity and no objects, then you can't know anything. Because there's nothing to know.
And there's no problems either, though.
I said there's nothing to know. You couldn't know that there's no problems because there's nothing whatsoever. There's no object, so there's no entity that has the ability to subjectively perceive.
Right. So what you end up with, this is an important point. So you guys don't be fooled by the New World Order religion synthesis paradigm of subjective idealistic monism. Okay, so an important point to notice here is that you have a first cause fallacy. You need the cause to precede the effect, right? To have a cause and effect. But they're having the effect precede the cause. And then they want to go back in a loop and start over again in this constant loop. They're trying to remove the need for a first cause. Because if you're in a subjective world and you have, let's say, feelings or reactions or internal sensory experiences that are informed by an external object, like a strawberry in your mouth. Like, when was it that you came to the conclusion of how a strawberry should taste? Not when you put it in your mouth and you were informed to experience the strawberry and then you experience it. That's completely different than deciding or creating or the initial time when what a strawberry should taste like has any like coherent beginning. Like you realize like you need those parameters set in the first instance in order for them to be experienced. So it seems more rational that you need an external agent that doesn't possess the need for causal chain sequences. Now, the only thing that you can think of that's even described in human language ever in the history of humanity that has no need of causal chain sequences in any way, shape, or form is something that is eternal. Atemporal, non-spatial, etc. Right? So very simply, you can reason yourself out of the idea that you are God and into the idea that an external agent creator is necessary for the consequent reality that you inhabit based upon limitations that you experience. And that's the key. The limitations we experience in the physical world, in our physical bodies, and even in our mental spaces is an information system that informs us that we are not the end-all be-all. Imagine not even be able, think about it, imagine not even be able to hold your own piss and then simultaneously thinking that you're God. That's incoherent babble at that point.
Amen.
Now, by the way, all of these, let's just say for lack of a better term, God doesn't exist. How is it possible that we even can have these conversations and still make complete rational sense? But by the way, God doesn't exist, and I can prove it. It's very simple. Exist means to come out of.
Yeah, stand out.
Eternal being doesn't come out of anything, therefore he can't exist in principle. Bingo, I win. Bingo.
Yeah, exit story.
Yes, we exist. Whatever the God or the source, right, or however someone's journey has given them the revelation so far to come online with this quote-unquote truth, let's say, whatever that is, it is. It doesn't exist. It just is. We exist because of it. We rely on it to exist. Now, some people call that source the universe, right? Some people call that source the ether. Some people call that source a person. But the idea that we ourselves are the source, that we ourselves are the cause of our own effect and the effect of our own cause just seems to me on its face incoherent. Like the physical, natural, tangible world and our experience in it and the limitations we experience with our own mind, our own intention, our own will, our own inability to execute even our own moral judgments against ourselves tells me that I am not God, that I am not the leader here, that I am not the boss, that I am not the highest entity. Seems very self-explanatory.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I got to get out of here. But there are sects already that believe that they are God, and I think we all know that. I mean, I was part of a sect, the 5%ers. So there's already these things running rampant about, and we'll see what comes of this whole, them finding that there's consciousness and them trying to create AI to be sentient and all this other jazz. But I got to check out. It's been very entertaining and enlightening. I enjoy everybody. I'm out. Love. Peace.
All right, Mike. Take care, dude.
All right.
Yeah, I always love talking to AI about this subject in particular. It's my favorite.
Yeah.
But yeah, I worry about identifying with the past too much because it sort of solidifies, doesn't it? And then, like they say, you can't teach an old dog new tricks and all that stuff. So I do try and...
You have a problem saying that you were born?
No, not at all. It's just more of a seeing through the illusion of time and seeing that I'm more than that. I'm more than that. Do you know? I'm more than
so then you don't have a problem identifying with the past.
More than the bag of blood and bones. I'm more than my history and anything that's happened to me. Understand?
So you do identify with history because you accept the historical fact that you were born.
I've only got half my hearing at the minute, Gregory, because I'm full of wax. So
no, he's just saying that's not his identity isn't wrapped up in his material presence in his event sequence.
That's it. Thank you.
Which, by the way,
it's
is
not one of your very high values. Right? Okay.
Yeah, well, check it out. So, like in the advent of materialism, you are just an accumulation of sequence events that a physical object is undergoing, and the illusion of sentience is just a mechanical, electrochemical response in the three-dimensional space contained within your brain, right? And that's all you are. And any other illusions of grandeur that you're something greater than that is just that, an illusion. And so he's flipping that illusion from the higher self is the illusion to the idea that your self is all of those things that I just said is the illusion. Because that isn't, like, that is part of you here, but it's not who you are at a fundamental level.
Yeah, it seems to me that the hyper-materialist will always push complexity, ever more into complexity. Well, the truth is always very simple. It's a little bit like Pete when you listen to Pete Shea. No offense, Pete.
Well, simplicity and complexity is relative. I mean, simple related compared to what? Complex compared to what?
Well, this is what the sophists do, isn't it? It's just all words.
Well, no, it's a logical necessity. I mean, how do you have something simple? How do you know that something is simple? You're comparing it to something else. I mean, you can conceive the concept of simplicity itself, and you can conceive the concept of complexity itself. But when you say, when you predicate about a particular thing that this is simple, this is simpler, this is simplest, this is most simple, and vice versa with complexity. This is complex. This is more complex. This is the most complex. That's a comparative interpretation, especially also when it's said in a qualitative sense, where simplicity or complexity is valued as being equal or one greater than the other. So when you say the truth is simple, it's always simple. I mean, not all truths are equally simple. Not all truths are equally complex.
I mean, it's difficult to have a conversation with Greg because you come from the Bible's perspective, don't you? So what that says, you say. So if we both have a different epistemology, I guess you'd say, then we're never going to agree.
Well, of course, if we never accept the same epistemic ultimate rule, then of course we're going to disagree about a number of things, which is the case with everyone else. I mean, can we please grasp this most simple fact? It is not a unique characteristic of Bible believers that they value above all else the word of the God. And it is the controlling presupposition through which they interpret everything. That is the case with everyone. Bible believer or unbeliever. It's just the nature of thought. It's just the nature of patterns of thinking. It's just an inevitable axiomatic fact of knowledge, of interpretation and evaluation.
I did think that made up how you thought of everything, so I am guilty of that. I admit to that. Yeah, I just speak what comes out. Whatever comes out in the present comes out. And if somebody's messaging me like they are now, then it's a bit distracting. So sorry everybody.
So with that being said, since there is this obvious distinction and conflict between I or whatever two individual humans, that they have different ultimate authorities. This has been said over and over again. Everyone realizes this. Okay, well, if you have this ultimate authority, I'll call it ultimate authority A, and if you have this ultimate authority contrary to ultimate authority A, ultimate authority B, just using these symbols to make the illustration simple, right? Then how do we settle this conflict? How do we know who is the true ultimate authority? Well, of course, if it really is an ultimate authority, then appealing to something else other than it is futile. Because if you're contradicting this ultimate authority, if it is a true ultimate authority, then you can't be telling the truth. So then the only other option is to appeal to the word of the ultimate authority, to examine it and see whether or not it really is demonstrating the hallmarks, as it were, of being ultimately authoritative. That's why they call it an internal critique. So when the ultimate authority is inconsistent with itself, when it violates itself, as it were, when it's incoherent, then that is necessarily indicative that it is not the true ultimate authority.
Yeah, I think do you think it's a fair comment to say that we have the Bible because of the Holy Roman Empire?
No.
No.
Bible existed millennia before the Holy Roman Empire.
Right, but I'm saying the whole world got the Bible through Rome, right?
No.
No?
No, not in the slightest.
See, that's how I always saw it. I always thought, well, that's how we got it, and therefore I don't trust these people. I think it probably started out as a good thing, and then got corrupted somewhere along the way.
So, I don't want to be rude, but it should become apparent, especially among persons that engage in discussions within forums like this, little social circles like this server, where we have experienced in multiple instances that the globalists will come into the VC and they will express their critiques and express their contempt even against our position that they think we hold, but don't really hold. The same thing is true with other positions about any other subject, including and especially the Bible. You see, upon examination, when you talk to someone long enough to see it, which you'll see with the majority of disbelievers, that they disbelieve the Bible because they disbelieve a doctrine for whatever reason that they think the Bible teaches, but it doesn't. Or some doctrine somehow related to the Bible that is not actually true, or is not even actually relevant, even if it is true to the Bible.
That's a fair comment, because I'm not up on chapter and verse at all. So yeah, I could do with really looking at it again, seeing as I looked at it since I was a little kid.
I mean, as with any error whatsoever, as it concerns us, when we think, either the error is found in us or it's not. If it's not in us, then perhaps it's elsewhere. or perhaps there's no error. Either there is an error or it's not. Either there is an error in us or it's not. If there is an error and it's not in us, then it's outside of us, somewhere else outside of us. Wherever the error is, of course, it must be addressed and eliminated, terminated, so that we may have the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So, when doing an examination of anything, including and especially the Bible, if there is an error to be found in us, which will inevitably sway, influence your concluding interpretation and evaluation of the Bible, then there's the fault. So it's no fault on the Bible, even if there is in principle, even if there is a fault in the Bible, but if there is a fault in you that is disrupting and distorting your interpretation and evaluation of anything whatsoever, including the Bible, then there's no fault. There's no strike against the Bible's credibility. That's not indicative of the Bible being incredible or invalid or unreliable or unauthoritative or whatever other critique.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
it's very simple. This is not the concepts I just said are not high. I mean, most people don't really think about it, and that's a shame. But they're not high and super complex. Right? The error, is there error or not? Is the error in me or not? If there is an error and it's not in me, then where is it? Outside of me. If there is an error and it's not outside of me, then it's in me. Now, what is the error? If there is an error, this is very, very accessible to anyone who takes the time, who uses their volition to voluntarily think about the things. This is not so arcane and esoteric that the average person, the average given person you may meet, can't think about these things and comprehend these things. Take it from me, I'm one of them. Oh, I forgot to complete the sentence. So just as straw man fallacies are committed against the flat earther, telling the truth about the cosmos, the same thing is true about the disbeliever giving straw man fallacies against the Bible and or the Bible believer.
Yeah, we have a new person joining us. We have a new person joining us called Jaja Light.
Jaja Light.
Yeah.
That is true.
And just so you know, Jaja, you might want to keep your mic muted while other people are speaking, so it doesn't bleed through.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation, Gregory. Maybe we should continue it in biblical or another time, because I definitely love to pick your brains a bit more on it, to be honest.
Yeah, willing. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Do you want to get to the new guy?
Yeah, Jaja, you want to tell us how you first maybe heard about Flat Earth and how you came to this topic? Or maybe some questions? Sorry.
I wish it would be a bit easier.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Am I coming in clear?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. All right. Checking it out.
So what was the first thing that that you saw that made you either question the globe or whatever? I think you said you were a flat earther, right? Or at least you've been watching and following QE. You said something along those lines.
My journey has been so complicated. I mean, during the pandemic, I was introduced to Santos Bonacci was the first guy, because he was dealing with some spiritual. At that time, I was on a spiritual path, and Santos would bring in, most of the times he would talk about Eric Dubé, and I would wonder, who is Eric Dubé? I never heard about that flat earth thing. I never really got interested in it, and it just went down the road from there, from Santos to Eric Dubé, QE, Nathan Oakley, and then you guys, 24/7.
Nice to hear, man.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I just want to say welcome to the group. You're right where you belong.
I feel so. I'm big up, respect. But I'm very passionate about God. I'm very passionate about the text. I'm very passionate about life in general, trying to put things together as to how I could make things fit, so it could make sense to me.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, man.
And what did you see that made you think the Earth was flat?
Well, there was very little doubt, because I had my suspicions about being control ops, and the government was lying to us, and I really didn't have a problem believing it. As soon as it fell in my lap, I just grabbed it one time. I didn't question it much. I just indulged in a lot of things, because I didn't know a lot of things about science. So I just indulge in it a little bit more, as to where you guys open up a brand new chapter for me, and you just knock the nail on the head with all the scientific stuff. But I really have no problem accepting it. None at all.
Well, the chapter was already there. You were the one to open it up, man. That's the thing.
Of course.
I'm very happy for you, man.
Yeah, man. Well, Sorry,
go on.
Yeah, man.
I was just going to say, when I don't want to convince you of anything. I want you to look up for yourself and see what you can figure out for yourself.
Yeah. To me, everything is pretty simple. It depends on how you look at things, make it, whether it's difficult to accept. But I think that the Creator intends for everything to be simple.
Yes.
There's a certain text in the Bible where it says, "Suffer the little children unto me," and the constant text about little children and God and the kingdom. So I think that the simple things are so simple that even a child is supposed to understand it. This is how simple I think life is, and the whole creation of life. It is like, you know what is hot, you know what is cold, when you're hungry, this is like how simple it should be.
Indeed. That's what I also always say, The essence of the glorious good news of the gospel is actually pretty simple. And also reality in itself, when you observe it as a human being with your given senses by the Creator, is simple. Everything is perfectly made for you to dwell upon and in.
True.
So even with the mind of a child, which you should actually have, because it just makes it easier to understand things, you will understand.
No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, I find it a bit silly arguing about something that may or may not have happened 2,000 years ago. But this movement of people that's just looking for things that we can verify for ourselves, I think that's a great thing. And I advocate for that, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, life will continue and it will go on. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. It's like what is going on in the future and what is happening now. You know? So, understanding of everything, whether it's back then or whether it's ahead, understanding is a key factor. And I think that during the creation, I have no records of how it started. So I will just go based on what I have been told. It goes by the Bible, where the Bible says that it was created in 7 days. The earth was there, and the same earth has been there until now. The sun has been there from the creation of time, and the same sun is there now. Everything that was created from that first time is still there now. So understanding of everything shouldn't be as difficult as it is, as it's supposed to be. It should be very simple right now. If I come in on, if this is clear enough.
Yes, indeed, brother. That's pretty clear.
Yeah, man, because the same 4 elements are there: earth, wind, water, and fire. The same 4 elements are the same 24 hours at the same time. Same water, same sun, same wind, same earth, same human race.
Exactly.
Same energy. Yeah.
Maybe some features have changed, but the essence of what has been created is there.
Definitely, the features have changed. I mean, the mind of a man is constantly developing. So certain people will think differently as to how we think. We change